Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for the third day of this friendly fixture between New Zealand and Sussex. The players making their way out to the middle as we expected overnight. New Zealand have declared on their overnight total of 342 for three, which will mean New Zealand will be bowling today and Sussex will be batting in the opening pair and making their way out to the middle. That's Alistair Orr and Tom Haines. My name is Adrian Holmes. Delighted again to be joined by Nikki Chowdhury here in the commentary box. Good morning, Nikki.
Morning, Adrian. How are you?
I'm fine. And what a lovely day.
It is glorious outside. It's quite warm as well.
Yeah, it is. I know you went upstairs and had a little sit upstairs in the sunshine, and it is lovely and warm. Not such a big crowd as there was here yesterday. I think the reason for that is probably twofold. First of all, Brian and Hove have a big game today at the Amex Stadium against West Ham, and a lot of support people will be making their way there. So I think that's the primary reason. But also I think Saturday's a big cricket watching day, and a lot of people were here yesterday.
Yeah, quite a few people were here yesterday. It was great to see.
However, we're looking forward to an interesting day's cricket. It's going to be Matt Henry who's going to open the bowling. As we did yesterday, if you'd like to get in touch, our contact details, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. We had lots of emails yesterday, particularly from folks over in New Zealand, so it'd be lovely to hear from you again. We're basking in the sunshine. I know the weather is not quite so good in New Zealand, or it certainly wasn't yesterday anyway. But the first ball of the day is going to be bowled by Matt Henry. He spent a bit of time playing county cricket over the border in Kent, and he's coming in now to bowl to the left-handed Alistair Orr. And in comes Henry and bowls, and Orr is forward, placed to mid-on, and there is no runs. There are three slips in a gully, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg literally down in front of us. On the most lovely day. If you're coming along today, then two things are essential: a hat
and sun cream.
And actually a third one, sunglasses as well.
Oh yes, definitely.
Definitely sunglasses as well. So come prepared for the sunshine, as in comes Henry running towards us. He's in and bowls, and Orr lets that go. Taken on the stumps by Tom Lundell. Just a quick word, actually, to make sure the commentary is going out around the ground. See if we can get a wave from anybody who's having a listen through the headphones. Yes, indeed. Thank you, sir. I think he was waving to us, making his way across the upper shelf of the Spen Karma Pavilion away to our left-hand side, as in comes Henry. Henry bowls, short delivery, and a bit of pace there from Henry, and the ball whistling over the shoulder of Ali Orr through to keeper Blundell, and there is no run. Yeah, so sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You could tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport, or you can tweet Nikki, and I have her details here because I kept forgetting this, so I made a note.
It's at Nikki Chowdhury, which is
there we are.
NIKKICHAUDHURI.
Easy as that. In comes Henry, bowls, and Orr is forward to ball. Good link punches to mid-on, and there is no run. So we saw an entertaining day's cricket yesterday, Nikki, didn't we? With half-centuries from Latham, Young, Bracewell and Blundell.
Yeah, it was great to watch. What a display of batting yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
Great.
We saw a brilliant catch by Mohammad Rizwan, the Pakistan wicket-keeper who was in the outfield.
Yeah, running behind him, and he took that one. It was phenomenal.
A really good catch. An opportunity for these Sussex younger players to see what they can do. In comes Henry, bowls, and Orr, almost the first run of the day. The ball thumps into the thigh pad, fielded at square leg, and there is no run. And a real opportunity, and what an opportunity for these young Sussex batsmen, Nikki, to face an international bowling attack.
I know, it must be what an experience, especially to be brushing shoulders with them as well. It's a huge learning opportunity.
Henry in and bowls, and driven by Orr. Henry fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. It's a maiden over, the first over of the day. Sussex are 0 for 0. Orr and Haines, the opening pair. I'm going to let you natter away for the next over, Nikki, so I just need to sort something out with our live stream.
Okay. Crowd slowly making their way into the stands down here at Hove. Good to see, actually. Lots of sun hats and sunglasses are being worn as they enter. So over on the C end, we're going to have Duffy coming in to Haynes. He's just giving his arm a roll over. Making his way through down, bowls to Haynes. Haynes tries to cut that, misses, has gone straight to the keeper. No run.
He's a big fella, isn't he, Jacob Duffy? I'm going to get confused during the day because there's a Brighton and Hove Albion footballer called Shane Duffy, who's a centre half, and I've no doubt that at some stage during today I will refer to Jacob Duffy as Shane Duffy. I hope I don't, but I think it's probably inevitable.
Duffy making his way into Haynes. Haynes plays that on the front foot. It's gone straight to point for no run.
And actually, Tom Haynes, who had a brilliant season for Sussex last year, the leading run scorer in the county championship. He started off in good form this season. There's been a lot of talk about Tom, about maybe England chances. I don't think at the moment, but certainly going forward. So this is a real opportunity. And he said last night how much he was looking forward to testing himself. So this could be a good contest. This
would be a good challenge for him. Duffy into Haynes. Haynes plays a lovely drive off the front foot through covers, making its way to the boundary, and that's 4. It's a lovely one. He leant into that and waited for it beautifully. Sussex's first boundary.
That was a lovely shot,
wasn't it? Lovely shot.
It's going
Beautiful shot.
Yeah, going to give him some confidence. Just going to double check that we are going out around the ground. I don't know if we could get a wave from anyone who's listening on the headsets. It's not the biggest crowd in today, but let's see if we can see anybody waving, Nikki. There's generally one or two wear the headsets and are listening into the commentary, and I can't see anybody.
I can't see anyone.
No, nor can I. That's not good, is it?
No.
We'll check with the club that everything is going out online.
Right, Duffy into Haynes. He's played that off the back foot 3-point. It's just making its way to the boundary again. I think that is going to be 4, and it is. Nicely done by Haynes. Sussex currently 8 for no loss.
2 lovely shots.
Lovely shots.
Now, we do understand that umpire Graham Lloyd was taken ill during the night. Now, we hope that Graham is okay. So we do have, I think what's going to happen here is it looks like maybe Paul Baldwin is going to be standing at both ends with a replacement umpire standing at square leg. And we'll get that gentleman's name in a couple of moments' time.
Duffy's making his way in again to Haynes, who plays that off the front foot, and he's nicked a single there quickly to cover.
Good bit of running, wasn't it?
Yeah, good bit of running. He's looking pretty comfortable by the looks of it. No one's waving.
No, they aren't.
No one's waving.
Which always bothers me slightly.
It's a bit worrying, this, isn't it?
We'll double check with the club that everything is going out okay. Sure, it's fine, Nikki, so you keep chatting away.
Yeah, don't worry. So we've got Orr on strike now. Field, we've got 2 slips, a gully, a point. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a square leg. Duffy's making his way in to Orr, who leaves that outside the off stump. No run. And that is the end of the over. Sussex are currently 9 for no loss. And that was 9 off Duffy's over.
Yes, it was, and a couple of lovely boundaries by Tom Haynes, who has a natter away to Ali Orr in the middle of the pitch. It'd be lovely to hear your get in touch today, particularly if you're listening down in New Zealand, where we had a number of people getting in touch yesterday, and indeed that is happening, that the umpire Paul Baldwin is going to stand at both ends, Nikki, and the replacement umpire is just going to do duties at square leg, with Graham Lloyd being taken unwell last night. So we hope that all is well with Graham. So Paul Baldwin will be doing umpiring duties at both ends, and I'll get the name of the replacement umpire in a couple of moments' time. If the guys are listening on the stream and they could let me know the replacement umpire's name, that'll be very useful. But it's going to be Matt Henry who's going to bowl the 3rd over of the day from the Cromwell Road end. Fine bowler, Matt Henry, world-class bowler who, as I say, enjoyed a productive time down at Kent 2 or 3 years ago. He's coming in bowling a right arm over down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes is forward to a good length ball and punches that into the offside. There's a misfield actually at mid-off. Misfield out there by I think that was Hamish Rutherford. Allows Tom Haines to go through for a single.
It's an absolutely beautiful day to watch cricket and play cricket, isn't it?
Yeah. We don't mind when it's like this. On his way in again, bowls and all drives nicely down the ground. That's a good shot by Alistair Orr. Let's go all the way for 4 runs. Over pitch by Henry, and Orr punishes up by driving the ball straight back down the ground. Picks up his first boundary, does Ali Orr. A good confident start.
Good start here, isn't it?
Yeah, a couple of boundaries already to Tom Haines. And a lovely on drive by Ali Orr straight down the ground for 4 more.
Definitely help release the pressure a bit on those two as well.
Yeah, lovely shots. 3 slips in a gully, backward point, or more of a point actually. Mid off, mid on, square leg and a long leg as in comes Henry and bowls. And Orr is playing that one into the gully. It was on the bounce. Well fielded by Michael Bracewell. That position in the gully, and there is no run. See if I've got a note of the new umpire, or the replacement umpire is Trevor Cox. So we'll make a note of that. He's on umpiring duties of a replacement for Graham Lloyd. As in comes Henry. Lovely Sussex sunshine bowls and all ducks underneath the delivery that actually wasn't all that short. And he's quite a tall man, Ali Orr, isn't he? The left-handed Sussex over. Yet to duck a long way down.
Didn't take much height, that ball, did it, actually?
No, it didn't. Rattled through to keeper Tom Blundell. And there is no run. It's quickly in again from the Cromwell Road end. Down the hill comes in and bowls, and Orr is forward, plays to mid off. And there is no run, a ball of good length. Colin de Grunholm, I think that is standing at first slip. He's got his sun hat on. The sun hat's very much the order of the day. Really, Nicky, a few have got their...
Quite a few of them have got them on, actually.
Yeah, they have. We've got 1, 2, 3 of the New Zealand fielders in sun hats, the others all in caps. Lovely if it was like this right through the summer. It's just an ideal temperature. In comes Henry bowls and Orr is forward. Plays the ball back down the offside of the track. And there is no run. So end of Matt Henry's second over. He's got figures of 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 5. And Sussex made a good start in reply to the New Zealand total of 342. Sussex are 40. Is on 4. Tom Haines is on 10. I'm going to leave you with Nicky, and I'm just going to double check that everything is working on the logistical side.
Yeah, it'll be great if we could keep this weather for the rest of the summer. Don't want to jinx anything though. We know how the English weather is. We've got Duffy continuing from the sea end into Haines. He's bowled it. Haines has played that off the front foot to mid, to square leg. No run. Great, seems like we're working. We're going out live.
We are indeed. All is well with the world, Nicky. You carry on.
Great. Duffy's making his way in. Haines tried to flick that off his pads again.
Yeah.
No run.
I mean, I think my own view, Tom Haines had a wonderful county championship season last season. I was very surprised he wasn't selected to go on the England Lions tour.
That was very surprising, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think,
very surprising.
And I think if nothing else, the experience of going away. I think some of the talk of Tom, being in England Open at the minute, is slightly premature.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did get a call up though. Duffy's making his way into Haines again, who plays that and defends it on the front foot.
What I mean by that is that at the top of the order, there's the likes of Burns and Hamid and people who have been given an opportunity. But I think that from Tom's point of view, the best thing for him at the minute is playing county cricket, scoring lots of runs, and then in a really good place when that opportunity comes. And I'm sure that opportunity will come for Tom Haynes, but it's just really important. He's got the responsibility of captaincy here at Sussex as well at the moment.
Definitely, Duffy's making his way in. Bold bouncer, Haynes has ducked that, it's gone straight to the keeper.
But in terms of Tom's progress in his career, this type of game is absolutely what Tom needs at the minute. You know, batting against an international attack at Hove, you know, make runs in a game like that. This is the sort of game when Tom can really make his mark. And
100%. This is the exposure he'd be happy to be taking at the moment, isn't it?
Just stay a little bit under the radar. Because once people start talking about you, it starts putting pressure on. And I don't think Tom needs that at the moment.
Yeah, Duffy's making his way uphill from the sea end. Haynes has played that off the front foot, it's gone straight to gully for no run.
Because you see it happening in so many sports, don't you, Nikki? Whether it's rugby or football or cricket, that suddenly someone makes some runs or scores some goals or scores some tries. All of a sudden, oh yeah, he must be in the team, and then that person comes in, and if they don't do well, oh, he's not good enough.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of noise surrounding the players.
Oh,
they just need to be able to cut it off.
You know, and it's just Tom's time will come, no question about that.
Definitely. Duffy makes his way uphill. Haynes plays that off the front foot, 2 point. There's no run. I believe that's been no. That's been signalled as a no ball.
Well spotted. That's by the umpire Paul Baldwin. The umpire at square leg is Trevor Cox, who's a replacement for Graham Lloyd, who was taken ill last night, we understand, and we hope that everything is okay with Graham.
Duffy runs into Haynes, plays that off the front foot. He's dug that out a bit, it's gone straight to mid-off, no run.
Good delivery, wasn't it?
Great delivery. Sussex 15 for no loss. Duffy's bowled 2 overs for 10 runs. Haynes currently on 10 and Orr on 4.
And lots of emails have come in.
Already?
Yeah.
That's great.
So this is one last night, so I hope you're listening. This is from Joe Jeffries, who says, "Hello, Adrian. I had a lovely time at Hove today, taking my 5-year-old to the cricket for the first time. He was more excited about our picnic than the action on the field, but lots of memories made nonetheless. Speaking of memories, at lunch I took the attached photo to Sussex's museum. The image shows my late granddad, 8th from left, at the county ground in September 1939 at the outbreak of World War II. My granddad was part of the 144th Field Regiment, Surrey and Sussex Yeomanry. They were based at the county ground and billeted in houses in the area. It was a very uncertain time with continual changing orders, equipment, guns and vehicles arriving and disappearing through until April 1940 as in comes Henry bowls and Orr is dropped at first slip, and that was a regulation chance. And I don't think Matt Henry is definitely pleased about that. A life for Alistair Orr, who's dropped on 4 at slip by Colin de Grandhomme. It was an edge, it was straight in, and de Grandhomme will be very, very disappointed that chance has gone down. And I'm pretty sure it was a chance. We only get one chance to see that. But I think we can say Ali Orr has been dropped. Henry in and bowls, or lets that one go through to Blundell, and there is no run. So the score was on 15, so that they might have to correct me on the stream. As I say, we just get the one chance to look at that, and we'll get the stream up and running here in the commentary box in a minute. But that looked to me as if that was a drop at first slip.
It did indeed, didn't it?
I'll finish your crane string email in a minute, Joe. In comes Henry. On his way and bowls, and Orr is forward down the onside of the track, fielded by Henry, and there is no run. Yes, it'd be quite useful if we had a monitor here so we could see those again, wouldn't it? But
yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? So you've got something to refer to as well.
But it certainly did look from here like it was a straight into first slip.
We can get the live stream up though, I'm sure.
Yeah, we will get that sorted in a moment. Henry towards us in a bowls, and Orr plays that away on the offside. There is no run. So, yeah, my granddad was part of the 144th Field Regiment. They were based at the county ground and billeted in houses in the area. It was a very uncertain time with continual changing orders, equipment, guns and vehicles arriving and then disappearing through until April 1940, when they were packed off to prepare for their long trip by sea to East Africa.
Wow.
What a great email this is, as in comes Henry. Over the wicket bowls and or drives or attempts to drive, doesn't time it at all. Henry fields off his own bowling. There is no run. At one point they had a number of artillery guns arrive at Hove Station. but they had no vehicles to tow them. They had to manhandle them from the station to the cricket ground, which is a fair trot. My granddad was only 19 in this photo, and several alongside him were classmates from Chichester High School for Boys. He survived the war and lived into his 80s, but several in this image never returned. I hope the club will add this image to their museum collection and help their memory live on. Comes Henry bowls and all plays that to square leg, and there is no run. End of a maiden over from Matt Henry, an over in which Alistair was dropped at first slip by Colin de Granholm. At the end of the 5th over of the day, Sussex are 15 without loss. Just carrying on this email. Thanks for the coverage, and feel free to share the photo as you please, online or elsewhere. That's Joe in Hove. Joe, what a brilliant email. I don't know if you're listening this morning, Joe, but if you are, and there's the photograph. Look at that.
Wow.
So his granddad, Joe's granddad, is the 8th from the left. So it's not great radio, this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's your granddad, Joe.
That is fascinating.
Isn't it? I'm going to forward that on, with your permission, Joe. I'm going to forward that on to the club because it's a really fascinating email.
As Duffy runs in to Haynes, who plays that and defends it off the front foot straight to mid-on for no run. Hear the seagulls again. They're back.
They are.
It's not even lunchtime yet.
No, I'm not sure they ever went away. They're always, but they do seem to come at certain parts of the day.
They do, don't they? Definitely. Duffy runs into Haynes. Short ball, Haynes ducks. That's gone straight through to the keeper. Nice little breeze down here at Hove this morning. Just what you need. Nice sunny day with a bit of a breeze and a lot of sun cream on your face.
Yeah, absolutely.
Duffy makes his way approaching the crease. Bowls. Haynes plays that off the front foot to point, no run.
Vincent's been in touch. Kia-ora guy. So presumably Kia-ora, Kiaora, is some sort of a greeting in New Zealand. So Patrick, let us know, Vincent. Kia-ora, I'm presuming it means good day, maybe, or something like that, or hello. But perhaps you could let us know, Vincent. I'll read your email in a minute. But lovely to hear from you, and thank you for taking the time to write to us.
Duffy makes his way into Haynes, who's tried to flick that off his legs. It's gone to square leg. They've managed to sneak a single. That puts all on strike.
Listening in from Napier in New Zealand, looking forward to a good day of cricket today, hoping to see some wickets from the Kiwi lads today. Waiting to see Ravindra and Bracewell hopefully get a few wickets today. Well, we shall see. At the moment it's Duffy and Hendry. I hope you're okay over in Napier, where it will be dark because it's going into sort of 10, 11 o'clock in the evening. Here in Hove, just to make you jealous, if you're looking on the live stream, it's as nice as it looks.
You should be jealous.
Yeah.
Duffy makes his way to Orr, who's come forward. He's flicked that off his legs down to fine leg. They've snuck a single there. It'll be nice to see Ravindra if he gets some wickets. He looked pretty solid out there yesterday when he came to the crease, actually. Got very strong South Asian fundamentals in that batting technique, so it was great to see. Nice. It would be nice to see New Zealand in the wickets as well. Makes for an interesting game of cricket.
Yeah.
As Duffy makes his way through down to Haynes, who defends that straight to mid-off. That is the end of the over. Duffy's 3 overs for 12 runs. Sussex currently on 18 for no loss off 6 overs.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nikki Chowdhury, who's making her broadcasting debut, not on the radio. She's already got a radio show on Sunrise Radio, but her cricketing debut this week. So it's great to welcome Nikki here to Hove, and she's brought the lovely sunny weather with her as well. Not on the first day when it was awful, but certainly yesterday.
That wasn't my fault.
No, we're not going to blame you for that.
First time on cricket comms. Otherwise, it's all Bollywood.
Yeah, well done you. Tristan has been in touch. Hello, he says, I'm trying to figure out how to listen to you guys on the BBC Sounds app. In comes Hendry, bowls and or drives to mid-off, and there is no run. It's a fall asleep to. And when I go into Radio Sussex, I just get something about flowers. You may not know what to do, but just seeing if anybody else knows. Many thanks, Tristan. Well, the chat about flowers, Tristan, will be because it's the Chelsea Flower Show this week. And I know that our show is coming direct, or the radio show is coming direct from the Chelsea Flower Show.
Are you into your flowers, Adrian?
I've been to the Chelsea Flower Show.
Oh, wow.
In comes Hendry and Bowles, and all is full play down the track, and there is no run. To be honest, it's the sort of thing that I didn't think I'd be hugely interested in, but it was really, really good.
Same. You know, actually, I somehow managed to get slightly into my flowers during the first lockdown.
Right, okay.
Because it was amazing weather back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like this, wasn't it, for weeks?
It was amazing. So I was just in the garden revising for my exams and helping around, gardening.
In comes Hendry, Bowles, and all up on his toes, plays out to the offside, and there is no run. No. So the Chelsea Flower Show was quite expensive to get in from memory, but it was a really good day out. I thoroughly enjoyed it. So that's where our show is coming from at the moment, I believe, Tristan. So that's why the chatter is probably all about flowers. But if you go to the BBC website, you should be able to click on the icon which will take you through to commentary from here. I'm not sure about through the app. In comes Henry Bowles, and or is hit round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces down in front of him, and there is no run. So I'm probably not being a lot of help, Tristan, but thank you for getting in touch.
I've got a message here from Raza Haider on Twitter, who's following up from our conversation regarding wine yesterday.
Yes.
So he says that he can confirm the dry white out of Marlborough is ace, or as they say in New Zealand, choice.
Right.
So if you're into your wines, your dry white from Marlborough is the one.
That's lovely, doesn't it? In comes Henry Bowles, really bent his back or lets that go outside the off stump. And when Alistair Raw faces a good delivery, or he recognises it's a good delivery, he has a little nod in the direction of the bowler, which he did on that occasion. Vincent's also been in touch to say the commentary seems to be cutting out over here. So I don't think that's anything that's happening from this end, but I will flag it up just so that the guys who are operating the stream here at Hove know that's happening. And Vincent, if you could let us know if it's still cutting out, that'll be very good to know. As in comes Matt Henry Bowles, and all lets that go outside of the off stump taken by Blundell. It is the end of the over, the end of the 7th over of the day. Matt Henry has bowled 4 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 5, and Sussex are 17 without loss. Orr is on 5, Haynes is on 10.
You know what, Adrian? I think we're going to have a decent crowd. People are slowly making their way through.
You're quite right, Pete. You know, when I got here this morning, I thought, everybody must have come yesterday. But actually, looking around the ground, you're quite right. A few people are making their way in, which is good to see.
Bearing in mind it's a Sunday morning, so it'll be a bit slow.
Yeah. They could have been had a busy Saturday night. Now we're going to see Carl Jamieson.
Yeah, look.
He is a big fella. We'll have to look it up, Nicky. I'll task you with that. Let's see how tall Carl Jamieson is. I'm going to guess that he is...
I would not want to stand next to him because I will feel very, very short.
Yeah, I would. I reckon he's 6'8".
He's exactly 6'8".
Whoa!
Well done.
Yeah, I win the prize.
You sure you don't have a note there next to you?
No,
Are you sure?
No, absolutely, yeah.
Right, so it is going to be Jameson coming in from the sea, and we've got a change in bowler.
Yeah, this could be quite lively.
Yes. And let's be honest, Tom Haynes isn't the tallest person on the block either. So we've got 3 slits, a gully, a point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and a fine leg. In comes Jameson to Haynes, who leaves outside the off stump. It's gone straight through the keeper. No run. That's a very interesting height difference between the batsman and the bowler. "6'8", wow. I wonder what they put in the water out in New Zealand.
Absolutely, he wouldn't be able to place on a rugby field, would he, Carl Jamieson?
Jameson into Haynes, who slashes that through point. That's going to run away to the boundary. Comfortable shot there from Haynes.
Yeah, I just wonder if it went a little finer than he wanted it to. It is a favourite shot of Tom Haynes. He loves that cut shot through backboard point. It's a favourite shot of his. It's a shot that does get him out on occasions as well. That was perfectly safe, but it did go through the slip cord. It was perfectly safe. Jameson looked disappointed, didn't he?
Jameson making his way in to the crease, bowls. Haynes plays that off the front foot point. No run.
Good call.
Very loud call. That was one of the first things we were taught when we were playing cricket, especially in batting, to have a loud call. Yeah, I was definitely taught that you should be.
Were you? Okay.
Yeah, definitely should be able to be heard from the boundary.
And did you? And were you taught as well if the ball goes behind square that it's the non-striker's call, that sort of thing?
Yes, definitely. Jameson's approaching the crease, bowls. Haynes plays that off his hips down to fine leg. They've just snuck a single there. Sussex currently 22 for no loss.
We will have updates to our listeners today, Nikki. I'm slightly unsure what time they'll be, but they will be throughout the day. We've got various live football programmes going out today. One is Littlehampton Town. So Littlehampton, for those listening in New Zealand, is a town which is west of here, going towards Chichester. And their football team have reached a big final today. I'll tell you about that in a moment.
Jameson runs into Orr, who just leaves that outside the off stump.
So Littlehampton Town are in the final of the FA Vase. So over in New Zealand, you've probably heard of the FA Cup, which is one of the big football competitions here in England. Well, the FA Vase is the equivalent of the FA Cup, but for lower league players, part-time players, smaller football clubs. And Littlehampton Town have got all the way through to the final of the FA Vase, which is being played today at Wembley. So what a day for those Littlehampton Town players.
What a day for sport. Jameson makes his way through, left outside the off stump again by Orr. And that is the end of the over. Jameson's first over has gone for 5. Sussex currently 22 for no loss, with Haynes on 15 and Orr on 5.
And there's something like about 7,000 people from Littlehampton are making their way up to Wembley today. So a mixture of coaches and trains and cars. And
I would not want to be on the train today at all.
Yeah, so it's going to be busy going up to London today. And
the train's coming down to Brighton because obviously there's that match at the Amex today.
The trains will be busy because West Ham, who are based in London, are coming down to the Amex. So there's lots of football going on around today, and we wish the Albion and we wish Littlehampton all the very best today to those players who will. It's probably a one-off opportunity for them to play at Wembley. So what a very special day it is for those players, and we wish them all the very best. But it's cricket that we're concentrating on, and we're concentrating on Matt Henry, who's bowled a very economic spell, a typically economic spell from Matt Henry from the Cromwell Road end this morning, and he's coming in to bowl to the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes. He's in on bowls, and Haynes drives pleasantly and fluently to mid-off, and there is no run. Henry is bowling with 3 slips in a gully, a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. Carl Jameson is standing just down below us, having a chat to one of the backroom staff who's standing over in his shorts. And Carl Jameson just having a drink. This is all about preparation for New Zealand. They've got a match next week against a county championship select 11 at Chelmsford, and then it's into the first test. So preparations are ramping up as Henry comes in and bowls to Haynes,
beautiful
who plays
shot.
beautifully through the offside.
Shot.
Yeah, through extra cover. That's going to race away for 4 runs. Beautiful shot by Tom Haynes, right out the middle of the bat, drilled the ball away. That was a lovely shot by Tom Haynes. And he spoke last night about how much he was looking forward to batting against New Zealand and against an international bowling attack, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Not the full attack. Clearly, Trent Bolt isn't here, for example, but, these are still international cricketers.
Yeah, definitely. Knowing Tom, he'd definitely be very excited about this.
Absolutely. Rachel has been in touch. Rachel Richmond. I'll read your email in a minute. Thank you for getting in touch, Rachel. In comes Henry over the wicket, bowls to Haynes. That's 4 more. That's a beautiful shot. Over pitch by Matt Henry, and Tom Haynes says, thanks very much. I'm going to hammer that away through the covers for 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Sussex go to 30 without loss. Lovely, lovely shot. Yeah, and it's a glorious day here, Tim. New Zealand batted yesterday, made 342 for 3. This is now a 3-day game after the first day was washed out with rain. So Sussex are batting this morning, and they've made a very good start. They are 30 without loss. Tom Haynes is batting beautifully. He's on 23. Alistair Orr is on 5. 30 without loss. Tim will have 90 overs in the day, and a real opportunity for these young Sussex batsmen to get stuck in against an international bowling attack, led by Matt Henry, who's bowling at the minute. But Sussex going along very nicely. They are 30 without loss. Yesterday was an excellent crowd, Tim, probably the best crowd of the season so far. I think a lot of people thought this was going to be a first-class fixture, which would count to all the statistics in the game, but New Zealand wanted this to be a friendly game, meaning they could juggle their players around and give them as much practice as they could, so that is slightly disappointing. That being said, the Sussex public were out in force. There was a really good crowd at Hove yesterday who had a thoroughly enjoyable day's cricket to watch. Not such a big crowd today. I suspect many of them who have come this morning will wander down the A27 a bit later on and watch the football at the Amex, but nonetheless it's a lovely day for watching cricket and not a bad crowd at all, Tim. Hendry plays to backward point. There is no run, so that was an update to our listeners on the radio, which was coming from Wembley, where Littlehampton are playing. So Rachel's been in touch. Hello, Rachel. She says, good morning, Adrian and Nikki. Kia ora means hello. It's a Maori greeting widely used in New Zealand. It's pronounced ki ora, so Kiorah. Perhaps, Rachel, you could let me know if I got that right. Ki ora.
Kia ora, Rachel. Thanks for getting in touch.
Kia ora. I'd like to say hello to the Black Caps team and wish them all the best for a fabulous tour. I'm also from Whanganui, Whanganui. My husband emailed yesterday. This is pronounced, here we are, Whanganui. Whanganui. WON-A-NU-EE. Whanganui. Whanganui is northwest of Wellington on the west coast of the North Island. I hope you do get to visit our beautiful country one day, says Rachel.
As Jameson runs in, it's been left outside the off stump by Orr, no run.
What a lovely email that is. Rachel, thank you so much for taking the time to write, and one day I'm going to come to New Zealand. No
Same, I hope so too. I would love to visit New Zealand, and obviously I'd love to go to Australia as well.
Yeah.
They're right next door to each other, so.
Yeah, I've been to Australia, not to my daughter. My middle daughter has been to New Zealand and loved it, although she came in April and they didn't have the greatest weather. It was quite wet, but she still had a lovely time. And we were talking yesterday about bungee jumping, which she enjoyed.
Oh, wow. Jameson makes his way down to his bowl. That is left outside the off stump again by Orr.
Well, I have seen the video, so it really did happen.
I don't think I could bungee jump. I hate heights, but the only thing I think I could possibly do is, although this makes no sense, I would love to skydive.
Right, okay.
I'd love to.
What, like a tandem jump?
Yeah, a tandem jump. I've seen it, like one of my friends that did it out in Dubai, and I've seen it when I've been to Dubai. I didn't have the guts to go and do it, but I would actually quite like to do it. As Jameson makes his way through to the crease to Orr from the sea end. Or leaves that again outside the off stump. It's gone straight through to the keeper for no run.
If ever there was something, though, Nicky, where your life in someone else's hands, that is it, isn't it? So, for example, if
you don't need to say that, Adrian.
You're hoping that this person that you're strapped to knows exactly what they're doing when you jump out of that plane at 10,000 feet.
You would hope so.
Yeah.
It's either that or I end up in the sea. If I did it in Dubai, I'll end up in the ocean. At least I can swim.
Yeah.
Jameson's making his way into Orr. Oh, the ball again has been left outside the off stump.
We've had another email in. It's from Harrison. And Harrison says, hi there, Adrian and Nikki. Great to see the Black Caps putting up a great total of 342 runs. I'm watching live from a place in New Zealand called Whanganui, which is the same place located at the bottom end of the North Island. It's quite cold over here, and 10:28 p.m. I play cricket myself, and I bowl off spin, can bowl a leg spin variation to take some wickets now and again. I got the second highest wicket taker this season with 8 wickets in total. How do you see this game ending, and who will score some runs and take some wickets, says Harrison. Well, we'll discuss that as we go along.
Jameson approaches the crease, bowls, all plays that off the front foot straight back to the bowler.
But in terms of scoring runs, Harrison, the Sussex captain and opening batsman is Tom Haynes. He's only 23. But last year in the County Championship, which is our domestic 4-day competition, Tom Haynes scored more runs than anybody else.
He scored a lot of runs last year.
Literally anybody else. So take all the Test players for England, anybody else who played in the County Championship, Tom Haynes scored more runs than anybody else, so which we're very proud of that at Sussex.
Jameson making his way through to Orr. Ooh. That did not carry. Short ball.
Yeah,
Orr's gone to play that off the back foot, and it did not carry.
Do you think it came off his shoulder, or it suddenly fell short of first slip?
Yeah, it definitely fell short.
Bit of extra bounce from...
Yeah, I looked a bit surprised by that one. That's the end of the over. Jameson's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden for 5. Sussex currently 34, no loss. And it looks like Henry is going to be resuming from the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah. So, and there was a lot of chat about Tom Haynes and whether he is England potential, which we think he is England potential. Whether it's right now, I'm not so sure, but certainly in the future, I think Tom Haynes will at some stage open the batting for England.
I think there's actually a change of bowling. It looks like Colin de Grandhomme is coming in from the Cromwell Road end.
Thank you, Nikki. So we'll give you the field in a minute. So that's who we'd like to see score some runs. And of course, Alistair Orr is a young opener. Lots of young players in this Sussex side at Harrison. So Tom Haynes is 23, Alistair Orr is 21. Tom Clark, who I think will probably bat.
Tom's young as well, isn't he?
Number 4 is 21 as well. Ollie Carter is 20. So lots of young players in this Sussex side, and it's a great opportunity for them in this match. Now, Tom Latham is just organising his field, the New Zealand captain. And it is going to be Colin de Grandhomme who's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road, and it means he's bowling down the slope here because there's quite a pronounced slope on this ground. As in comes de Grandhomme bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays him to the offside, and there is no run. But thank you, Harrison, for taking the time to listen in. Tom in Arundel has been in touch. Hello, Tom. It's all Toms in the Sussex side. Tom Haynes, Tom Clark.
It's Toms everywhere. It's Toms galore.
Tom Latham is the New Zealand captain, so at least 4 Toms in this game. De Grandhomme running in right arm around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who stretches forward, plays him to the offside, there is no run. And this is about Tom Haynes from Tom in Arundel, who says this is a real chance for Tom Haynes to show why he should be selected for England. If he can get a good score against the best team in the world, then selectors will have to consider him. Well, it's certainly a really good stage for Tom Haynes to show what he can do. And we all know what he can do at Sussex. As in comes de Grandhomme around the wicket, bowls, Haynes is forward, plays straight back down the track, and there is no run. It sometimes seems to take a long time for players maybe in the 2nd division of the County Championship to get the recognition they deserve. I certainly believe that was the case with Ollie Robinson, who was just taking stacks of wicket for Sussex a long time before anyone thought it was time for him to be picked.
Yeah, it's definitely about timing as well, isn't it?
Yep. De Grandhomme in bowls, Haynes forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Rachel has been back in touch, and she says, nice pronunciation. Yay,
well done.
We got that right. Wanganui.
I'm not even going to attempt it.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to give it a go.
So, near to Wellington, which we know is a big rugby, one of the places where the All Blacks play rugby, as in comes de Grandhomme, bowls to Haynes, he's forward, plays it down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Sussex 30 without loss. Cole Jameson is chatting away to one of the coaches here down on the boundary edge, maybe about his bowling action or...
Looks like it. That's what he's shadowing, isn't he?
He is. And in glorious south coast sunshine around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who, now that was a play and a miss, and he would have been disappointed to have got out to that, Tom Haynes. That wasn't a great shot. Trying to make room, looking to carve that away through backward point. I'm not sure it was really the ball to pick to play that shot, and he'd have been absolutely furious if he got out a little nick to that. Anyway, it's ended de Grandhomme's over. His opening over was a maiden, and Sussex are 30 without loss. Orr is on 5, Haynes is on 23.
Jameson making his way up to his mark. 6'8", my goodness.
Yeah, that is sort of rugby territory, really.
That is rugby territory.
Yeah.
Do you think he played rugby?
I don't know. Now this is interesting because obviously the New Zealand rugby team are called the All Blacks. The cricket team are the Black Caps. Mm-hmm. And I this was a question that was asked to me in a quiz during lockdown, actually. And the question was, who are the Tall Blacks?
Are they the football team?
No.
Then Jameson making his way through to Orr. It's bowlsable, and Orr leaves that again outside the off stump.
And our listeners in New Zealand may well be able to tell me whether this is true or whether this was just... you can't look it up. That's not allowed. Sometimes
got it.
Sometimes I hate Google. Google should be banned.
I had to know.
Right, so the Tall Blacks are?
New Zealand men's national basketball team.
Right, so we're assuming that's not a wind-up, and that's right. But that's a great name, isn't it? The All Blacks, the Tall Blacks, the Black Caps.
Helps being tall in basketball as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Carl Jameson would make a good basketball player.
Yeah. He makes his way through to Orr, who leaves that again outside the off stump. Didn't carry much, that ball. Had to be taken by the keeper's shins.
Yes, very low down, wasn't it?
End a bit for that one, Blundell.
Yes, and there's quite a difference in height as well, isn't it? Between, well, anyone in comparison to Carl Jameson, who's tall, but very important for these New Zealand bowlers in these warm-up matches. I know this is a friendly game and it's all about getting overs in legs and getting fit for the Test series, but players will be looking to make a mark in this innings. Definitely.
As Jameson makes his way through the crease, or defends that off the front foot, straight back to Jameson, no run.
Still an attacking field with those 3 slips in place and a gully.
Yeah, we've got 3 slips, a gully, a point, mid-off, mid-on, a square leg, and a fine leg. Jameson at the top of his mark from the CN, makes his way through the crease, bowls. Ooh! Orr's gone to duck that one, thinking it was going to be a short one.
Yeah.
And it's hit him on the shoulder. Didn't take much height.
Was it on the shoulder or was it on the backside?
It's on his shoulder, baby.
Was it?
Yeah.
They're just making sure that he's okay, Ali Orr. On a couple of occasions, he has ducked for the short delivery, but he's quite a tall man, is Alistair Orr. And I'm not sure that
Might underestimate his height.
Yeah. Carl Jameson just came down and had a little word just to make sure that he was okay. I mean, it is a friendly game, so I'm sure if it was a first-class match... Carl Jameson's probably a very nice man. He might have inquired anyway in a first-class match, but just making sure that Alistair Orr's all right. He's a big bat twiddler, is Ali Orr. He's twiddling away his bat.
Twiddling his bat as Jameson's approaching the crease. He's bowled the ball, and again, off the back foot, he's just played that off his hips down to fine leg for a single. Getting hit, that's for sure.
No, Carl Jameson is a fast bowler.
Definitely.
But he got himself in a bit of a tangle, did Ali Orr, with that one.
Yeah.
But he's okay, which is
He looks fine.
News. I think we're going to see fielders going off along the field. I'm going to see it looks like a replacement fielder who's come and gone over on the far side. So I think this was one of the stipulations that the New Zealanders wanted for this game, the opportunity to
rotate.
To rotate players. They've got a squad over here. We know that some of the squad have been isolated with COVID. But the players that are here, they're wanting to get as much cricket into them as they can.
Jameson approaches his crease, bowls to Haynes, who leaves it outside the off stump. Straight through to keeper. That's the end of the over. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs for Jameson. Sussex currently 31 for no loss, with Haynes on 23 and Orr on 6.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club website, where you can see pictures, a live streaming of the game. So thank you, all the guys who are making that happen. If you'd like to get in touch with Nikki or I, my name is Adrian Harms, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. And Nikki is Nikki Chowdhury, and her Twitter handle is at Nikki Chowdhury, CHAUDHURI.
And it's Nikki with a double K and an I.
Okay. It's going to be Colin de Grandhome who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. Is it my over or yours?
It's yours.
It's mine. It is. Thank you. De Grandhome is bowling with 2 slips and a gully, a backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg as de Grandhomme is in bowls and or is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Tristan says... hi once again. Well, we don't mind you getting in touch, Tristan. That's fine by us. Yes, New Zealand has some good names for our sport teams, and yes, Carl Jamieson was a very good basketball player, but decided to choose cricket instead. A worthy decision, but one of our worst sports... hang on, read that again a minute, as Grandhomme is in bowls and all lets that go. Carl Jamieson was a very good basketball player, but decided to choose cricket instead. But one of our worst sports teams' names comes from our national badminton team. I don't think I'm going to read this out. Right, I'll look that up. So we'll look up what that... Thank you. Good job I read that email, Tristan. In comes de Grandhomme bowls, and all with a play and a miss outside the off stump, taken by keeper Blundell. That was a good delivery by de Grandhomme. It was just short of a length, all looking to cut that one away through the offside, was beaten outside the off stump, taken by Blundell, and there is no run. So we'll look that up. But thanks for getting in touch, Tristan. And thank you, everybody from down in New Zealand who's taken the time to write at this hour of the night, where it's coming up to 11 o'clock at night. Grandhomme again bowls or stretches forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Colin de Grandhomme, who put down Alistair Orr when he'd made just 4 at slip regulation chance off the bowling of Matt Henry when the score was on 15. Will Young and Tom Latham are the 2 fielders now at first and second slip. De Grandhomme is in bowls, and Orr is rather tucked up, gets himself in a bit of a tangle there. Got
himself in a pickle there.
He did get himself in a pickle. The ball bounces out onto the leg side, and there is no run. Looking to turn that one on the leg side was Ali Orr, and he got rather squared up. The ball thumped into the thigh pad, and there is no run. Orr has made 6 of 43 deliveries. He's faced the lion's share of the strike. Tom Haynes is 23, more fluently have come off 35 balls as de Grandhomme is in bowls and all forward, plays into the covers, and there is no run. It's the end of a second maiden over in a row from Colin de Grandhomme.
I think, if my knowledge serves me correct, Orr is from Beeds. I think he played his school cricket down at Beeds, and Haynes went to Hurst.
Okay,
so it's
so just for the benefit of our listeners in Sussex, where are those schools, Nikki? In New Zealand, rather.
They're in Sussex. They're both 2 independent schools, and they're actually cricket rivals, I'd say.
Right.
I think quite a few of the independent schools, especially Beeds, playing Hurst is quite a big match. We played against Hurst. Hurst are our local competitors at my school, which I went to, which was Worth. So it's just interesting to see there's a few of the boys in the Sussex team actually come from these cricket playing independent schools, which they're quite heavy on, actually. And I think the cricket down at Beeds is actually run by Alan Wells.
Yeah.
I think he used to play for Sussex.
Yes,
that serves me correct.
Captain.
Yep. It's help going to school when you've obviously got ex-professionals in around you coaching you, as Jameson makes his way through to the crease to Haynes, who's just cut that through point, and that ball is running away down to the boundary. Just open the face of the bat slightly, that's run down to the boundary. Outfield's got quicker today.
Yeah, and that's a favoured shot of Tom Haynes, Nikki. That little dab shot through the gully, perfectly safe shot, runs away for 4 runs. Rachel's been back in touch with a list of names of New Zealand sides, so I'll read those out as we go through the overs. So she says it's a true story. The Tall Blacks are the men's basketball team.
Okay.
So that's good. I'm taking this at face value, Rachel.
Jameson approaches the crease to Haynes. It's bowled. Haynes leaves that outside the off stump. It's gone straight through to the keeper.
She says that the black sticks... Okay, I'm going to test this one on you. The black sticks. Don't look it up.
The black
Google
sticks.
is banned for the next 5 minutes, Nikki.
Okay, my laptop is out of bounds. The black sticks.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Think of sports that you might play with a stick. I'm not sure.
The hockey team?
Yes, well done.
Yes,
the Black Sticks are the men's hockey and the women's hockey teams.
Wow.
You do call it a hockey stick, don't you?
Yeah, you do call it a hockey stick. Jameson approaches the crease to Haynes, You've ducked that one. It's gone straight to the keeper.
The Black Ferns are called, is the women's rugby team.
Yep.
The White Ferns are the women's cricket team. And the Silver Ferns are the netball team. This is a good one. The Black Jacks. Which might be more tricky.
The Black Jacks. You're really testing me, and you're putting me on the spot, aren't you, Adrian, as Jameson approaches the crease from the end.
Oh, that's tight. That's very tight. What have we got a little inside edge on that?
That's stomped Haynes on the toe.
Oh, yes, he did get him on the toe. He's limping away towards square leg, is Tom Haynes.
Taking a bit of a stroll towards square leg.
It was right up in the block hole, was it? He was looking to clip that one around the leg side. He's looking heavenward, Tom Haynes, and he's saying, that damn well hurts. Well, if you got a little look from where we are, Carl Jameson is bowling around the wicket. But even from where we are, we're looking at where the left-hander is batting to the right-handed, the right arm bowling attack of Carl Jameson. We're looking over mid-off, so we're not looking wicket to wicket, but that did look close, and I can only think that maybe there was a little inside edge on that, perhaps saved Tom Haynes.
Yeah, I think so. It did sound like it as well. Jameson coming in round the wicket to Haynes. He's bowled the ball, and Haynes plays that off the front foot to mid-wicket. No run there. Nice bit of ground covered by mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think that was Rasheen Ravinder who was around very quickly then to field. That was a good bit of fielding. So this is a more tricky one. So I'm going to spare you, Nikki. The Black Jacks are, according to Rachel, the lawn bowls team. So in bowls,
I didn't have a hope.
The small bowl that you bowl first of all is called the jack. And then you bowl the bowl, and the idea is to get as near to the jack as possible.
Didn't have a hope on earth on that one. No chance.
And finally she says, the Wheel Blacks are the wheelchair rugby team, and so it goes. So Rachel, thank you so much. That's a really good email.
Jameson through to Haynes.
Oh, that's a poor shot.
Short ball. Haynes has tried to play that over the slips, but he's missed that and gone straight through to the keeper.
Yeah. A bit of extra bounce there from Carl Jameson. That was steepling away from...
That was just rising on Haynes,
that was. And he was looking to play that one, as you say, almost uppercut the ball over the slips, but it wasn't really there for the shot. And Tom Haynes remains. He's on 27 and Sussex 35 without loss. So thank you very much, Rachel, for that. Neil Hartley's been in touch. Hello, Neil. He says, hello, Adrian, and welcome to guest commentator Nikki. Nice to hear some female voices on the commentary lately. So
thanks, Neil. How are you doing?
Can we get a mullet watch update today? I can't tell on
there
YouTube
are no mullets here.
whether Colin de Grandhomme has his mullet. So if perhaps we'll see a battle of the mullets if he bowls to Carter today. Ollie Carter has definitely got a mullet.
He's definitely got a mullet. I don't see...
He says, by the way, the effects mic seems a bit loud today, so I'll turn it down a bit. In comes de Grandhomme bowls, and lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Can't tell if de Grandhomme's got a mullet or not. It just looks like he's got a bit of a long haircut.
Yes.
Long hairstyle. But none of the other New Zealand boys seem to have a mullet. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of it.
John Malone has been in touch. He says, hello, Adrian and Nikki, coming through loud and clear in sunny Bexhill-on-Sea along the Sussex coast as in comes de Grandhomme over the wicket bowls, or lets that go outside the off stump, taken very neatly by Blundell, he's a busy wicket keeper, isn't he, Tom Blundell? He sort of takes the ball and
It's a lot happening.
Runs across in front of the slips. You always want an enthusiastic wicket-keeper, and he's full of enthusiasm, is Tom Blundell. The match is good experience for our young lads on their journey in the cricket world. We should be thankful New Zealand have decided to come to Hove and help our lads progress, as in comes de Grandhomme bowls to Orr, who plays into the offside to the covers, and there is no run. Thank you, John, who's a regular contributor. Always good to hear from you. Graham Cooper has been in touch. Tom's on-call. Now, which Tom?
There's a lot of Toms.
Tom Haynes, Tom Latham, Tom Clark, Tom Alsop. I'm presuming Tom Haynes. Perhaps you can let me know, Graham, as in comes de Grandhomme bowls to Orr, who tucks this nicely through mid-wicket. They take one. They'll think about two. He could be in trouble here as the throw comes in.
Nah, that was comfortable.
Orr was comfortably home for a second. It was a false alarm. So the umpire who is standing at square leg, Graham, is Trevor Cox, and the reason for that is that Graham Lloyd, who was one of the umpires yesterday, the other one being Paul Baldwin, who is standing out in the middle, Graham Lloyd was taken ill last night, and We do wish Graham all the best. We hope everything's okay. So that's why there's a change of umpire. De Grandhomme in bowls to Orr, who's defensively playing into the gully, fielded there by Bracewell. And there is no run. So perhaps you could let us know, Graham, which uncle you are of which Tom.
That would help. It would help narrow things down.
Because there's a lot of Toms. We're assuming it's not Tom Latham. So I reckon it's either... I think the favourite is Tom Haynes, second favourite Tom Clark, third favourite Tom Alsop. Comes to Grandhomme over the wicket, bowls, and Orr is forward, looking to play on the leg side. He's rather squared up, is Ali. All the ball bounces out on the offside. It's another end of another very accurate over from Colin de Grandhomme. He's now bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 2. Sussex are 37 without loss, with Orr on 8, Haynes on 27, as the clock makes its way round to 12 o'clock on the most glorious day on the south coast of England. If you're listening over in New Zealand, I'm sorry to make you jealous, but it is absolutely beautiful here today.
I'm not sorry, we don't get much of it.
No, we don't.
We don't get much of it, so I'm going to make the most of it.
Graham is the uncle of Tom Haynes.
Oh, okay.
So thank you, Graham, for listening. And Tom has batted very nicely this morning. He's on 27.
Batting very nicely. He's currently on strike.
Yeah.
Jameson is going to be continuing from the sea end.
Well, he might have a bruised toe, Tom. He got hit on the foot in the last over by Carl Jameson, and Tom Latham is just chatting away to Carl Jameson, maybe about a change in the field.
I'm loving the height difference between Latham and Jameson.
Yes, I know that the skipper really should be looking down on the bowler, but he's having to look up, isn't he?
It's in reverse over here at Hove today.
Yeah. If Steve Finn was playing, we'd have 2 very tall bowlers. I think Steve Finn is... I think he's slightly taller than 6'8", actually, Stephen. Graham, thank you for getting in touch, and lovely to see Tom in good touch this morning again. Let's hope he carries on.
As Jameson makes his way through to the crease, bowls to Haynes, who's tried to slash that outside the off stump again. He's missed.
No, I don't think... Yeah, and I think Graham would agree that wasn't a great shot by Tom.
It's a bit of a loose shot, wasn't it?
And Tom knows when he's played a bad shot, because he sort of wanders away to
and then shadows the correct one.
Yeah, I think he's probably nattering himself and saying, don't do that, Tom. It was wide of the off stump. He didn't need to play that shot.
Lots of batsmen speak to themselves, actually.
Yeah, I think they do. No, I think they do. And when you watch Chiteshwar Pujara, before every ball he goes through exactly the same routine, exactly the same, every ball of every innings.
You've got to do that as Jameson runs into Haynes. Again, he tries to slash that, but he's got someone. It's chased down to the boundary for 4, right behind the keeper, though.
Yeah, that's a fortunate boundary, isn't it, for Tom Haynes?
Quite a lucky one, yeah.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he...
it's close to chopping onto his
I think if you said to Tom Haynes, what is your favourite shot? It would be the cut shot through backward point, and he tried to play it there, and it wasn't the right ball to choose, and he was rather lucky to get away with that. The ball bounced over the stumps.
It was actually quite close to him, that one.
It was.
Didn't have enough room to actually spray his hands at it.
But he's had a bit of good fortune there, Tom, so maybe it's going to be his day. He goes to 31.
Yeah, I think a lot of batsmen, they have a little routine.
You see, there are 2 seagulls, one on each floodlight pylon in the distance, Nikki. Right at the top.
I think they've had a bit of a tiff with each other as Jameson runs into Haynes. Plays that off the front foot defence it straight to mid-off, no run. Maybe they've had an argument, maybe they're not happy with each other.
Yeah. There are a few seagulls wheeling around. I can see an aircraft making its way across the far end of the ground.
It's a bit of an orange one. Maybe it's an EasyJet flight.
Yeah, I think it might well be. Pat's just taken off from Gatwick, which is only for the benefit of our listeners in New Zealand, probably only 20 miles or so from here.
It's only half an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, just half an hour away.
Up the motorway.
As Jameson approaches the crease, from the sea end to Haynes, plays and misses. That ball's just gone away from him slightly. It's just gone straight through to the keeper. Blandell takes it, no run. Yeah, Gatwick's right close to where I live, actually. You can literally see the flights coming in from my house.
Is it noisy?
No, it's not noisy at all.
Okay.
Well, I can't hear anything, so that helps.
Right. Well, I think there are restrictions, aren't there, in terms of how late planes can land and when the first planes can sort of land in the morning. I don't think you get planes landing all night.
No, you don't. I think it stops around like 1 o'clock in the morning and then resumes again around 4:30 in the morning. Jameson through to Haynes. Nice full delivery. Haynes gets forward, defends that straight back to mid-off.
That was a much better shot by Haynes, a defensive push away into the offside.
Yeah.
I'll update you on other scores around the country at the end of this over. This is the final day of the current round of county championship matches, and after this we go into the T20 Blast, which is the domestic T20 competition, not to be confused with the 100. The Blast is a competition played between the 18 counties.
Jameson through from the sea end. Short one, Haynes ducks. It didn't take much height though, it's gone straight through to Blundell, and that is the end of the over. Sussex currently 41 for no loss. Jameson's 5th over, 1 maiden, 14 runs. Haynes currently on 31 or on 8. And Adrian, you were questioning regarding Stephen Finn's height.
Yes.
So he is apparently 6'7". So Jameson's just that
Right,
little inch taller than him.
There we are. So he's running down to, I think he's building up a nice head of steam actually, Carl Jameson. He's coming down to his fielding position down in front of us. Colin de Grunholm is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. So so the domestic T20 competition starts here. Sussex start on Thursday when they play Glamorgan here at Hove, and that's the reason why, if you're watching on the live stream, you'll see banks of blue seats at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. And those seats are normally not there, and normally there's a grassy bank and people sit on that area in blue and white deck chairs. But at this time of the year, because you get bigger crowds for T20 cricket and the club trying to maximise revenue from that particular stream, those stands will be up for a month or so during the T20 Blast, which, as I say, is the domestic competition played between the 18 counties, as de Grunholm is running in towards us and bowls, and Orr is going to get 4 runs. Nice shot by Alistair Orr down the leg side.
Quite fine.
Yep, the ball thumps into the advertising hoardings down below us, and Ali Orr goes into double figures. He's on 12, Sussex to 45 without loss. And that's not to be confused with the 100, which is the competition played in August. It'll be the second year of the 100 this season, where that is a franchise competition. Players from counties do get drafted if selected into those sides.
Have you been to watch any of the 100 matches, Adrian?
No, in comes to Grunholm, bowls to always beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery taken Blundell, there is no run. I went actually to a 100 game at Lord's last year. Well, it should have been a 100 game. And it was my son-in-law's, or one of my son-in-law's stag do's. And I didn't see any cricket, not because we were all in the bar all day, but because it rained.
Oh.
And so we got rained off. Talk about the bar, I can see a gentleman just coming out of the bar away to our right-hand side as in comes de Grunholm bowls, and Orr looks to flick that one down the leg side, and there is no run. He's carrying a tray of beer, and he's got his blue and white Brighton and Hove Albion shirt on, blue and white stripes. He's sitting down having a beer watching the cricket, and I reckon that gentleman's going to probably be making his way to the football this afternoon. The football ground is about, as the crow flies, maybe 5 miles from here at Falmer, up by the University of Sussex. De Grunholm in again, bowls, or I thought he'd let that go, but I think actually it was played into the ground, and it was taken by Latham at second slip, but it was on the bounce.
So what's your go-to tipple on a day like this then?
My go-to tipple on a day like this? Oh, gee, that's a good question, isn't it? I mean, it's a bit early, really, isn't it?
Not now.
No? Yeah.
But
In comes, that's that rather nice New Zealand wine, sounds rather nice. In comes the Grunholm bowls to Orr, who plays down the offside of the track to Grunholm fields, and there is no run. So it's sort of a nice day for a nice chilled glass of wine, isn't it? Perhaps a bit later on. So it really is the most lovely. Alistair Orr's retaking his guard. So it is the most lovely day. Paul Baldwin is the umpire officiating at the bowler's end, and he is umpiring at both ends today. As in comes de Grunholm bowls, or lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. So a boundary off the opening ball of the over. Alistair Orr on 12, Tom Haynes on 31. Sussex 45 without loss. And de Grunholm 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 6. So elsewhere in the county championship today, Lancashire have been beaten convincingly by Essex. Lancashire bowled out for 232 in their second innings to lose to Essex by an innings and 56 runs. Wantage Road at Northamptonshire, that game rather limping towards a tame draw. Kent making 519 for 9 in their first innings. Northamptonshire 376 for 9 in their first innings, so that's very much got a draw written all over it. Maybe not the case at Headingley, where the county champions Warwickshire were in a degree of trouble. They're 101 for 3, which is an improvement. At one stage they were 25 for 3, but they still trail Yorkshire by 103 runs, and we've got a change of bowling at the C end of the ground, and it's going to be Jacob Duffy who's going to bowl his second spell of the day. His first spell, 3 overs, cost 11 runs. Just to be bowling up the hill, up the slope. At Lords, Durham in their second innings are 76 for 3, leading Middlesex by 4 runs. Ben Stokes due to bat next for Durham, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Trent Bridge, Derbyshire bowled out this morning for 262, not 75 without loss, needing another 90 to win.
Got Duffy resuming from the C end. Haynes is forward, plays that to point for no run.
So that's the scores in the other county championship matches.
So a lot of Kiwi influence coming into the New England Test team then, don't you think, Adrian? As Duffy makes his way through to the crease to Haynes. He's forward, plays that to cover for no run.
Yeah, just give our email address again, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sports or at Nikki Chowdhury, NIKKICHAUDHURI. Got it right.
Yes, well done.
Thank you.
You wouldn't believe how some people spell my name. I've had all sorts. You'd think Nicky's pretty straightforward as Duffy approaches the crease to Haynes, who's just flicked that off his thigh pad. They've scampered a quick single. As a square leg chased that and ran in. Sussex currently 46 for no loss. The flags are looking pretty dire, not going to lie.
Well, they're just limp to the flag.
It's a bit limp.
There's barely any breeze at all, is there? In fact, if you look away to the left of the ground, though, Nicky, looking out from our commentary box to the west, you can just see the trees just rustling in the breeze.
Nice.
There probably is a bit of breeze here today, but it's lovely cricket watching weather. It's not too hot. Really very, very pleasant.
Duffy coming in from the C end. Oh, again, tried to duck that, and it's hit him.
Is that hit Orr again?
Yep, he's getting himself into a bit of a pickle,
yes,
trying to pick these short ones. It's hit him on the helmet, so I think they're going to have to be...
Right, yeah, well, that will certainly happen now. When you hit on the helmet, that'll be good to see. Tom Latham just comes up and pats Alistair Orr and just says, let's hope you're okay. The physio will come on. John will come running on to have a look and make sure that he's okay. But he has been troubled by the short delivery, hasn't he, Alistair Orr, this morning on a couple of occasions.
I think he's misjudging the height in which it's going to reach him at.
Yeah, and they'll just double check, and they will not take any chances, particularly in a friendly game like this. I think if there's any suggestion whatsoever, players do leave the field now with protocol concussions, but you just cannot be too careful. So I wonder whether he's going to be assessed here, is Ali, or he's having a drink.
So what is it, the procedure exactly? Obviously things have changed.
Well, yeah, I think, and there are strict protocols now. So you'd find that John the physio will, I'm sure, be asking Ali Orr all sorts of questions, and I think that they have set questions that they have to provide answers for before, So for example, if I don't know what they might be. Maybe what's your date of birth? What's your favourite colour? So things that the physio will know that they are set answers or has given in advance of this. So, for example, if you ask him a question, he gets it wrong, well, you think, well,
there's something.
There's something. So I think that's part of the protocols. I'm sure it's more detailed than that, but I don't think it's just a case of saying, "Are you okay, Ali?" And he's going to probably say, "Yeah, I'm fine," because he's going to want to carry on.
Could be something deeper.
Yeah, absolutely. And so those protocols will be carrying on. And let's just see, John is putting his little bag of I think Gallio's going to carry on, so he's satisfied that he's okay.
We've got a message here from Jeremy Shanks on Twitter. He says, Kia ora, Adrian and Nikki.
Yeah, Kia ora.
Kia ora, oops. He's back in Croydon today, sadly.
Back in?
Croydon. He's not down at Hove, and he's set up the live stream on telly at home. And looks like another lovely day down there. Yes, it is, Jeremy. It's a lovely, lovely day down here at Hove.
Yeah. And thank you for your all your tweets yesterday. It was really good to hear from you. Alior is staying on, which is the good news. Brendan has been in touch. He says, good evening from down under in New Zealand. At 11:10 p.m. on a cool night, but enjoying watching our World Test Champions in action again. I'm based in Masterton, which is in the North Island of New Zealand. Hello, Brendan. Lovely to hear from you. It's a very warm day here in England on the south coast. I think the weather is meant to be changing tomorrow. I don't think the forecast is great for this part of the world tomorrow. So we certainly make the most of the glorious weather today. But Brendan, lovely to hear from you, and how lovely that Sussex are playing the Test World Champions.
Duffy's continued to awe.
That was quick.
Yeah, that was a quick one. Short delivery, Orr's just managed to sway out the way of that's gone straight through to Blundell with the gloves. Well watched that one from Orr.
Yeah, and it might be a friendly game. But I'll tell you what, Jacob Duffy bent his back then. That was as quick as we've seen today.
Makes his way through the crease again. Oars forward, defends it straight back to Duffy. And that is the end of the over. Sussex currently 46 for no loss. Duffy's bowled his fourth over. Has currently gone for 11 runs. Haynes on 31 or 12. And you're right, Adrian, tomorrow's forecast does not look ideal.
No.
But you never know, it could change.
It could do.
It could change, it does.
Sometimes they get it wrong.
Let's hope they've got it wrong. It'll be good days of cricket tomorrow as well.
Yeah, let's hope so. And in case you don't know what you're listening to, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Every ball of every game, of every match that Sussex play throughout the season, you can listen to via the BBC website. And indeed, that's the same for all the counties, all the 18 counties. All the commentaries are online right throughout the season. Championship, T20 and 50 over matches. And here at Hove, you can listen to the commentary and watch the live feed from the going through the Sussex Cricket Club website. In comes Colin de Grandhomme. Around the wicket comes in and bowls to Haynes, who stretches forward and plays nicely through backward point. He picks up one. I don't think he'll pick up a second. Yes, he is going to pick up a second. There's a bit of a chase back towards third man, and Tom Haynes comes back for a second run. He goes to 33. Crumbs, the scoreboard's quick today.
It's really quick. It was really quick yesterday.
Yeah, and Sussex to 48 without loss. Come on, boys, it's the cry from Michael Bracewell standing in the gully. The Granholm is on his way again. Around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who's beaten outside the off stump. That's a really good delivery of Colin de Grandhomme, who just was a good line of lengths, probing away outside of Tom Haynes' off stump. Tom Haynes was beaten, takes the opportunity to remark his guard, taking care not to look in the direction of de Grandhomme, who's back to his mark already. We'll get 90 overs today, very much playing test match rules and regulations. De Grandhomme in again, bowls, and Haynes.
It's a beautiful
lovely shot. Now that was beautifully played. That was a class shot by Tom Haynes.
Waited for that.
Wide of the off stump, absolutely, Nicky. He waited for that and just caressed the ball wide of gully down to third man. Lovely shot, and the 50 up and the 50 partnership. 52 in 112 balls in 77 minutes. And Tom Haynes, that was a beautiful shot. Probably the best shot he's played this morning. He goes to 37.
Very elegant.
52 without loss.
Very elegant batting from Haynes this morning.
Beautifully played. In and bowls. And Haynes is at it again, and that's going to be 4 more.
Lovely shot. He's repeated that.
Yeah, beautifully played. It's a shot outside the off stump, and he just waited and again just eased the ball away. And Tom Haynes, who was hit on the foot a couple of overs ago, looks to have recovered from that. And that's beautifully played. He goes to 41. Does Tom Haynes. Looks in really good nick, and he's doing his own cause. Absolutely no harm at all here today.
Definitely batting with a lot of fluidity.
Yeah. Granholm will not be pleased to have conceded consecutive boundaries.
Just moving points slightly backwards here, De Grandomes.
Yeah, I'm sure if it was a tight match, they'd have a third man in place now, but not at the minute, as the Granholm in bowls and Haynes is forward and works this to backward point, where there is no run. Sussex are 56 without loss. There are a few clouds around to the north of the ground where you've got the Downs. There is some cotton wall clouds there, but really towards the sea, which is directly behind us. I bet there's a few people swimming in the sea today, Nikki.
I'm sure there will be.
It's still cold, don't get me wrong, it is still cold. Too cold for me. De Granholm in bowls, and Haynes is caught. He's on his way, and De Granholm get his man, and that's a very good catch taken by Will Young at first slip.
He's not going to be happy with that, Haynes, is
No,
he?
and De Granholm's been probing away outside of the off stump. Tom Haynes looks heavenward, and he'll be annoyed with himself. It was a nick, and well taken by Will Young at first slip. And Tom Haynes is on his way for 41 in 56 deliveries in 79 minutes, an innings including 9 fours after a partnership of 56 with Alistair Orr.
He will not be happy with himself with that one, Haynes, as he makes his way back to the dressing room.
Well, I think whenever you're an opening batsman, when you hope you've done the good, you hope you've done the hard work.
Once you've got yourself set, you think you're in it for the long run, don't you?
Tom Haynes makes his way off the ground. And the new men to come in is Tom Alsop, but he's a dangerous customer. Is Colin De Granholm. He'd been hit for 2 boundaries in that over. And he just probes away, doesn't he? Line and length outside of the off stump. He enticed the drive.
Sticks at it.
From Tom Haynes. And well taken by Will Young. So Haynes is gone for 41, and Sussex have lost their first wicket, 56 for 1. Bit of laughter and chatter.
Someone's cracked a joke out there on our right.
Yes, they have. That's down in the corporate hospitality area away to our right-hand side. Let's see if I can see what drinks people are having down there, Nikki.
Standing on the chair to have a look.
Yeah, just trying to see what they've got. I can't see. Don't you see a nice glass of wine or two? Perhaps it's a little early in the day.
Maybe after 1 o'clock, I think lunchtime.
Oh, there's the chairman of Sussex making his way around to our right hand side, looking very smart in a pair of white trousers or creamy coloured trousers. He's sitting on one of the benches away to our right hand side, so we need to behave ourselves with the chairman in attendance. The newly elected chairman of Sussex, John Philby, who's doing a very fine job.
We've got Duffy continuing from the sea end to Orr, who gets forward and plays it off his hips to mid-wicket for no run.
John's wife, Alison, is a very keen Sunderland supporter. And Sunderland were playing at Wembley yesterday in a playoff match that they won. I think John's wife was there, so...
she must have been elated.
She might be, yeah. And might have a hangover, you never know.
Duffy continues through the crease. Orr is forward, he's quickly nicked a single, he's played that to point. That's quite a tight run, but they managed to get there.
Yes, I don't know if you saw the pictures. Sunderland are a very well-supported football club. And on Friday night, there were all sorts of pictures on social media of the amount of Sunderland supporters who were in Trafalgar Square in their thousands.
No, I didn't see those photos.
And our BBC commentator who covers Durham, which is the county in which Sunderland are in, actually commentated at Lords in the morning yesterday on the Middlesex-Durham game. Then he went to Wembley in the afternoon to watch the football, and then came back to Lords for the evening session. So I thought that was a pretty decent effort by
it's a good day all
colleague
around.
Martin Emerson. Yeah.
Duffy continues through the crease. Bowls to Orr, who's just...
That's Alsop.
Alsop, sorry.
That's all right.
He's just got that on his thigh pad for no run.
We talk about Durham. They're now 100 for 3 at Lords in their second innings, so leading Middlesex by 28. Ben Stokes, next man to bat. Ben Stokes was in terrific form earlier on in the county championship this season when he hit 5 consecutive sixes at New Road, a ground you know well. Against
That's a
Worcestershire.
lovely ground. Duffy continues to Alsop, leaves that outside the off stump. Lovely ground. The cathedral, the backdrop at New Road is
it is stunning.
phenomenal.
Right on the banks of the River Severn. But Ben Stokes hit the first 5 balls in the county championship off a left-arm spinner by the name of Josh Baker, and he hit him for 5 consecutive sixes, and the last ball we thought it was going for 6 sixes in an over, which doesn't happen too often, but he hit it for 4.
Oh.
So terrific effort.
Duffy through the crease. It's also who's forward, plays that to cover for no run. But the thing about New Road, actually, it gets flooded. It's a ground that gets flooded very quickly.
Yes, it does.
A little bit of rain and it's...
Adam has been in touch. Hello, Adam. Who is over in New Zealand. He's from Wellington. He got in touch yesterday. He's actually, and we were talking about mullets, and Adam was saying yesterday that Colin de Granholm does have a mullet at the moment.
Duffy through to Allsop, who's...
Oh, good delivery. He's out.
That, and he's nicked it.
Caught behind.
Caught behind. A short visit for Allsop. Sussex currently 57 for 2.
Yeah, Tom Allsop on his way for a duck. It was a good delivery, wasn't it, by Jacob Duffy. And
Good
Tom
delivery.
Allsop, yeah.
Just stuck his hands out a bit in front of him. Didn't... Yeah, Sussex 57 for 2.
And he's easy for Tom Blundell, wasn't it? Just a straightforward catch.
Simple catch for him.
Yeah, so Sussex have lost 2 wickets for the addition of just 1 run. And a wicket for Jacob Duffy. And I have to say, I think it's been quite noticeable, Nicky, as the morning has gone on. And we have to emphasise this is a friendly game, so it's not a game that will ever appear in first-class statistics anywhere at all. But for the New Zealanders' point of view, it's an important preparation game, and I just get the feeling during the morning that the New Zealanders have just upped the intensity a little bit here.
Yes, definitely. You can see that they've progressed with the intensity. And
I'm looking forward to watching Tom Clark bat against this attack. He's a young Sussex player, as most of them are. Only 21, a left-hander, plays his club cricket at Horsham. And has already made 200s for Sussex this season, one at Leicestershire last week, another in the opening game of the season against Nottinghamshire. He's a left-handed batsman, very graceful, and he's another young batsman who can only gain in experience from playing in a match like this. So Adam was talking about Colin de Granholm. He was also saying, what do you think of England having a New Zealand coach and captain? Okay, yeah, so we know that Ben Stokes was born in New Zealand. Brendan McCullum, what do you make of that, Nicky?
oh, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Well, what would you say? I think it's going to be interesting. Obviously, there's a school of thought in terms of McCallum's approach to the game as well. So it'll be interesting to see what his influence will be like with the Test team. Don't you think, Adrian?
Yeah, I mean, I think my own view, for what it's worth, Adam, is that it was a very sort of left field appointment. I don't think anybody saw that coming. There was a lot of talk about some of the other names who have coached. I mean, there was a lot of talk about Justin Langer. There was a lot of talk about other coaches from around the world who are more, perhaps already coached in international cricket. So from that point of view, I think it's really good to have somebody who is coming in completely new to the role. No one had thought of, but obviously, he's an attacking cricketer, likes to play the game in an attacking way. I think he could get on really well with Ben Stokes, which is great news. So I think for lots of reasons, it's exciting.
Definitely, and I think, of course, they will be aware.
And England, England needs something in Test cricket. We've had an awful run. We were hammered in the Ashes. And so I think there's nothing wrong with that at all. Now, it's going to be Ajaz Patel who's coming into the attack. We're going to see some spin coming in from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Orr, who stretches forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. I'll just describe the field. There's a slip and a short leg, backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket, a backward square leg and a deep backward square as Patel is in and bowls. And Orr using his feet drives, and he's a bit of a chance there, did Ali Orr. Drives the ball not where he intended. Looking to hit that one through extra cover, gets a thickish outside edge, and the ball ends up going down to third man for 4 runs. So I think it's exciting. I think it's an appointment that no one expected. I think that's good.
Yeah, definitely unexpected.
And, from where England are, they could have gone maybe for one of the safer options, but I'm in favour.
Yeah, definitely, and especially with McCallum, who's going to be aware of New Zealand's strengths and weaknesses, so it'll be interesting to see.
Patel bowls and Orr leans on that and plays it to backward point. There is no run. I mean, some might say, as they do with the England football team, well, we should have an English coach, and I think there is something in that as well, but maybe there's not a standout candidate at the moment.
So it'll be interesting to see how New Zealand look to negate that.
Yeah. Patel. In and bowls, and Orr is back. Plays it on the onside, and there is no run. 61 for 2, Orr on 17. Clark yet to score. The men out. Tom Haynes at 41. Tom Alsop without scoring. Slip and a short leg go down, and Patel is in again. Bowls, and Orr is forward. Plays down the onside, no run. Perhaps I could ask the same question to you, actually, Adam, as to what's the view in New Zealand about Brendan McCullum? Is there a feeling that you'd have liked Brendan McCullum at some stage, and it could well happen in the future, to be coach of the New Zealand side, or should he already be? What the view is from New Zealand as Patel is in. Bowls to Orr, who lost that, and that's a good shot. It was a good shot. It was over the head of Jameson down there at long on. He took a chance at Alistair Orr. Jameson's a tall man, but he drilled the ball over his head. It's gone away for 4 runs. Nice looking shot from Ali Orr. He goes to 21, and Sussex to 65 for 2. Jake from Arundel has been in touch. He says, I'm enjoying watching the cricket on a lovely Sussex day. Heading to the Amex this afternoon for the football. Was a chance for the Sussex batsmen to show their talents against a strong New Zealand team. So I don't know if you're at the ground, Jake, or whether you're watching on the live stream. I suspect if you're down in Arundel, you might be decided to come to the ground, but then you're on your way to the Amex Stadium for the football this afternoon. And Tristan, who's been in touch a couple of times, thanks for getting in touch, Tristan. He says, I'm heading to the UK in September and just wondering if you've got any tips. Also seeing what the weather does, hopefully not too cold. Just excited to get back. Also, if you are wanting a topic of conversation, what are some ideal holiday destinations in the UK? Many thanks, says Tristan.
September-wise, the weather's normally okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can get...
We've been lucky the last few years, actually.
You can get very lucky and have glorious weather in September. You can also get wet weather, but generally I think September's a pretty good month.
Yeah, Stuffy approaching from the sea end. It's bowled a short ball. Clark stuck that one straight through to Blundell with the gloves.
Well, if you're coming to Sussex, Tristan, and you're looking for a nice beach, Nikki and I were talking yesterday, you may have heard our conversation, there is no better beach, I don't think, in Sussex than West Wittering, which is a beautiful beach not far from Chichester. So if you're coming to visit Chichester, which is a lovely town with a beautiful cathedral, then go to West Wittering and have a wander on the beach. It's lovely.
Duffy through to Clark, who's forward and plays it straight back to him.
But if you're coming to Sussex in itself, we heard there from Jake in Arundel. Arundel is the most beautiful town with a lovely cricket ground as well, where normally Sussex would play a first-class match. Due to COVID, that isn't happening this year because Sussex are keen to concentrate on cricket being played here at Hove.
It's very picturesque, Arundel.
Beautiful.
It's a lovely ground.
Yeah, beautiful ground. And often touring sides would play there.
Duffy through to Clark, who leaves that outside the off stumps. Didn't carry much. Blundell had to crouch a bit to take that one.
And if you're staying in the Sussex area, it doesn't take too long to hop on a train from Brighton up into Victoria and enjoy the delights of London as well. So if you're looking to mix a bit of sea and a bit of lovely countryside with a bit of visiting London as well, Sussex is a good place. And
the grounds around Arundel are beautiful. The castle, the grounds, It's a lovely place. Duffy through from the sea end. Clark forward, plays that to mid-wicket, no run.
And they do have in Arundel what they call the Festival of Flowers every year as well, which I think is around June time. And the Chichester Festival, which is a great festival in terms of all sorts of concerts, etc. So lots and lots going on.
Cornwall's another one, actually, especially if you're visiting England in the summer. Duffy through to Clark. Clark's forward, plays that to cover for no run. Nice solid defence from Clark. Nicely getting into the ball, coming forward.
Chichester's Cathedral's Festival of Flowers is a 4-day spectacular taking place from the 8th to the 11th of June this year. Visitors will have the opportunity to experience 60 spectacular flower arrangements displayed within the 900-year-old cathedral, created using over 50,000 blooms. So that's something worth visiting, but not in September. That's happening in June.
Duffy through to Clark again. Full delivery. Gone up.
He's given him.
Clark's making his way back to the pavilion. He's given him right on the pads.
Oh dear, well, that's a shame for Tom Clark. I was really looking forward to seeing him bat. But he was trying to flick that one way through mid-wicket. He got wrapped on the pads. And from here, it's difficult for us to tell because we're looking over mid-off. But what I can say is...
Slight angle, aren't we?
Yeah.
Bit hard to tell from here.
It just looked as if he was playing a bit across the line, Tom Clark, and having Tom Clark a bit of a build-up. That'd be really disappointing to see him on his way back to the pavilion. The second Sussex player in a row to get a duck. And a second wicket for Jacob Duffy. And Sussex out a bit of trouble here on 65 for 3. Jacob Duffy picking up his second wicket of the day, Nikki. So,
It's the end of the over as well.
So from a good position of 56 without loss, Sussex suddenly have lost 3 wickets for 10 and a 65 for 3. We were just saying, weren't we, how we felt the New Zealanders as the morning had gone on here.
They were off to such a good start, especially Haynes was batting beautifully.
Yeah.
We've got Finn Hudson-Prentice coming in.
Yeah, so Finn Hudson-Prentice, born in Burgess Hill, not far from here.
Played his county age group at Sussex.
You know Finn?
Yes, I know Finn quite well, actually.
Okay.
Known for Finn for a while, so he's played his cricket at Sussex, and then I believe he went off to the MCC Young Cricketers programme. He did that for a few years, then off to Derby, and now he's back. He's done a 360. He's back at Sussex, which maybe you can call him a senior player now in the team, given the average age of the squad.
Well, he is the second oldest player in the side. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who is 26. Who's been out of the game this season so far with a stress fracture of the back. He won't be bowling in this game. Normally he's an all-rounder, but he will be batting, and he's out there at the moment with Ali Orr with a batting to do, because Sussex, as I say, have lost 3 wickets here this morning.
We've got a bit of grafting to do here now.
It's Patel who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end, bowling his left-arm spin with a slip and a short leg. Wood point, cover mid-off, mid-on mid-wicket. Fine leg. As in comes Patel and bowls, and Orr is caught slightly in 2 minds, but plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, I believe Finn did all of his county age group down here at Sussex.
Patel. Again, bowls, and Orr stretches forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Lunch today will be taken at 1 o'clock. Regardless of the amount of overs that have been bowled. We're in the 23rd over of the morning. Patel in again, bowls, pours solidly forward, plays into the onside. Fielded by Young, who's in there at short leg, and there is no run. Or using his feet, hammers the ball down the ground. It's going to be 4 balls by Lester Orr, who's taken a bit of a liking here. Trajan Patel has gone all the way for 6 runs. Hammered straight down the ground, slightly wide of long on, carries all the way to the boundary for 6 runs. So Ali Orr goes to 27, and Sussex doing 71 for 3. Good shot as well, used his feet. He's got Carl Jamieson down there at long on, who's a tall man. We know he's 6'8", but it cleared him comfortably and ended up in going over the boundary ropes on the full for 6 runs. Lovely shot by Orr, 71 for 3. Returning again, this time Orr just checks his shot. He was thinking of using his feet, but then played into the onside.
Held himself back there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did a little. Again, bowled, and Orr's at it again, and that could be 6 more. Hammered straight down the ground, and that is 6 more.
It's a lovely shot.
2 thumping shots by Ali Orr, 2 sixes in the over. Well, I wonder if he's thinking to himself, I quite fancy this. Quite fancy playing with a T20 cricket as well, but they were completely orthodox shots, weren't they, by Ali Orr? 2 lovely shots straight down the ground.
Definitely, maybe this will prompt a bit of a change in field for when Patel comes back for his.
But I think they were, they'd have been 6. Even if you had Carl Jamieson right on the ropes, I think they'd have gone for 6 runs. So, Orr on 33, Sussex are 77 for 3. The batsmen out, Tom Haynes for 41, Tom Alsop on Tom Clark, both sadly out without troubling the scorers. And I wonder if we're going to get a change of bowling that far, and we'll see. But for the time being, it's still going to be...
Looks like it's still
Jacob Duffy.
Still Jacob Duffy from the C end.
Certainly been winding up the pace in the last couple of overs.
Definitely. Still sorting their field out here in New Zealand. Duffy's going to be coming into the new batsman, Hudson Prentice. Got 3 slips, a gully, a point. Duffy's making his way through, approaching the crease. Hudson Prentice leaves that outside the off stump.
Well, I'll be keen to get in the runs here, Finn Hudson Prentice. I don't know what the plan is for him going forward in terms of T20 cricket, but he's certainly a very fine fielder and an all-rounder. He's not going to bowl, I understand, for a few more weeks, but Sussex may have his eyes on him playing some T20 cricket. We'll have to see, but he'll just be keen to be playing cricket. He was so frustrated to get injured, literally on the verge of the season starting, so it's good to see him out in the middle.
Duffy through to Hudson Prentice, who leaves that again outside the off stump. Duffy's currently bowling with a 6-3 offside field, so on the leg side we've just got a fine leg, a square leg who's slightly in front, and we've got a mid-on. The offside we've got 3 slips, a gully, point, and an extra cover. Duffy coming uphill. Hudson Prentice is forward, plays that straight into cover, no run.
Certainly winding up the pace there, Ho, isn't he?
Slowly,
Jacob Duffy.
yeah.
He's really bending his back, and just occasionally he's bowled the occasional really very quick delivery.
Making his way through again. He's bowled the ball. Hudson Prentice on the front foot, left that outside off stump. Good to see a bit of grafting from Orr and Hudson Prentice here to help Sussex get back. Duffy into Hudson Prentice. Again, left that outside the off stump. There's one more ball left in the over.
See, Michael Bracewell is warming up in the gully, so we could be getting a change at that far end with Patel being taken out of the attack, perhaps. His 2 overs have cost 20 runs. Alistair Orr taking quite a liking to Aegis Patel.
Yeah, I see Henry's also warming up as well. Duffy through the crease. Hudson Prentice just tries to play
what a great take. What a great take that was by Tumblr down the leg side. That was very athletic, diving away, taking the ball one-handed. Didn't dive. It was a very unfussy piece of wicket keeping, but a very fine take. Brilliant.
How would you describe that, Adrian? That was...
Well, do you know, I mean, so often with wicket keepers, you see, wicket keepers diving around and making stops. But I would say that was all about Tumblr using his feet to get across to that. I mean, he was just across very quickly, dived across, took it one-handed, straight back up. I just thought it was a quality piece of wicket keeping. Patel's going to stay in the attack. Tom Latham is saying, well, that's okay. It's all about getting some overs under your belt. I would just wonder whether they might put Cole Jameson right back on the rope.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well.
On this occasion.
He seems to be heading that way. Is he going to go the whole way?
We shall see. Either way, Sussex are 77 for 3 under blue skies and lots of sunshine here on the south coast of England. Alistair Orr is on 33. He was dropped when he was on 4 by Colin de Grunholm off the bowling of Matt Henry earlier on today, but since then he's battled his way through. He's kicked a couple of big sixes off Aegis Patel, who is in again, bowls and Orr plays defensively into the offside. There's no run. Blundell nips him behind the stumps to field.
You're right, we've got Jameson right on the long on boundary.
Yeah, so he'll have to think twice about if he's going to hit the ball in that direction, because Jameson's... Look at the size of Jameson against the coach who's standing next to him. Here comes Patel over the wicket, bowls, and Orr stretches forward back down the track. Patel fields, and there is no run.
A lunge, that defence, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. He's a tall man, Ali Orr. There's a slip and a short leg. As Orr waits, Patel comes in off just 3 or 4 places bowls, and that kept a little low, and you could probably tell by the howls from the fielders that very nearly breached Alistair Orr's defences. Or twiddles the bat. There we go again. Nikki, there, twiddle, twiddle.
Twiddle, twiddle.
Yeah.
Quite fascinating to see actually different routines from different batsmen.
No, indeed. Patelin again bowls or stretches forward, plays out into the offside, and again there is no run. 77 for 3, all 33. Hudson Prentice yet to score. Haynes for 41. Alsop and Clark without scoring. All back in the pavilion as in comes Patel, bowls or stretches forward, fielded by Tom Latham, who runs round from first slip to field.
Like, some are very particular, especially about their whole routine. Like, I know of a few players who, when they pad up, it will have to be with the first pad will have to be their left leg. Like, they can't change it up.
Patelin again bowls and or punches this one to mid-on, where it's fielded by Bracewell. There is no run. So the end of a maiden over. The previous 2 overs had gone for 20 runs, but on this occasion it's a maiden over. 3 overs, no maiden. 3 overs, 1 maiden. No wicket for 20 for Ajaz Patel. Sussex 77 for 3.
Yeah, so they have quite a routine. A routine, or maybe you could call it a superstition. What would you call it, Adrian?
I would call it a routine, yeah. Yeah, I think routine. I'm just watching out. I can see. I think that's Tamel Mills who's going to do some warm-ups on the outfield ahead of the T20s, which start this week. Got an email in from Adam, who goes on to say, I was also surprised to see McCullum appointed as coach. From what I've read, Rob Key liked McCullum's attitude and thought Stokes and McCullum would make a good partnership. I think internationally, people think McCullum is very aggressive. I disagree with that. I think he's an excellent manager, very smart, and will change the culture of the team. With selection, it'll give players confidence. I think McCullum will like the look of Harry Brook and will play him at 5. I think he'll also want an aggressive middle order and a stable top order. I think he'll also have a look at Matt Parkinson at some stage. I think McCullum wants to see the England Test team good again, so the popularity of Test cricket will rise. If Test cricket is to succeed, we need a strong England, and McCullum wants to get them there. It is going to be Michael Bracewell who's going to come into bowl from this C end of the ground. I'll finish your email in a minute, Adam, but thank you for sending such a comprehensive reply. Great to hear from you.
A bit of spin from the C end as well. It's been played off the back foot by Hudson Prentice, who's worked that down to the deep square leg. They've taken a single.
So Adam goes on to say, as for what New Zealanders think, I think it's hard to gauge. People don't really talk about cricket in New Zealand. I think only about 60,000 people play each year, so there's actually only a small pool of New Zealand interested in cricket. I think most people are surprised with the appointment, but we're proud for him and want him to do well. Thank you, Adam. What a lovely email.
So Bracewell's coming round the wicket now to Orr. Just having a look at the field. Through the crease bowls, Orr's forward, he's left that. Bracewell through, Orr's forward, defends it straight back to the bowler. Yeah, you're right. Mills is doing a bit of a warm-up down there on the right-hand side, isn't he? He's got some cones laid out. I think he's just doing some sprints. Bracewell through, Orr's again left that on the back foot.
Yeah, I suspect we're perhaps getting a bit of spin from both ends because the over 8 is just a little slow. I think New Zealand will be very keen to make sure they bowl their requisite amount of 30 overs in the session.
Just speed things up again.
Yeah.
As Bracewell through the crease, Orr comes down the track. He tries to flare at it. It's gone over slip. They've managed, coming back for 2. Not where he intended that to go. At the end of the day, a run is a run.
Yeah. Sorry, and I mean, he's played that shot very effectively, isn't he? Trying to get down the track. But on this occasion,
likes to use his feet to the spinners. Or Bracewell's through the crease, bowls slightly shorter delivery. Looks like he wanted to reverse sweep it, then he's pulled out and played that down to square leg for a single as the end of the over. Sussex currently 81 for 3 with Bracewell's first over going for 4. Orr's currently on 36, Hudson Prentice on 1. And continuing with Patel from the Cromwell Road end.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex bringing you live coverage from Hove. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nikki Chowdhury for this friendly match between the Test World Champions and Sussex. If you missed the action yesterday, New Zealand making 342 for 3. 4 New Zealanders making half centuries and then retiring. Those being Tom Latham, Will Young, Michael Bracewell and Tom Blundell. Thereafter, Sussex batting this morning, getting off to a very good start, 56 without loss before Tom Haynes out for 41. Alsop and Clark have followed without scoring, but Ali Orr going along nicely. He's on strike. He's on 36 as Patel is in bowls to Orr, who covers up and plays defensively into the offside, and there is no run. There's a slip and a short leg, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket and a deep backward square as Patel is in over the wicket, bowling to Orr, who uses his feet, drives down the ground to mid-off and takes a single, does Ali Orr, comfortable single, which takes him to 37 and Sussex to 82 for 3. It is the most glorious day on the south coast, barely a cloud in the sky, a few wispy clouds above the ground. I was saying to Nikki yesterday, I think they're called mare's tails. That's not the correct meteorological term for them, but they are high wispy clouds, but not interrupting the sunshine. A few people watching from their balconies around the ground. A block of flats away to our right hand side, 3 people standing on the roof.
Colourful washing as well.
Yeah, colourful washing out as well on some of the balconies as Patel is in bowls to Hudson Prentice, the right-handed Hudson Prentice, who plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Shirt sleeve order, shorts as well, sunglasses a necessity, as is the sun cream in a hat today as Patel is in around the wicket bowl, stretching forward is Hudson Prentice, plays that to mid-wicket, fielded by Rutherford, and there is no run. Patel in his 4th over, figures of 0 for 21, including 1 maiden, and he's in around the wicket bowl. Hudson Prentice stretches forward, plays into the covers. Again, there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email. We had lots of emails from New Zealand, which has been terrific to hear, and thank you everybody from getting in touch. As in comes Patel and bowls. Hudson Prentice plays onto the leg side. The howl, as they thought that had carried to Will Young at short leg. It didn't. It's the end of the over. Just a single coming from that over. Sussex are 82 for 3 with Orr on 37, Hudson Prentice on 1. We've got 10 minutes to go into the lunch break, and I rather suspect we might see the spinners bowling until the lunch break, because I'm sure New Zealand will want to bowl their 30 overs in the hour. We're playing very much to test match regulations.
I think they'll manage that quite easily, Adrian. They should do.
Jackie's been in touch. Hello, Jackie. She says, hello, Adrian and Nikki. I'm enjoying the sunshine and the commentary. What a great opportunity these young cricketers are experiencing against a strong Sussex New Zealand team. Good to see the stands going up at the Cromwell Road end for the impending white ball season 2, says Jackie, who's in the Sharks stand.
Where's the Sharks stand? Oh,
next
one on my left.
Perhaps Jackie might wave. We'll see if she's there.
As Bracewell through the crease to Orr. He's left that again on the front foot. Is Jackie waving?
I can't see, but then I can't see the whole stand from where we're commentating from. But if you're in the Shark stand, you definitely need your sun hat.
Yeah,
the sun cream.
It's quite the sun trap, that stand.
Yeah.
Bracewell through to Orr. Again, who's left that on the front foot. Interesting, leave that one.
Thank you, Jackie, for getting in touch. Who's a regular contributor as well on Twitter as well, so good to hear from you. I think that's Steve Finn doing some warm-ups.
Yeah, he is. I've got Mills and Finn down there as Bracewell's through. Orr's played that off his legs. It's gone to 45. Short legs chased that. They've managed to nick single there. That brings Orr on to 38. Bracewell through the crease. Hudson Prentice has gone to sweep that. It's gone down quite fine, making its way. Looks like it's going to the boundary. Yes, it has. Good effort from the fielder, who's run all the way from backward square leg down to fine leg. That's a boundary for Hudson Prentice.
Shot, wasn't it?
Nice shot. Just timed that one, Finn. Just using the pace of the ball. Seemed to have just guided it.
Yeah, beautifully played, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Race well through. Finn's just played that off the back foot down to mid-wicket. He's managed to nick a single as De Grandhomme has chased that. Got all back on strike. There's a bit of a field change due to the left-hand, right-hand combination. Bracewell coming in round the wicket to Orr, who is forward and opens the face of the bat, plays that to point for no run. That is the end of the over. Sussex currently 88 for 3. Bracewell bowls 2 overs for 10 runs. It looks like Patel's going to continue from the Cromwell Road in, so hopefully New Zealand are going to squeeze in these overs before lunch.
Yes, well, we had 28 overs so far, so yeah, I think we'll get 2 more in before lunch, and that'll keep New Zealand on track for where they want to be. I can see, as I say, just talking about Steve Finn and Tamal Mills. So Tamal Mills, who doesn't play red ball cricket for Sussex, only plays the white ball form of the game. He's been away in the IPL, but he's back, and Sussex will be hoping he's fit to play in their first game on Tuesday against Glamorgan. And Steve Finn, who did sign for Sussex for red and white ball, has been struggling with a knee injury, and I can see his left knee is very heavily bandaged. But Sussex will be hoping he can play in some white ball cricket as well. Anyway, it's going to be Patel, who I think this will be the penultimate over before lunch, coming in from the Cromwell Road in, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who's forward, plays it straight down the track. Patel fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. 88 for 3. Patel is in, bowls, Hudson Prentice is forward, plays out into the offside. Again, there is no run. Slip and a short leg still in place. Tom Latham claps his hands. Patel is in, bowls, Hudson Prentice drives through the offside to long off, picks up a single. Simply despite this stress fracture, he seems to be running very freely, does Finn Hudson Prentice. And he picks up a single. He goes to 7, and Sussex to 89 for 3 as Tamal Mills goes through a warm-up on that eastern side of the ground as we look out from our commentary position, sprinting down the hill.
So the T20s kick off on Thursday then,
Yes,
don't they,
do.
Adrian?
Yeah, Sussex with home to Glamorgan and then a trip to Bristol on Friday night and Gloucester. So the matches do come thick and fast in the next few weeks as in comes Patel and bowls and all looking to cut that one away through backward point, misses out. The ball ends up in the gloves of Blundell and there is no run. Patel once again bowls and or drives firmly into the cover straight to, that's Rutherford, and again there is no run. This ball of the, what I think will be the penultimate over before the lunch break, and Patel is in and bowls and all down and driving again. That's going to be 6 more. Hammered away over long on, and that's gone all the way for 6 runs. I think that's the 4th 6 that Alistair Orr has hit.
It's a very nice shot indeed.
Shot straight down the ground. He goes to 44. And Sussex 95 for 3. Lovely shot. Double check that actually. I think that's his 4th 6. No, it's his 3rd 6. All of them off the spin of Patel and just drilling the ball straight back down the ground. Lovely shots.
This might be the last over before lunch. Bracewell continuing from
Yeah,
the end.
I don't think New Zealand will want to bowl more than, he probably does rattle through his overs, and the digital clock is showing 12:57, but I think they'll just be keen to get this over in, and then we'll all disappear for lunch.
Bracewell through to Hudson Prentice, who defends that, plays it across to 45, and they manage to nick a single. Just close the face of the bat slightly there, Hudson Prentice, allowing him to access the 45 region. Bracewell coming around the wicket to Orr, through the crease, and Orr leaves that straight into the gloves of Blundell. Bracewell making his way back to the top of his run-up. And he comes through the crease. Again, Orr leaves that off the back foot, straight into gloves of Blundell.
It was rattling through this over, we might get another one in, you know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. In he comes, Bracewell to Orr. Orr's played that off the back foot, just defended straight back down the wicket to the bowler.
They're just taking their time, actually. I think they're just making a couple of fielding changes just to make sure this is the last over before lunch, actually. 2 balls to go.
Tactics, eh, Adrian? Tactics?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just
do a shoelace.
Yeah.
Take some time.
Yeah, take a bit of time.
Remark your run-up. Bracewell through to Orr. Orr's forward, defends that. Nice forward defence. Lunging forward, getting right over that ball. Killed it completely. Just having a few fielding adjustments. You've got 2 slips, a point, cover, mid-off, a leg slip, short leg, mid-on. Bracewell through round the wicket to Orr, who is forward, defends it straight down the wicket, back to the bowler. By the looks of it, that is lunch. Yes, it is. Sussex currently 96 for 3 off 30 overs. Or on 44, Hudson Prentice on 8. The players are making their way back to the dressing rooms to go have a bite to eat. On this lovely, lovely sunny day here down at Hove. It's a Sunday afternoon and it is a lovely, glorious day.
It certainly is, as the players leave. Nikki, thank you for your efforts this morning. Thank you all for your emails and your tweets. It's been lovely to have so many people in contact with us here in the commentary box. So Nikki and I are going to have a little bit of lunch. And
we'll grab a bite too.
Yeah, we'll leave the effects microphone bubbling away and we'll speak to you in about 40 minutes' time. Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove for the afternoon session of this friendly match between New Zealand and Sussex. Sussex going to lunch on 96 for 3. Alior on 44, Finn Hudson-Prentice on 8. It's going to be Ajaz Patel who's going to carry on the New Zealand attack straight after the lunch interval. Coming around the wicket to bowl to Hudson-Prentice in and bowls, and Hudson-Prentice turns out for the first run after the interval through square leg. He picks up his first run, he goes to 9. And Sussex to 97 for 3. Just to reiterate, this is a friendly game, so first-class rules don't apply to this game. Nonetheless, it's a serious workout for the New Zealanders and a great opportunity for these young Sussex batsmen against the Test World Champions. Slipping a short leg of the close field, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square as Patel is in bowls, and all lets that one go outside of the off-stump. Taken by keeper Tom Blundell, and there is no run. In bowls, and he should have been caught. He's dropped at short leg. That's a bad miss by Will Young. He'll be really, really cross with himself. Alior trying to play a bit of a paddle sweep, didn't execute it properly at all, and the ball gloved and was in the air for a long time. And I think Young will be disappointed, Nikki, that he didn't catch that.
I think it would be indeed.
So that's the second life that Alior has had. He was dropped on 4.
Maybe it's his day today then.
And now he's been dropped on 44. In again, bowls, and Orr is back and across. Needs to be careful there, Alior, playing bat, because it'd be plumb LBW if he hadn't got a bit of bat on that.
It's quite a full delivery, that one.
No, it was. It was a good length, and he was back on his stumps, which is a dangerous game against a spinner, as Patel is in again in bowls, and he's back on his stumps, this time to a ball that's slightly shorter of length. And he defends away. And there is no run. Or is forward, plays straight back down the offside of the track. There is no run into the first over after lunch. Patel's figures 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 29. He's been hit for 3 big sixes by Alior. Straight down the ground. If you're joining us for the first time today, a very good afternoon. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nicky Chowdhury. Live commentary here from Hove, which looks fabulous in the sunshine. Sussex losing 3 wickets this morning. The skipper Tom Haynes for 41. Tom Alsop and Tom Clark following soon after both of those out. To Jacob Duffy without scoring. Sussex going from 56 without loss to 65 for 3, losing 3 wickets for just 9 runs. There's something of a recovery between Orr and Finn Hudson-Prentice playing his first game of the season, who is on 9, and it looks to me like it's going to be Matt Henry.
Yep, change.
Who's going to bowl from the first time from this end of the ground.
Yep, change of bowling from the CN. Looks like Matt Henry is going to be coming into the attack after lunch. Did you have a good lunch, Adrian? I was currently still munching on his. So from the CN, we've got Matt Henry coming into the attack. He's approaching the crease to Finn Hudson-Prentice. Hudson-Prentice plays and misses. It's gone straight through to the keeper, Blundell. So field-wise, we're looking at 3 slips, a gully, point, cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a wide fine leg to start with.
I do like Matt Henry as an all-round cricketer. I mean, and I do put him in that category. I mean, primarily in the New Zealand side to bowl.
He's in through the crease to Hudson-Prentice, who leaves it outside his off stump, straight through to the gloves of Blundell.
Yes, I enjoyed a very nice lunch, Nikki. I had a vegetarian balti pie.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, it was really nice. Just spicy enough, but it was really, really nice. So I enjoyed that. They managed to catch up with Tamal Mills at lunchtime, who was out doing some bowling practice ahead of the T20s, doing some warming up with Steve Finn.
Yeah, I saw them. They were both out in the middle, bowling a few. Henry into Hudson-Prentice, who just plays that slightly off the back foot. It's nicked a single to cover. Extra cover.
Well taken single, actually.
Yep.
We which it needed to be. Caught straight away.
Good communication between Orr and Hudson Prentice there. I think it really helps actually if you're in the middle and you've got good communication or you have a good understanding of your partner. It actually helps taking those tight singles makes it much easier.
Ben Stokes out for a duck at Lords today. Out second ball, caught by Sam Robson off the bowling of Toby Rowland-Jones. And Toby Rowland-Jones actually taken 5 for 22 for Middlesex. Durham 116 for 6, only in the lead by 44.
Henry into Orr. Ooh, short one.
That was quick.
Ducked out the way of that one.
That was quite sharp, you know.
It was quite sharp. Well watched by Orr.
Yeah.
Stepped on the gas a bit there, Henry.
Well, I think just now and again, there's exactly what the New Zealand bowlers have done. Just now and again, they've bowled the odd very quick delivery, and you thought they're just ramping things up a little bit.
Running uphill, Henry to Orr. Orr's played at that, just dragged in a bit, and he's managed to get some runs.
Yeah.
It's flown away to the boundary.
Well, big inside edge, wasn't it, Nikki?
He just came in a bit, that one. Don't think he expected it. That brings Orr to his half century by then?
No, he's too short. I think it's the 100.
I was just waiting for the scoreboard to update. I thought I was going to be a bit slow. Sussex 102 at 4-3. They bring up their 100. Henry in through the wicket. All's just played that off his through mid-wicket. He's flicked that straight to the boundary. And now he has brought up his half-century. That brings All to 52. That was a lovely shot. He timed that off his hips. 52 runs off 106 balls for Ali Orr.
Well, lovely way to go to your half-century.
Yeah, lovely way. What a lovely shot to get. Very satisfying shot to play.
Yeah, beautifully played.
That is the end of the over. Got Patel continuing from the Cromwell Road end. Sussex currently 106 for 3 with Hudson Prentice on 10 and Orr on 52.
Yeah, so Ali Orr will be very pleased. He's been given a couple of lives. He was dropped when he was on 4, and again since lunch on 44 at short leg.
I think he'll be very pleased to have scored half-century against international attack.
Absolutely. There's lots to like about that. And he's hit 3 big sixes down the ground as well, which I'm sure he enjoyed. All off the man who's bowling now is Patel, who comes in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, beats him outside the off stump. Lovely bit of bowling from the slow left armour, taken by Blundell behind the stumps, and there is no run. Again, bowls. Hudson Prentice. Well, I think on this occasion he let that go. I can only assume he didn't miss the off stump by very much. There was a little skip and a jump from Ajaz Patel.
The skip and the jump, I think it implied it was pretty close to that off stump.
No, I agree. I think it was very close. Patel again just waits. Letting the short leg go down. Patel is in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice just eases this away through mid-wicket. No run.
Nice little dive from mid-wicket.
It was, wasn't it? 6 for 3. So, and Hudson Prentice drives, and he's dropped. That's the third catch that's gone down. That was a fairly regulation caught and bowled. Dropped on 10 in Hudson Prentice. That was a caught and bowled opportunity. Tell in bowls, Hudson Prentice is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. And despite this only being a friendly game, Nikki, New Zealand will be very keen to snap up these chances. You know, that chance comes along in a test match.
I think so.
You know, you're expected to take it.
Yeah, I think they'll be trying to play this match as in realistic conditions as they can, really.
Oh, absolutely. Patel in again, round the wicket bowls. Hudson Prentice is forward, plays to mid-off. There is no run. It's the end of Patel's over. He's now bowled 7 overs. 1 maiden and has taken none at 4:29. He tosses his sun hat in the air. A little bit of annoyance. I think he'd expected to have held that. End of the over, 106 for 3, all 52. Hudson Prentice on 10. Live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and Nikki Chowdhury with you for the rest of the day and tomorrow. Although it has to be said, the weather forecast for tomorrow is really not the best.
I'm
really
really hoping it just changes overnight.
Yeah, there's certainly talk of rain tomorrow, so we'll have to see how much of that materialises.
According to the weather report, it says around 24%.
Right, okay,
But
so
that's not convincing enough at the moment. We've got Henry continuing from the sea end.
Got a little look and see what they're saying.
At the top of his mark, Henry making his way down through the crease to Orr. Orr's played that off the back foot through to cover, and they managed to nick a quick single.
Yeah, he's looked increasingly confident, hasn't he, Ali Orr? The good news for the end of next week in terms of the weather and looking ahead to the T20 matches is the weather looks well set for certainly towards the end of the week, certainly on Thursday.
It's looking lovely, I think.
Yeah, it is. I think it's meant to be very nice.
I'm looking as far forward till the 4th of June, and it just looks like 20 degrees with nice sunshine.
Great stuff, not too hot.
Good cricket weather. Henry into Hudson Prentice. Just played and beaten outside the off stump there.
That was a cracking delivery, wasn't it?
Good delivery.
By Henry.
Sometimes there's nothing you can do when you get a good delivery, can you? Just...
It was an excellent delivery, wasn't it? Just leaving the right-hander. Mm-hmm. Not much Hudson Prentice could do about that. High-class performer. Is Matt Henry.
Henry into Hudson Prentice. Prentice on the front foot, driven that to cover, no run.
Sure, from Phil Hudson's Prentice point of view, he hasn't played any cricket this season. He'll just be glad to be out in the middle and getting some cricket in. With so much happening over the next few weeks.
Definitely Henry and Hudson Prentice on the front foot, driven that through cover. What a lovely drive. That's running away to the boundary. That's 4.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? Just slightly
Lovely
over
drive.
pitch. Yeah. Just eluding the dive at mid-off. I think we are going to get some rain tomorrow, but maybe not until the afternoon. We'll have to see.
Hopefully no rain at all. Henry into Hudson Prentice. Play and...
Okay, it's a bit low, didn't it?
Yeah, beaten. That's gone straight through to Blundell with the gloves. That did keep low. Didn't... Yeah. Down to his shins. Blundell had to take that again.
Yeah, that did keep low. And not too many have done that, to be honest, during this match.
We saw a few more actually yesterday that did that, but not too many today.
Yeah.
Running uphill, Henry through the crease, and again,
good delivery.
Lovely delivery. Just has gone straight past the bat play and beaten by Hudson Prentice. That is the end of the over. Henry's bowled his 7th over, 3 maidens, 27 runs. Sussex currently on 111 for 3, Nelson, and Hudson Prentice on 14 or on 53.
Yeah, good over, wasn't it, from Matt Henry? Lovely shot by Fid Hudson Prentice to bring up a boundary.
That was a lovely cover drive. Beautiful.
Beating the outside edge on a couple of occasions. It's going to be Patel who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Said umpteen times today, it's a gorgeous day down here on the south coast. If you'd like to get in touch, please send us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. It's going to be Patel. In and bowls and Orr is forward. You get the impression, Nikki, that Ali Orr is desperate to get down the wicket again too.
Yes, you can tell he's pretty eager to get down the wicket to Patel.
And bowls and Orr is forward, plays down the offside of the track. We had very nice at lunchtime to meet Jackie Pelling, who came and introduced herself very kindly to Nikki and myself, and Jackie's sitting in the Shark stand, and she was saying how she was listening to the commentary. As in comes Patel, bowls, and all plays the onside, and there is no run. And she was explaining that the commentary was a couple of balls behind, and I said, well, are you listening through a phone? And she said, yes. And I said, well, if you get yourself a headset, you can listen to us in real time. So Jackie's had a wander to the club shop, bought herself a headset, and she just says, right, what a bargain. And now she's enjoying real-time commentary. So in comes Patel, bowl short, pulled away by Orr. That's going to be 4 runs. Too short from AJ Patel. Ajaz Patel, I should say, just hammered away by Ali Orr through the wicket for 4 runs. He goes to 57. That's a 50 partnership between these two. There's come up in 76 balls in 43 minutes. Lovely shot by Ali Orr. So, so Jackie is Jackie, with your permission, perhaps you could just drop us a line. It'd be quite good to just drop that email through to the club, because I'm not sure that many people are aware that they can buy headsets on the ground, which is a bit frustrating. So if you could just drop us a yes, that's okay, we'll forward that on to the club. In comes Patel, bowls, and Orr is desperate to get down the wicket again. In the end, he squirts the ball to backward point, and there is no run. There's a slip at a backward point, cover mid-off. There's a long on, a mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and that fielder, Will Young, under the helmet at short leg. Patel in again, bowls, and forward comes Orr. Smothers plays it down the offside of the pitch. There is no run. End of another over. Patel 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 33. Sussex are 115 for 3, with Alistair Orr on 57, Finn Hudson Prentice on 14. That over saw the 50 partnership brought up. The last wicket going down when the score was 65, when Tom Clark was LBW to Jacob Duffy without scoring. The other batsman out today, Tom Alsop, who was also out for a duck, caught behind by Tom Blundell. And Tom Haynes, who was caught at first slip by Will Young off the bowling of Colin de Grandhomme for a very stylish looking 41.
Got Henry continuing from the sea end, running into Hudson Prentice. He's bowled the ball. Hudson Prentice is looking to flick that. Didn't really get to hit that where he wanted to. He's gone straight back to Henry, who's now walking back to the top of his run-up.
About Henry's action, it's sort of very economic, and I love the way he gets on with it as well. He doesn't sort of hang around, does it, at the end of his run? Straight back into his run. And
yeah, straight back to business.
Lovely approach to the wicket.
Henry runs in, bowls.
Oh, what bowled.
Play and a miss from Hudson Prentice, straight into the gloves of Blundell. Sounds like a good atmosphere on the field from the New Zealand boys, actually. There's a good bit of noise going around. Henry approaching the crease. Hudson Prentice leaves that outside his off stump. You're right, Adrian. Henry likes to bowl the ball and get straight back to the top of his run-up.
Well, he does, doesn't he?
Not much faffing around.
No, I don't like that. I don't like
it's
faffing
good.
around.
No, I don't like faffing around either. Henry into Hudson Prentice. He's played that off the front foot, defended it straight.
Over rates are a real bugbear of mine, to be honest. I mean, I personally think that a side should be able to bowl 16 overs in an hour. I don't think there should be any question about that at all. And too often for me in county cricket, you see the bowler's ready to start his run, or it takes too long to get back, or then the captain makes a change to the field. I think there should be far more stringent penalties for slow over rates.
Henry into Hudson Prentice, who's
out. Another drop.
Just edged that.
That's the fourth drop of the day. Now, who's put that one down? That was at second slip. It was a definite drop.
It was a definite drop.
Went to second slip. It was low down. And it's been put down by, now I haven't got all the numbers in front of me, but it was number 32 on his shirt, and I can't see from who that is. But it was a chance, it was low to his left-hand side. Oh, it's Will Young, I think. But it was a definite chance. And you'd expect that to be taken in a test match. So that's 2 lives that Hudson Prentice has had.
2 lives.
So it's been dropped on 10 and dropped on 18.
Henry into Hudson Prentice, down the leg side, taken nicely by Blundell. At the end of the over, Sussex 119 for 3. Henry's bowled his 8 overs, 3 maidens, 31 runs. All currently on 57, Hudson Prentice on 18.
Announcement going around the ground, frustratingly. We can't hear.
It's a bit of a murmur.
Yeah, so we'll. I'm sure it's everyone's staying put, which is a good thing. So it's nothing about the ground or anything like that, which is good news. So
change your bowling.
Yep, and it's going to be Carl Jamieson, the big tall figure of Carl Jamieson. Nicky looked it up earlier. 6'8" tall is Carl Jamieson, and he's going to be bowling down the hill from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. We heard that announcement coming across the PA from Sam Keir, who is on PA duties today. Good to hear Sam at the ground. And I'll describe the field in a couple of moments. Tom Latham just taking a bit of time to arrange the field. There is a slip. Is it just the one slip? I think maybe it is just going to be the one slip. We'll see in a couple of moments' time. Tom Latham is going to go in at slip. Yeah, in fact, we're going to have at least a couple of slips, I'm sure. So, looks to me, Nicky, like 2 slips in a gully. So Young at first, Latham at second. There's a gully, a point, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, and a fine leg. As Carl Jamieson waits at the end of his run, he's going to run in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground in bright sunshine. Around the wicket, he's in and bowls, and Alistair looking to tickle that one down to leg side. That's a fine take by Tom Blundell, who gets a hand of congratulations from Will Young, who's fielding at first. I'm very impressed with Blundell behind the stumps today. I think he's been excellent.
It's been great.
Very under-fussy keeper. Wasn't an easy take down the leg side. No loosener from Carl Jamieson. With a twiddle of the bat, the left-handed Alistair settles himself and waits as Carl Jamieson is back to his mark at the Cromwell Road end of the ground and is on his way. He bowls and all up on his toes, plays that firmly into the offside. They've taken one and they'll come back for a second as the ball goes out towards the cover boundary.
Played that nicely off the back foot on the rise, actually. That was a
nice shot, wasn't it?
Lovely shot.
Yeah, punched it away through the covers. Alistair goes to 59 and Sussex to 121 for 3. In reply to the New Zealand total of 342 for 3 yesterday. 4 half centurions in the New Zealand batting lineup. Jamieson down the hill, in and bowls, and well, I think that was a play and a miss outside the off stump.
I think he was tempted to have a play at that, wasn't he?
I think he definitely was. I think he's pretending there, Ali, that he didn't actually.
I think he did.
Not so sure about that.
I think it was a very last-minute decision of his to
Yeah.
back out of that.
Yeah, but I think you're right.
Very last minute.
Jameson. Around the wicket with 2 slips and a gully to the left-handed Alistair Orr. He's in bowls and lets that one go. That was a definite leave.
That was a more committed
Yeah,
leave, wasn't it?
No, it definitely
More
was.
committed leave from Orr there.
Yeah. Whizzes through. Tom Blundell. The sun has just got a little watery, actually. It's not quite as bright as it was earlier on. There's a bit more cloud around, but it's all high-level stuff. As Nicky was saying, there's a forecast to be a little bit of rain tomorrow. Let's hope that doesn't materialise. It'll be the final day of this game.
The forecast doesn't look too convincing, so let's hope the rain stays away.
No, I agree. It doesn't. It really doesn't. As in comes Jamieson bowls. That's wide. The stump ball has absolutely nothing to do with that, and the ball sails through to Blundell. And again, there is no run. Alistair on 59. Hudson Prentice on 18. So there's 121 for 3. Sort of on balcony watch over the last couple of days. There's a gentleman away and is sitting on his sun hat away to our right-hand side watching. Other than that, most of the balconies are deserted. Perhaps everyone's at the beach. There's a couple of people in that right-hand tower block over there I can see watching this, sitting on their balcony. As in comes Jameson bowls and all drives right up in the block hole, drives to backward point, and there is no run. It's the end of another Kyle Jamieson over. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16, and Sussex are 121 for 3 with Alistair on 59, Finn Hudson Prentice on 18. Orr, who's had a couple of lives, dropped on 4, dropped on 44, is certainly making the most of his good fortune, Nicky.
Yes, he is. He's looking good as well. He's played some lovely shots.
Yes, he has. Particularly those lofted shots down the ground.
Yeah,
that
the
went for
ones
6. They were great shots, weren't they?
Definitely using his feet against Patel, making some space and going straight over the tops. Lovely shots. And he's at the top of his mark from the C end. He's making his way through the crease. Hudson Prentice plays that on the front foot. He's next single to cover.
Around the wicket now, Matt Henry, which is interesting to Alistair Orr. Get a bit frustrated just in that chance go down, that chance that went down in the slips in the previous over, giving Hudson Prentice a life.
Yes, must be a bit frustrated. And again, there's always another chance. Henry around the wicket to Orr. Was on the front foot, defended, no run. And he takes a little wander towards square leg.
Yeah, that's so many batsmen seem to do that, don't they? Wander away, maybe.
It's a very common thing to do.
Would you do that when you're batting?
Yes, I do.
Right.
I think it's a good way just to clear your head a bit and you just go take a break, cut out, and then you're back again for the next ball.
And do you have a routine when you're batting? Is there something that you do every time?
Oh, I do have a routine.
All right, you have to tell us about that. I'm interested.
Do have a routine. I think most people have a routine, actually. Henry into Orr around the wicket. Was on the front foot, driven through to cover. Nice solid drive, no run though.
Nice looking shot, wasn't it?
Good bit of fielding.
Yeah, just every now and again, New Zealand have really lifted the tempo in this match, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
And you just feel that they're really starting to gear up towards this Test series against England.
Yeah, their tempo's coming in waves, to say the least. Henry in round the wicket, through the crease.
Ooh,
Gone up.
That's out.
Out.
Yeah, you could tell that was out,
Yes.
even from here at mid-off. Back and across, struck him around about the knee roll, and Ali Orr goes. And as I say, just now and again, the New Zealand bowlers have just put in that quicker delivery.
That effort ball's just come in.
Yeah, and Ali Orr goes for 59.
Nice little innings from Ali Orr.
No, it was a nice innings.
Or a half century against an international attack. Number 1 test team in the world, not bad.
And he gets a nice reception as he wanders off as well. So Alior is gone for 59. Next man in, I suspect, is probably going to be Ollie Carter, the wicket-keeper batsman. Let's see if it is. Yes, it is. Making his way out of the pavilion. But a good knock from Alistair Orr.
Indeed.
But he's certainly a bowler, Matt Henry, you just can't take any liberties with whatsoever. Are these the tops you were talking about yesterday?
These are the tops. We were talking about the hoodies.
Oh, yeah.
Ariane and I were speaking about the hoodies.
Yes, you were.
We saw on Monday when the New Zealand team arrived that they had a very nice kit, and we were eyeing the hoodies. We were like, those are very nice hoodies.
Right. Well, the sort of the training kit they've got on.
The training kit's nice.
Yes,
it is. We just both like our hoodies, and it was just a very nice piece of kit.
You need to use your influence, Nikki, to see if you can. Maybe you can.
Mistakenly just come across one and have to.
Yeah, that's right. Someone will say, "There you are for commentating on the match."
Yes, please. If you're listening and you're coming across one of the New Zealand.
Here is your hoodie as a souvenir.
Yeah. As a souvenir, come on.
Yeah,
there must be quite a few spares going around as well. Just a nice little hoodie would be great. I would treasure it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Ollie Carter is the new batsman. Quite an examination against...
Got 2 right-handers at the crease now.
Matt Henry, yeah.
Henry's uphill to the new batsman. And he's forward, Carter's forward, straight back to Henry. No run. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I can get my hands on one of those hoodies, Adrian. But if I get one, Ariana's not going to be happy.
No.
She's not going to be happy.
Well, she's in Portugal anyway, so she won't know.
That's true. Hopefully she's not listening in. Henry into Carter. Carter's forward, defended that, no run. And that is the end of the over. Sussex currently 122 for 4. Hudson Prentice on 19, and the new bat is Carter, currently on 0.
And just to remind you, listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex. You may be watching via the Sussex Club stream on a lovely day here on the south coast. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nikki Chowdhury, who is making her broadcasting cricket debut today. Not her broadcasting debut, because she presents a radio programme on Sunrisers Radio?
Sunrise Radio.
Sunrise Radio, get it right. So you can live and listen to that if you want to listen to Nikki.
If you like Bollywood music or Punjabi music and you fancy listening to some gossip, you can tune in.
Right, okay. You can listen online, presumably, can you, Nikki?
Yes, you can listen online, on the app, or on DAB.
Right, so pretty much everywhere you can
Everywhere. I've had listeners from all over the place, Adrian. I've had people from Canada, America, Mauritius.
Wow, that's amazing.
Australia.
Carl Jamieson is running in furiously down the hill, comes in and bowls to Hudson Prentice down the leg side, taken by Blundell, and there is no run. I just get the feeling in this little passage of play, Nikki, that New Zealand has just sort of upped the ante here a little bit. There was a bit of a clap of hands 5 or 10 minutes ago, and one of the fielders shouted out, "Come on, boys!" And all of a sudden the fielders were moving around a lot more quickly in the outfield. And I just get the feeling here that Tom Latham won't want this to drift. They're not here for fun, the New Zealanders.
Definitely,
they're here. This is a practice match in advance of a Test match series.
Definitely, they're going to be going at this 100% like a normal match.
Jamieson comes in, bowls, and Hudson Prentice. That's a lovely shot.
Lovely shot.
That was beautifully played. Over pitched on Midland leg, just eased through mid wicket by Hudson Prentice. That's beautifully played. He goes to 23, Sussex to 126 for 4. That's as good a shot as we've seen today, actually. Beautiful shot. Really nicely played, clipped away for 4 runs through mid wicket. It's on Hudson Prentice's first game of the season. He waits. Jameson in bowls. Hudson Prentice, watch that one sail by outside of the off stump, taken by Blundell, and there is no run. Look as if things are going to finish well for Little Hampton, a town on the Sussex coast.
What's happening with them?
Well, they're playing in the final of the FA Finals at Wembley, but unfortunately they're losing by 3-0, which is a shame. But they made it to the final, and I'm sure they've had a great day. But they'd have liked to have won, as Jameson is in. Bowls let go by Hudson Prentice outside of the off stump, and there is no run. 26 for 4. Carter yet to score. Hudson Prentice on 23. The men out for Sussex today. Alistair Orr for 59. Tom Haynes 41. Tom Alsop and Tom Clark both without troubling the scorers. Hudson Prentice has batted very nicely. He's on 23, although he has been dropped twice. Caught and bowled off Patel, and then dropped at slip off the bowling of Matt Henry. In bowls. Oh, that's an absolute belt from a delivery. That beat Hudson Prentice all ends up. That was a beautiful delivery. Very nearly caught the outside edge, very nearly bowled Finn Hudson Prentice. Just went literally over the top of middle stump. That was a super delivery. And he really bent his back. And that's what I mean, that every now and again,
just coming in,
you just think these bowlers thinking, right, I'm going to let one go here. And that was a quick delivery by Kyle Jameson. Hoping to play in that first test match at Lord's. Coming up in less than a couple of weeks' time now. He's on his way. Hudson Prentice let that go, and I think that was probably a good lead by Finn Hudson Prentice. That wasn't far away from the off stump. Jameson looks a little frustrated that he hasn't picked up a wicket. But he hasn't done so. End of the over. 126 for 4. Hudson Prentice 23. Carter yet to score. Elsewhere in the county championship matches being played today, let's look at the second division, because Durham 127 for 6 at Lord's, leading Middlesex by just 55 runs. Middlesex will be hoping to wrap that up. Nottinghamshire have beaten Derbyshire by 10 wickets at Trent Bridge, leading 167 to win. They got there with Ben Slater making 64 and Asib Hamid in good form making 93, including 12 fours and 2 sixes ahead of the test match series. So they're second division.
Got Henry from the sea end in to Carter, who plays that off the front foot. He's tickled that away to square leg. They've taken a single there. Carter off the mark.
In the first division, Lancashire have been beaten by an innings on 56 runs by Essex at Old Trafford. Kent 21 without loss in their second innings, leading Northants by 110. That game destined for a draw at Wantage Road. And Warwickshire may be going to save the day against Yorkshire. They're 151 for 3, trailing Yorkshire by 54, having at one stage been 25 for 3. Sam Hain and Will Rhodes.
Henry 3 to Hudson Prentice, who leaves it outside the off stump. Into gloves of Blundell.
Both with half centuries. So the county champions, the current county champions, fighting hard to avoid defeat. Surrey top of the county championship at the minute at 105 points. Hampshire with 102. Lancashire with 87. Essex with 76.
Henry running uphill from the sea end.
Sure.
Hudson Prentice played a lovely drive just off the back foot. Point got a hand to it, so they've just managed to take a single there. A lot of chatter from the New Zealand boys on that pitch. You can hear it in the effects.
No, you can, absolutely.
A lot of chatter. Carter on straight, Henry running in through the crease. Short ball, Carter ducks. It's quicker delivery. Blundell takes, I think. Breeze is picking up here slightly. The flags are flying high.
There's a bit more of a breeze. You can see the New Zealand flag and the Sussex flag fluttering away on the scoreboard, on the clock tower scoreboard away to our right.
Henry through the crease. Carter's forward, defends it. No run.
Every now and again, Matt Henry looks capable of that delivery with a little bit of extra
That
zip.
extra oomph.
Yeah, absolutely.
The oomph ball.
Little bit of extra zip, isn't there? Matt Henry. He's very happy for us to forward on the email about her earpiece that she's bought, so we'll send that on to the club.
Henry through to Carter, who's forward, is the player in the miss. So that did not carry at all. London had to get quite low for that one to take that. That's the end of the over. Sussex 128 for 4. That's 40 overs gone. We've got 50 overs remaining for today.
First of those is going to be bowled again by Kyle Jamieson, who's going to be running in from the Cromwell Road of the ground. This afternoon for cricket watching, a little bit of breeze, plenty of people sitting around with shorts and t-shirts on. I can see our friend who had his Brighton and Hove Albion shirt on has disappeared. He's probably making his way to the Amex Stadium, just up the A27 from here, a drive out of Hove and along the A27 to Falmer, which is where the ground is by the University of Surrey, Sussex. 3 slips, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg as Jamieson is in. Bowls and Hudson Prentice forward and plays to mid-on and there is no run. Tall man Kyle Jamieson generates good pace, particularly bowling down the hill. See, Colin de Grandhomme is warming up.
Shaking his legs around a bit.
Yeah, he is. A bit of sort of Pilates type exercises. As Jamieson is on his way in the bowls. Oh, Hudson Prentice is hit. I think around about the thigh pad. There was a try of catch as the ball went away into the slip cord and Will Young dived forward. My feeling was it probably came off the thigh pad. I'm not sure that Hudson Prentice got a nick on that, but either way it was a pacey delivery from Kyle Jamieson.
Random is definitely warming up.
So we may see him back into the attack before too much longer. Here comes Jamieson down the hill, bowls right up in the block hole, and Hudson Prentice actually did really well to keep that out. It was a good delivery, and Hudson Prentice dug the ball out, managed to get a single as well.
Just keen to scamper to the other end.
He was. I think I'd be keen to scamper to the other end as well if I was facing Kyle Jamieson. In fact, I think I'd be sprinting to the other end. Just get away from him. Because he's gone with good pace. Light aircraft made its way across the ground. Is ready, and Ollie Carter, the Sussex wicket-keeper, is ready as well. In comes Jamieson, bowls. Carter lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by Tom Blundell. And there is no run. So those 3 slips in place and a gully, the backward point, the mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. It's in his 8th over. Bowled 1 maiden, no wicket for 21. Jackson is already back at his mark. Tall man, 6'8". Runs in dwarfs umpire ball, win bowls to Carter's forward and plays that firmly to a wideish mid-on. And there is no run. Paul Baldwin, the umpire, on umpiring duties at both ends today. That because the other umpire who started the match, Graham Lloyd, was taken unwell last night. We think that Graham's going to be okay. And Trevor Cox is standing as the replacement umpire, but he's umpiring from square leg throughout the match. So Paul Baldwin is doing both ends and making the decisions LBWs, etc. There's incomes of Jameson Bowles, and Carter's beaten outside the off stump. He's bowled really well here, Kyle Jameson, without any luck. That's the end of his 8th over. 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 21. Sussex 129 for 4. Hudson Prentice on 25. Carter on 1. The men out for Sussex. Tom Haynes for 41 when the score was on 56. Tom Alsop following a ball later. He was caught by Tom Blundell off the bowling of Jacob Duffy without scoring. And just 8 runs later, Tom Clark following. He was LBW to Jason Duffy, also without scoring. Ali Orr top scored with Sussex. He made 59, including 3 big sixes straight down the ground off Ajaz Patel. But then he was LBW to Matt Henry for 59. I think we've got a change of bowling at the C end of the ground. And as predicted by Nicky, it's going to be Colin de Grandhomme who is going to bowl the next over.
I was right.
You were right.
Just turning his arm over to mid-on whilst he sorts the field out as well. Hudson Prentice on strike. De Grandhomme coming in from the C end. Oh. Still not ready, sorting the field out. Right, here we go. Up the hill. Bowls to Hudson Prentice, who drives forward into the hands of extra cover. Into the hands of short extra, no run. Looking at the field, so we've got 2 slips, a gully, a point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a wideish mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Random into Hudson Prentice, who leaves it outside the off stump. Again, not much carry there. Blundell had to bend down quite a bit to take that. De Grandhomme through to Hudson Prentice, who again leaves it outside the off stump.
Dangerous customer, Colin de Grandhomme. I think always. In fact, you're going to get a better idea of his haircut from here because we're hearing he's got a mullet.
It does look a bit more like a mullet from this end, doesn't it?
You are our hair correspondent.
Looks more of a mullet, de Grandhomme to Hudson Prentice. He drives that beautifully to mid-off though for no run. Nice solid drive, but sends straight to the hands of the fielder.
He's looking good, isn't he, Finn?
Looking very good. I think you're right, Adrian. It's definitely a mullet.
Right, okay.
Who would have thought the mullet's making a comeback, right? So I know in schools it's making a comeback. I just didn't expect it was going to reach international cricket. De Grandhomme into Hudson Prentice, who plays that on the front foot. No run.
I think there's a reasonable crowd here today, considering that this is a friendly game and with the attraction of the Albion playing at home at the Amex today. I'm quite surprised. I think it's quite a decent attendance.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Keen to see New Zealand, I'm sure.
Uphill, De Grandhomme through.
Shot.
What a lovely drive from Hudson Prentice off the front foot. It's straight through the covers, leaning into it beautifully.
Super shot,
It's gone
wasn't it?
straight to the boundary. That's the end of the over. That brings Sussex to 133 for 4 off 42 overs. Hudson Prentice currently on 29. Carter on 1. De Grandhomme was bowled 6 overs for 2 maidens, 20 runs, and he's got the 1 wicket.
Yeah.
That was a lovely shot. Beautiful
played,
shot.
yeah. Good to see Finn Hudson Prentice. I mean, he came back to Sussex at the tail end of last season. Played in a match at Worcestershire. And then we went to Leicestershire for a county championship game where Finn got hit on the hand and broke his finger or part of his hand and missed the rest of the season. And then was really looking forward to this season, and just before the season starts, he picks up this stress fracture of the back. And he can't bowl at the minute, but he can clearly bat.
Clearly.
So it's really good news to see him back out in the middle and and scoring some runs. He's on 29, as Nicky says. Sussex 133 for 4. Carl Jameson is to carry on bowling down the hill. Comes into bowl to Ollie Carter. Carter forwards a ball of good length. Plays to mid-off, and there is no run to the field. 3 slips. De Grond, Home, Latham and Young in the slip cordon. There's a gully who's Michael Bracewell. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. We've got another 47 overs after this one, so we're not quite halfway through the day. The day will be 90 overs of cricket. Just to reiterate, it's a friendly game, but New Zealand are very keen to play to a format that will be used in the test, as in comes Jameson bowls and Carter glides that down to a fine leg and picks up his second run as Ollie Carter. Sussex to 134 for 4. Carl Jameson in his 9th over. Just having a look around on a drinks watch down in that corporate area. I can't see too many people. I thought I might see a few glasses of wine or pints of beer by this stage of the day, with people having perhaps had a leisurely lunch or whatever. But people just sitting and quietly enjoying. Here comes a gentleman. He's just come out the bar. He's got a couple of pints in his hand. He's got a pink shirt on.
Oh, I can see him.
In comes Jameson. Bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays to mid-on, but there is no run. He's giving one of those pints to his mate, who's got a white T-shirt, sitting right in the front row.
His mate's got some quite cool sunglasses on, like blue reflectors.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do look quite cool, don't they?
Quite cool. I do love sunglasses. I'm a bit obsessed with sunglasses.
Are you?
I am.
How many pairs? Do you have lots of pairs?
I shouldn't say this number on air.
Go
I
on.
really shouldn't.
How many?
I've got around 50 pairs of sunglasses.
No.
Yes.
In comes Jameson. Bowls, and Hudson Prentice sways out the way. The ball goes through to Tom Blundell, who takes it, and there is no run. Let's take evasive action there. 50 pairs. What on earth do you do with them all?
I have no idea, but I get really addicted to buying different pairs of sunglasses.
Right. And if you bought a pair a year ago, might they come back into fashion?
Yeah, so you never know, right?
Right. Okay.
And it depends on my mood. It depends where I'm going.
Okay. So there we are. Who can beat that? Who's got 50 pairs of sunglasses that can beat Nicky? I've got 2. In comes Jameson. Bowls that short, and it balloons over the head of Finn Hudson Prentice. I get the feeling that Carl Jameson is getting a bit frustrated here. You know, he's treating this extremely seriously. He's asked for a fielding change from Tom Latham. Cricket update. In fact, there is a change in the field, and that third slip is gone to, what would you say, is a leg gully almost, Nicky? I would say that position
Yeah,
is. Will Young has gone there. In comes Jameson over the wicket, bowls. Oh, he's hit on the pad. That was a quick delivery. It's wrapped Hudson Prentice round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces out onto the offside, and there is no run. 134 for 4. Hudson Prentice on 29. Ollie Carter on 2. Yeah, thanks very much, Tim. Sussex here, 134 for 4 in the sunshine. Finn Hudson Prentice, playing in his first game of the season, is 29 not out. Ollie Carter is on 2. Sussex have lost a wicket since lunch. That was a wicket of Ali Orr, who was eventually LBW to Matt Henry for 59, but not before it hit 3 big sixes straight down the ground off the left-arm spinner, Ajaz Patel. This is a workout for the New Zealanders, Tim, ahead of the first Test match, which comes in just a couple of weeks' time at Lords. They are treating this seriously, and Carl Jameson is bowling a very fast spell down the hill from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Decent sized crowd in. Sussex 134 for 4. That in reply to the New Zealand total yesterday of 342 for 3. To Grand Home continues running away from us, comes into bowl to the right-handed Ollie Carter, who's in on bowls, and Carter plays to the offside. There is no run. Have I pinched your over, Nicky? I think I have.
I think you have.
Okay, well you pinch it back.
I will. But yeah, 50 pairs. I know it's a bit excessive.
That is very excessive. Where do you keep them all, in a rack or something? Or
There's actually a drawer, a chest of drawers I have that have all drawers of different cases.
I've heard of a sock drawer, but I've never heard of a sunglasses drawer.
Well, there's a sunglass drawer to Granham into Carter. He just plays that to Gully, no run. Yeah, I have a sunglass drawer. The thing is, it's really bad, especially if you're traveling and you're just walking through duty free, and when you see all these sunglasses, it's like I'm like a kid in a candy store.
Wow, I've heard of people sorting out there, as they sort out the sock drawer, but Nikki sorts out her sunglasses drawer.
I do. To Granham, coming uphill to Carter, that's been nicked. Has it? It's his first slip. It didn't look like it carried though.
No, don't think so.
The big gave it away. So, yeah, I do have to sort out my sock drawer and my sunglass drawer. Granham running away from us. Carter's forward, plays that off the front foot.
He bowls sort of a nagging line of length, doesn't he, Colin de Grandhomme? He pitches the ball up. He makes the batsman play most of the time. There's very few wasted balls from de Grandhomme.
Granham through to Carter. Carter's forward again. Nice solid defence, no run.
And he does rattle through his overs as well.
Yep,
7
he does.
overs. That was a maiden over. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20 for Colin de Grandhomme. 134 for 4. A very good afternoon wherever you're listening. You may be listening on the headsets around the ground. You may be listening via the BBC website. You may be watching the live stream here provided by Sussex County Cricket Club. Wherever you're listening from, a very good afternoon where the sunshine momentarily here at Hove, you just got a little milky.
It's disappeared a bit, the sun.
There's some high level cloud around. This game due to finish tomorrow. The weather forecast for tomorrow is not overly promising, so we may well get some rain at various points during the day, but if there is any play, we'll be here to report on it. As the New Zealanders just getting themselves into gear for the Test match series that starts on June the 2nd. In comes Carl Jamieson, who's bowling a quick spell down the hill. He bowls to Hudson Prentice, who's forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Jamieson is his 10th over, figures of 0 for 22, but he's bowled very quickly this afternoon. Given a real workout by his captain, Tom Latham, who's standing at second slip. Field, 2 slips and a gully. Point mid-off, mid-on. There's a mid-wicket. Almost, I would say, is a leg gully. Will Young fielding there with his sun hat on and a fine leg. The crowd scattered around the county ground as Jamieson is in down the hill, bowls, and Hudson Prentice drive. Lovely looking shot. That's going to go away for 4 runs.
It's going to race to the boundary.
Just felt for that one outside the off-stump defence, Hudson Prentice, but drove it nicely. A controlled shot through backward point for 4 runs. Nicely played by Hudson Prentice. He goes to 33 and Sussex to 138 for 4. That was a classy-looking shot by Hudson Prentice. And Nikki has got copious notes. It's all typed up. Most impressive.
Oh, I didn't type all of it up.
Well, you've you've printed it all
I
off,
printed some stuff out, yes.
Yeah.
I have to be prepared, right?
No, good for you. Absolutely. That's the name of the game. Jamieson, who won't have enjoyed being hit before. Well, if this might be a short one. Let's see, he comes running in down the hill, bowls, down the leg side, clipped away, down to fine leg. There was a cry of yes, because New Zealand had set a trap there for Hudson Prentice. They've got that leg gully in place, and that was clearly in the air, but nowhere near leg gully. It all came all the way down to fine leg, just a single to Hudson Prentice, who goes to 34, and Sussex to 139 for 4.
I think they're trying to succumb Hudson Prentice to their little plan, aren't they? That little leg gully in there.
Yeah. Jameson. Bowls a rising delivery that was just short of a length, and Carter played that basically from in front of his face.
That took some height, that ball. That definitely took some height.
Ollie Carter is not the tallest. And And Jameson...
He's no 6'8" Jameson.
No, he's not. And I would say this is probably as quick as anything we've seen in the match, actually, Nikki. Carl Jameson is seriously bending his back here.
Yep.
Most of our listeners over in New Zealand have already decided it's time to hit the pillow, I think. Can't blame them either, as in comes Jameson, bowls, and pulled away by Ollie Carter. Doesn't time it, and it ends up in that leg gully position fielded by Young. Jameson gives Ollie Carter a look as if to say, how dare you try and play that shot from there.
He got a bit of the stare, didn't he, Ollie Carter?
He definitely got the stare. Yeah. I'm not sure I'd want to upset Carl Jameson when he's bowling, because he's bowling very fast. Slips go down. Home and Latham. Bowls. Carter is in behind this one, plays it to Michael Bracewell, who fields in the gully. There is no run. End of another Jameson over which he conceded 5 runs. The boundary, courtesy of a lovely looking drive by Finn Hudson Prentice for 4 runs. Now all of a sudden the New Zealand players are all leaving the field en masse.
What's going on?
Where are they all going? Is it a mass loo break? I think it is.
What's happening?
There are 4 New Zealand players who have all gone running off.
Just running up, legging up the stairs.
Well, you can tell this is a friendly game, so I'm not entirely sure that in a first-class game you'd be able to do that. So tell you what, while you're doing that, while they're doing that, could you read out perhaps we'll read out the other scores for the other games?
Yeah, sure.
And I'm going to go and put the kettle on.
Right, let's get these other scores up then. So we've got Northants playing Kent. Kent lead Northamptonshire by 125 runs at the moment. And Yorkshire are playing Warwickshire, and Warwickshire trail Yorkshire by 19 runs with 7 wickets remaining. That is Div 1. Going over to Div 2, we've got Middlesex playing Durham. Durham lead Middlesex by 72 runs with 2 wickets remaining. And between Notts and Derbyshire, Notts have won by 10 wickets. And what else is going on cricket-wise? Not much else. If you're following the Indian Premier League, we've got a match between Sunrisers Hyderabad playing Punjab Kings from 3 p.m. this afternoon, which is taking place at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. And then I think the playoffs start soon as well. I believe it's Gujarat Titans, Lucknow Super Giants, Rajasthan Royals, and one other team which does not come to mind at the moment who are playing in the... RCB. Royal Challengers Bangalore have made the qualifiers for the Indian Premier League. I think it's the first time they've managed to do that as well, Adrian. First time they've managed to do that, so...
And I think you're a keen follower, aren't you, of the...
I actually haven't been following it that much. We're just interested to see what's going on towards the tail end of the tournament, because I think that's when it also gets interesting again. And I think yesterday's match depended quite highly on what Mumbai Indians' result was, to see if Royal Challengers would qualify for the playoffs, which they have, and I think those are taking place in Calcutta. So... what happened there? They all just legged it off the field.
Well, I'm wondering if it's pure speculation that it was a loo break.
They all literally ran.
They did run. They all ran off the field en masse. The New Zealand players are all sort of huddled around as well now. I think they're getting drinks and various things. I think Colin de Grandhomme is saying, well, look, can we just all get on with it?
Yeah, he's at his run up, and he's...
Yeah, he is at the end of his run. He's good to go.
Let's get back to business.
139 for 4.
I think you're right, what you said earlier. You don't want to get on the wrong side of Jameson, do you?
No. Well, it is going to be Colin de Grandhomme who's going to carry on the attack. Hudson Prentice on 34. Carter is on 2. Had what we think might be a loo break. We're not entirely sure. But it just did seem a bit ominous, didn't it?
It was quite funny.
The 4 New Zealand players sort of sprinting off the field. And we're exactly halfway through the day, Nikki.
Yep,
45
exactly
overs
halfway
bowled.
through the day. So de Grandham's making his way from the sea end to Hudson Prentice. And Hudson Prentice is bowled. Quite a full delivery. Hudson Prentice making his way back to the dressing room. His innings comes to an end on 34.
Well, I just wonder whether Finn Hudson Prentice's concentration was disturbed a little bit,
Yeah.
Nikki, because there's been a long break for that loo break. And he looked in very good form, Finn Hudson Prentice, but he's had his off stump unceremoniously uprooted. But a good knock by Hudson Prentice, who would be pleased to have had some time in the middle.
Yeah, it was a good knock. Some lovely shots played by him. That cover drive that he played earlier was beautiful.
It was. But he's gone for 33. Wicket going down on 139. 3.
Sussex currently 139 for 5.
See who the new man is coming out. I suspect. Let's have a look at the Daniel Ibrahim.
Daniel Abrams, 17 years of age.
17, absolutely. What a moment for him.
What a moment for him. So, Daniel comes from a cricketing background. His dad, Kashif Ibrahim, is a former Pakistani cricketer. So, must help having cricket at home.
Absolutely. Cricket in the genes.
Yep, experienced cricket at home. I think that's will be beneficial to Daniel as he's been growing up.
No, Daniel's only played 1 game so far this season in the county championship. He was actually run out in the first game of the season here against Nottinghamshire, Nikki, and then he hurt his shoulder fielding, so he took no part in the rest of the match. So it's great to see him back in action. Hopefully that shoulder is fully operational. Indeed, he bowled in this game as well. So
Yep.
good to see.
We've got Ibrahim's on strike. De Grandham's coming down. Bowled the ball. Ibrahim's is forward, defends it straight back to De Grandham.
An attacking field as well, now, isn't there? With the 2 slips in a gully, 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 2 men saving 1 on the leg side. And just every now and again, New Zealand have just upped the ante here.
Yeah, it comes in little drifts, doesn't it? I think it looks like Ajaz Patel is warming up again. De Grandham uphill from the sea end, and Ibrahim's leaves that outside off stump.
Just to remind you, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex. And myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nikki Chowdhury. You may be listening around the ground. You may be watching via the club stream. If you want to watch the pictures alongside the commentary, you go to the Sussex Cricket Club website and click on the link, and you can see Hove in all its glory on a lovely summer's afternoon on the south coast.
De Grandham to Ibrahim's, leaves it again outside the off stump.
He just nags away, doesn't he, Colin de Grandham?
Yeah.
He's just always there or thereabouts, and it's very rarely that the batsman doesn't have to play a shot.
Yeah, he's very persistent. The thing is, as a bowler, you've just got to stick at it, right? Stick to your line and lengths, and hoping the batsman also makes a mistake. De Grandham to Ibrahim. Just try to play that down the leg side. Blundell takes a nice little dive to his left to stop that.
I think he's kept very well, hasn't he, Tom Blundell? He's very unfussy in.
Yeah. He likes to throw himself about, doesn't he?
Yeah, very capable wicket keeper, and that wasn't as easy as he made it look. Very fine piece of wicket keeping.
De Grandham to Ibrahim, who's forward, nice little solid defence back towards mid-on. And that is the end of the over. Sussex 139 for 5. De Grandham's bowled his 8th over, 3 maidens for 20 runs and 2 wickets. Ibrahim's is yet to get off the mark, and Carter is on 2.
Yeah, wicket maiden there from Colin de Grandhomme. I mean, as Nicky says, Sussex 139 for 4. That in reply to the New Zealand total yesterday of 342 for 3, in which 4 New Zealand batsmen passed 50 and retired. Tom Latham, Will Young, Michael Bracewell and Tom Blundell all reaching 50. A couple of wickets yesterday for Delray Rawlins, the other taken by Sean Hunt. And in reply today, Sussex losing Tom Haynes for 41 when the score was on 56. Tom Alsop and Tom Clark soon followed, both of those out for ducks. But Ali Orr making a very competent 59, including 3 big sixes straight down the ground of this man, Ajaz Patel. Finn Hudson Prentice out for 33. Sussex now with 2 young players. Ollie Carter, just 19 years of age, and Daniel Ibrahim, 17, out in the middle. It's Carter who's going to take strike to Patel. There's a slip and a short leg as Patel, in bright sunshine, around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Carter is forward and glides that down towards fine leg. They've taken 1, they'll come back for the second. We'll wait for the umpire's signal to see if they were runs off of the bat, and indeed they were. Carter goes to 4 and Sussex to 141 for 5. The flags on the clock tower scoreboard are just fluttering in the light breeze here at Hove as Patel from the Cromwell Road end is in and bowls, and Carter flicks this onto the onside through square leg and picks up a single. That's his 5th run, and Sussex to 142 for 5, which brings Daniel Ibrahim onto strike, the youngest player ever to score a half-century in county championship cricket. That happened last year up at Headingley in the game against Yorkshire. And I was saying to you yesterday, Nicky, he was within 6 runs of becoming the youngest player ever to score a county championship 100.
Oh, wow.
At Worcester last year when he was out. Sussex was trying to up the scoring rate to set a declaration as in comes Patel bowls, and Ibrahim is forward, plays down the onside, and there is no run.
What a feeling it must be for him, though. 17 years of age,
Yeah.
out here batting against the #1 test team in the world. Just must be soaking it all in.
Absolutely. Patel is in bowls to Ibrahim, who's forward, plays onto the onside, followed by Will Young, who's underneath the helmet at short leg. At the field, there's a slip, a backward point, cover mid-off, there's an extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg, and a deep backward square as Patel is in bowls, and forward comes Ibrahim, plays down the onside of the wicket, and there is no run. 1 ball to go in this, the 47th over of the day. Patel just adjusts his sunglasses, left arm around the wicket off 3 or 4 paces. He's in and bowls, and Ibrahim plays this on the bounce into the hands of Young at short leg. It's the end of the over. Patel, 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 36. Sussex are 142 for 5. Ollie Carter is on 5. Daniel Ibrahim is yet to score. There are 43 overs left in the day, and yesterday New Zealand making 342 for 3.
It was a very quick over. Got through that very quickly. Patel.
If you'd like to get in touch, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk via email. You can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport, or tweet Nicky at Nicky Chowdhury, CHAUDHURI. Your message will find its way to us. Lots of people have been listening from New Zealand, certainly throughout the morning. It's the middle of the night over there now.
I think they must have hit the sack by now, haven't they?
Perhaps unsurprising that the emails have rather dried up from the other side of the world. But thank you for those who have got in touch. Much appreciated.
We've got de Grandhomme coming in from the sea end. To Carter, who is forward and defends that no run. Two very young batsmen at the crease here down at Hove against this New Zealand attack. Grandhomme making his way through the crease. Carter's forward.
Shot.
He's driven that through the offside. Lovely shot that's running away to the boundary. And that is 4 for Carter. That brings Sussex to 146 for 5.
And the way that Colin de Grandhomme bowls, I mean, he's always attacking the stumps and making the batsman play. And so there's always the chance of the occasional half volley. And that's what that was.
Mm-hmm. Grandam making his way through the crease again. Carter on strike defends that. Straight back to De Grandam, no run. Nice solid defence there.
An opportunity here. You know, we've said there's been opportunity right throughout this game for players to be batting against an international attack to make a name for yourself. So good batting wicket, no reason.
That's a good track. Seems like a good track.
Oh, very good indeed.
Good shots being played. De Grandam in to Carter, who's again off the front foot. Defends straight back to De Grandam, who's now with the ball walking back to the top of his run-up. Putting my words in the twist. I think I need a coffee. De Grandam to Carter. Short ball, Carter ducks. That's gone straight into the gloves of Blundell. Looking at the field, we've got 2 slips, a gully, a point, a extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a wide fine leg. De Grandam over the wicket to Carter. Tried to drive that, just did not middle the ball there. And it is the end of the over. De Grandam's 9th over. 4 maidens, 24 runs, 2 wickets. Sussex currently 146 for 5. Ibrahim is yet to get off the mark.
Elsewhere in the county championship, in Division 2 of the championship, Durham 169 for 8 now at Lords, leading Middlesex by 97 runs. So I think Middlesex, if they can pick up those last 2 wickets, will be fairly confident that they've got enough time to knock off these runs. But Ben Rain and who's in with him? Bryden Cass doing their best to hold them up. Rain on 26, Cass on 14. That's the lead, 97 for Middlesex. In the other game today, Nottinghamshire beating Derbyshire by 10 wickets at Trent Bridge. In the first division of the championship, Lancashire have beaten Essex by an innings of 56 runs, heading for a draw at Wantage Road, where Kent are 56 without loss in their second innings, leading by 145. And Warwickshire looking as if they could be batting out for a draw at Headingley as well, as in comes Patel, bowls, forward comes Ibrahim, plays. So one of those 2 men who are close in on the leg side, there's a short leg and a leg slip as well as a slip for Patel. Warwickshire 197 for 3, trailing Yorkshire by 8 runs. Patel bowls and punched into the offside by Ibrahim, fielded in the covers. And there is no run. Ibrahim yet to score. He's faced 11 balls. Sussex 146 for 5. Patel shines the ball on his trousers. He's going to come in around the wicket. In now, bowls, and Ibrahim with a flick of the wrists does get his first run on this occasion, just playing it through mid-wicket and picks up a single. So the 17-year-old is on his way. Sussex to 147 for 5. Short leg and a leg slip in situ. Bowls, and Carter is down the wicket driving, and he's got all the way. Has it gone for 6? Yes, it has, I think.
No,
it went for 4. Used his feet there, did Ollie Carter. He's down the wicket, hit the ball high, wide and handsome, over long on. I thought it had gone all the way for 6 down towards the Players' Pavilion.
Yeah, using his feet.
Indoor school, but it's bounced away for a boundary.
Yeah, using his feet down the wicket's a good way to disrupt the length and line of Patel as well, so it'll be interesting to see what he bowls next.
Carter to 13, so this is 151 for 5. Patel in again, bowls, Carter forward, bangs out into the offside, and there is no run. It's been a lovely afternoon here on the south coast. Patel in plays definitely on the side of the track on this occasion. And there is No run. And Patel's over, and over which he conceded 5 runs. He's bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 41. Sussex 151 for 5. Carter on 13. Ibrahim on 1. We've got 41 overs left to be bowled in the day. Tea will be taken at 20 to 4.
Here, the seagulls mewing away in the background.
They are making...
I did not know what the term is, the noise that they make. I did have to Google it.
That's a good question. I would say the crying of the gulls. I don't know.
Apparently, according to the internet, it's called a mew.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, there we go.
Interesting.
I thought that's what cats did.
That's what I thought, but according to Google, you never know. Can we trust Google? Dick Random in to Ibrahim, who's just gone off the mark. He's played a lovely shot down to a square leg, just flicked it off his legs. He is taken 2 for that, keeping him on strike. So some seagulls mew, they purr, they grunt, they squawk, they croon. They croon.
Croon, right, okay.
Random in to Ibrahim's, play that off the back foot. There's no run. Played it straight into the hands of cover. Looking like there's some more warming up from...
Is that Duffy?
Looks like Duffy is warming up,
he's picked up a couple of wickets. I think he's been impressive today.
He's been good, hasn't he?
Jacob Duffy, yeah.
Giving his legs a kick as Dick Random is into Ibrahim, who leaves it outside the off stump. Again, not much carry on that delivery blunder. Had to get pretty low to take that one. Yep, I think we're going to be seeing the return of Duffy. He's running through his action at mid-on.
He picked up the wickets of Tom Alsop, who was caught behind by Blundell for a duck, and then had Tom Clark LBW also for a duck.
And I'm running uphill. Nice full delivery. Ibrahim's is forward, playing it straight back to the bowler. Hear them crooning. I've learnt a new word today.
That's your word for the day.
Random into Ibrahim, who leaves it outside the off stump. Again, not much carry in that delivery.
He's just probing away, isn't he, outside of Ibrahim and Carter's off stumps. What have we had today? 50 overs in the day, so it's going along with about 3 and over. Yesterday, New Zealand rattled along, didn't they? 342 in 90 overs,
yeah, they rattled. They're on a roll.
So about 4 and over New Zealand was scoring at yesterday.
Doing Random into Ibrahim, who just played that off the front foot, no run. And that is the end of the over. As Dick Random's bowled his 10 overs, 4 maidens, 26 runs, taken 2 wickets, and Sussex are currently 153 for 5. Ibrahim's on 3 and Carter on 13. And from the Cromwell Road end, do we have Ijaz Patel continuing? Yes, we do. He's handed his little sun cap to the umpire.
Yes, it is Patel who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Nikki was saying 153 for 5. Nikki Chowdhury and Adrian Harms on commentary for you here at Hove for this friendly match. One more day to go after this. It's going to be as sunny as this tomorrow. The forecast isn't the best for the south coast, certainly for not this part anyway, certainly rain during parts of the day, so we'll just have to see how that pans out tomorrow. But in comes Patel, left arm round the wicket, bowls, and Carter is forward. The ball just dribbles in front of him, fielded by Young at short leg, and there is no run. Works on the ball and on his way around the wicket, bowls and played onto the onside again by Carter. Again, there is no run. He's been in for 33 balls, Ollie Carter, for his 13. Just surveys that leg side field. He's out warming up at long on. Is that Matt Henry again? I think it might be. Patel. 3 men around the bat, in and bowled, and swept by Carter. Oh, very nearly a brilliant catch. Very nearly an excellent catch.
That was a good effort.
Yeah, it really was. It was swept around the corner. I'm not sure who that is down there. That is Duffy. Jacob Duffy. It was swept by Carter down to fine leg or deep backward square, and Duffy came charging in and very nearly caught that. That was an excellent effort. Patel in again, bowls to Ibrahim, who's forward, plays it down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Ibrahim on 3, Sussex 154 for 5. Again, bowls forward comes Ibrahim, plays it out to the offside, and again there is no run.
Nice little defence there, leaning forward, killing the spin from that.
Yeah.
From Ibrahim's getting over that ball.
So, forward comes Ibrahim, plays way into the offside. Another over rattles by. The 11th over that Patel has bowled in this innings. 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket, 442. Sussex 154 for 5 with Carter on 14, Ibrahim on 3.
And if you are tuned in, don't forget you can get in touch with us at sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk or on Twitter at BBC Sussex Sport. Let us know where you are listening from. And I guess correctly, Duffy is going to be resuming from the C end. Having a discussion with Latham, discussing the field.
We're going to do a cricket update, so I'll just take over for a minute if that's all right, Nikki. Got the. It's going to be Jacob Duffy who's going to bowl from the C end of the ground, bowling to Ollie Carter. 3 slips in a gully. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg as in comes Duffy, comes in and bowls to Carter. Yes, it is, Johnny. Lovely afternoon here at Hove. Sussex are 154 for 5 in their first innings. Ollie Carter on 14, Daniel Ibrahim on 3. That in reply to the New Zealand total of 342 for 3 yesterday. Ali Orr, the standout batsman today, he made 59, including 3 big sixes down the ground off the spin bowling of Ajaz Patel. Tom Haines making 41, but Tom Alsop and Tom Clark both out for duck. Sussex 154 for 5. Well, absolutely, and they've got some of their test players, Johnny, playing. So Cole Jamieson is playing, Matt Henry's playing, as well as the likes of Tom Latham and Will Young. Colin de Gronholm is playing in this game as well. So you're absolutely right. New Zealand are the Test World Champions, and some of those players are here. So if the weather does abate tomorrow, the forecast isn't great, as you say, but if we do get played tomorrow, come along to Hove, because it's great to see these world-class players in action. Well, I'll tell you what, Johnny, it's already down here because the temporary stands have been erected at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. That's to increase the capacity of the ground as well. And already we've seen some action today with some of those players who will be taking part. So Tamel Mills, had a chat to Tamel a little bit earlier on today. He looks like he's fit and raring to go, having just come back from the IPL. And Steve Finn, who's barely played in the county championship this season, he was warming up on the outfield as well. So yeah, it's all cranking up, Johnny. Mohammed Rizwan sadly has had a family bereavement, which is why he's not playing in this game, but he is the top T20 player in the world at the moment in terms of batting performances, so every chance he's going to play on Thursday, and it should be a good gate for that game against Glamorgan, then down to Bristol on Friday night to play Gloucester. So yeah, really looking forward to it. And Sussex, who got to finals day last year but lost in the semi-final, will be looking to go one better this season. Yeah, and I think what's a great shame, Johnny, that he's recovering from this elbow injury, and everything that we understood, that recovery from the elbow operation, he eventually had 2 elbow operations, was going really well. He'd been here in the nets, and he was hoping to play a part in the T20 competition. Rob Andrews spoke on Friday and said that Sussex would do everything they could do to help Jofra in his recovery. And I don't think it's just about the injury as well, Johnny. I think it's as well about the fact he's just not going to be playing, having spent so much time out of the game. Tamel Mills was saying today as well, when I spoke to an interview, you can hear a little bit later on, that how sorry he feels for Jofra as well. And it's just a great shame. And also, Johnny, I think for the cricket public, there's nothing better in cricket than seeing a bowler coming in and bowling like Jofra does at 90 miles an hour. And I think all we can hope is that this injury gets healed and that he's back on a cricket field before much longer, because he's such an exciting player. And it's a real shame we're not going to see anything of him at all this summer. Yes, Warren. Well, I'll tell you what, Warren. Yeah, well, tea is about half an hour away, and we've had some really nice cakes, Warren. I'll tell you what, a variety. You would absolutely love them. It's just a shame you're not here, really. You're welcome any time, you know that. So Patel is coming around the wicket. Sorry to interrupt your commentary there, Nikki.
It's all right, you can continue. I'll take the next over.
As Patel comes in around the wicket and bowls, and Carter looked like he was wrapped on the hand there. A bit of extra bounce from the pitch. Carter played it to backward point. There is no answer. Sorry for the interruption in commentary. We're talking to our football commentators. We're down the road at the Amex Stadium for the final Premier League game of the season. As comes Patel, bowls, and Carter looks slightly unsettled by that, and I think they're going to be the first byes of the innings. Speared down the leg side by Patel. Not too much that wicket-keeper Tom Blundell could do about that. There's 4 balls in a total, 150, 160 for 5. They're horrible ones for a wicket-keeper, Nikki, when it goes down the leg side.
Yeah, definitely. Quite hard ones to take, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are.
Slightly in the blind spot as well, so...
Tom Latham trotted down to the boundary to retrieve the ball. So, on his way, bowls. And Carter plays this wristily through backward square leg. Picks up another single, fielded down there by Duffy, who gets in the throw. 161 for 5. Ibrahim 15. Sorry, Ibrahim on 4, Carter on 15. It's Ibrahim on strike. Slip. Short leg and a leg slip. As Patel is in around the wicket, bowls, and Ibrahim is forward, plays down the pitch. There is no run. 7 overs left until tea after this one. And Ibrahim glides that past that fielder at leg slip, picks up another single, does Dan Ibrahim. He goes to 5. That's the end of Patel's over. He's now bowled 12 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 45. Sussex 162 for 5, Carter on 15, Ibrahim on 5. Live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and Nikki Chowdhury on commentary in the lovely sunshine at Hove. I suspect we may well see a little bit maybe of Matt Henry before the tea break or shortly afterwards, but for the time being it's going to be Jacob Duffy who's going to carry on, and I think he's been very impressive today. Duffy, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 13, and he seems to have constantly troubled the batsman, Nikki.
He has indeed, hasn't he? Let's see what he's going to get up to this spell. Having a bit of a chat, sorting out his field. Have Ibrahim on strike. Be making his way through his run up. He's approaching the crease, bowls. Ibrahim plays that off the front foot, defends it. And in comes mid-on to take the ball, no run. Duffy through the crease. Short ball has taken a lot of height.
Has.
Blundell's
Really
jump.
has.
And it's going to be buys. Has gone flown over Blundell's head to the boundary. Towards the newly put up stands for the T20 next week.
Yeah, it's already. All those
Already?
Yeah, those seats will be packed on Thursday night. I'm fairly sure about that. Find out from the club how many tickets are still for sale for those for that game.
Running in from the CN, Duffy through his action. Full delivery has been dug up by Ibrahim's dot ball. Played straight to mid-on.
Been incredibly economic, hasn't he, Duffy?
Very
His
economic.
9th over.
Yep, he's making his way, approaching the crease, bowls, and that is left outside the off stump by Ibrahim.
That was pacey as well.
That was pacey. I'll be honest, Adrian, most things are pacey if you compare it to women's cricket. If you compare, I still remember the quickest bowler I've played. I remember that day like nothing. It was a boys' game. It was a schoolboys' game. I still remember it very well.
So it was a schoolboys game.
It was a schoolboys.
But you were playing.
Yeah, so yeah, I was.
Okay.
I'll tell you more about that after this. So Duffy in, bowls, left outside the off stump by Ibrahim. Into the gloves of Blundell. Yeah, it was a schoolboys game, so I was the only girl. I was the first girl to play schoolboys cricket. I was the only girl in the team. And we were playing against Lancing College, and they had Mason Crane in the team, and Will Fazakli was opening the bowling. And when you're used to playing women's cricket, Will Fazakli is pretty quick. In comes Duffy through the crease, bowls. That's gone down the leg side. Blundell takes a nice little take. That is the end of the over. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 13 runs, and 2 wickets for Duffy. Sussex 166 for 5, Carter on 15, and Ibrahim on 5. So yes, it was the schoolboys game. I remember that, and Fazakli was rather quick.
Was he? Did he get you out?
He didn't get me out. I remember.
Oh, that was good.
I was not out. Got to the little tight at the end of that game, and for some reason, they just thought it'd be fun just to constantly just bowl short at me, it was funny. There was a point I was just laughing because it just became a joke.
Were you just letting it go?
Oh no,
Or you
he was
taking
bowling
him
it at my body, so I had to get behind it. I was
Okay.
getting behind it and just. It was a decky game, actually. It was a decky game, I believe. It was quite a few years ago now. And we just had to bat through the overs to draw the game.
Right. Well, it's going to be Patel who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road in 12 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 45. He's coming into bowl to the right-handed Ollie Carter, who's on 15. Sussex 166 for 5. In comes Patel bowls. Looping delivery, which Carter plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I remember getting hit as well. Got one right on the chest.
Ooh, nasty. Did they apologise? No.
I wouldn't expect them to apologise.
Comes Patel again. Bowls, and Carter plays to mid-off, picks up a single. Fielded there by Carl Jameson. Carter goes to 16.
I wouldn't expect them to apologise. I think they wanted me gone. I was getting a lot of chirp from the slips as well. I remember it. There's a lot of chirp.
67 for 5. Patel comes in on 3 or 4 paces. He's in and bowls and driven nicely into the covers by Ibrahim.
Toss that up there slightly.
Yes, he's suddenly giving the ball some air here, isn't he? Patel earlier on when he was giving the ball air, Alior was very happy to come down the wicket and hit the ball straight down the ground for 6, which he did on a couple of occasions. Patel in again, bowls forward comes Ibrahim, plays into the offside. Again, there is no run. 5 overs after this. Well, I say 5 overs until tea. In fact, tea will be taken at 20-4 regardless. And I think Tom Latham's been very keen to make sure his side are bowling 30 overs in a session. I think it's a good practice to get into as well. He's in and bowls, and Ibrahim eases that into the covers, and that was a very fine bit of fielding. Ibrahim thought about the single, but then thought better of it. Patel bowls and covering up is Ibrahim. Plays defensively, just the 1 run off the over. Patel, 13 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 46. Sussex are 167 for 5. Carter on 16. Ibrahim is on 5. The clock showing 3:18 in the afternoon here on the south coast of England. If you're listening over in New Zealand, we've heard reports of, well, not reports, we know it's the middle of the winter or approaching the middle of the winter over in that part of the world. So I'm sure most people are fast asleep. But if you are listening, very good afternoon from a very sunny Hove, where we're approaching the height of summer. Not far away when you think about get to the middle of June. That's the longest day, the 21st of June. But already light in the evenings. It's lovely, isn't it, Nikki? When it's light
lovely.
till sort of, got 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock and there's still a bit of light outside. It's lovely.
Yeah.
Got Duffy resuming from the sea end. In he goes. In the block hole there. Carter digs that out. Oops. No run. Yeah, I remember that match so clearly, Adrian. You know, like there's some games you play and every single ball is clear.
Yeah.
Duffy through the crease. Down the leg side, Blundell takes that. No run.
Super Toys lost his run there, did Jacob Duffy. Almost sort of seemed to topple over in his delivery stride.
Veered off to the left a bit there, kind of.
Some applause from New Zealand. Just trying to G each other up a little bit, I think, the New Zealand fielders.
Duffy into Carter. Carter defends on the front foot. It's an extra cover, no run. They're trying to cheer each other along. I think they're going to take this through till tea.
Absolutely.
Duffy through the crease. Carter's forward, nicks a single to extra cover. Quite a tight run there, but they managed it. So
yeah. It was a good run in the end, wasn't it?
Good run in the end.
And I think momentarily, in fact, the throw came into the bowler's end, the non-striker's end, and that was the danger end to which Carter was running. But I think momentarily, Ibrahim, who would have been slightly concerned had the throw gone to the batsman's end, but fortunately for him it didn't. Momentary alarm.
Duffy at the top of his run up, making his way through. Bowls, and Ibrahim is forward, plays it straight to extra cover. Nice solid defence, no run. They're crooning, the seagulls are crooning.
They are, absolutely. A bit of a noise, aren't there? There'll be some more later on, I'm sure.
I'm sure of it. They come around 4 o'clock, don't they? Duffy through to Ibrahim, who leaves it outside as off stump. That is the end of the over. That's Duffy's 10th over. 4 maidens, 14 runs, 2 wickets. Sussex are 168 for 5. Carter on 17 and Ibrahim on 5.
And just live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms, Nikki Chowdhury on commentary here at Hove for this friendly 4-day match between Sussex and New Zealand. The first day's play washed out because of rain. Yesterday, New Zealand making 342 for 3 with 4 half-centurions, Tom Latham, Will Young, Michael Bracewell and Tom Blundell, all then retiring. And so far today, Sussex have lost 5 wickets, all for 59. Haynes 41, Alsop and Clark without scoring, and Hudson Prentice for 33. Ollie Carter is on 17. Daniel Ibrahim is on 5. We've got another 18 minutes to go until tea. 34 overs remaining in the day. And it's going to be Patel bowling his 14th over of the innings from the Cromwell Road end down the hill, comes in and bowls to Carter, and Carter nudges that one back to the square on the leg side. He runs the first run very quickly, but there is a second as it's fielded by Duffy, and there is no run. Is that something you were always taught, Nikki, about running the first run quickly?
Yes, definitely. I think that's one of the first things you're taught, right? Run the first one quickly. You never know, you might be able to get a second if you make it and you're in and out the crease quickly.
A slip, leg slip, and a short leg. As Patel, left arm around the wickets to the right-handed Ibrahim, who's in and bowls, and Ibrahim is solidly forward to bowl of good length. Plays on the leg side, and there is no run. He does rattle through his overs, does Patel. A slight adjustment to the field, I think. I think Bracewell was suggesting a change in the field. Nonetheless, it's staying as it is for the time being. As Patel is in, bowls Ibrahim forward. And I'm sure that Tom Latham is very pleased here to be giving his spinner a long bowl in a match which won't be in the records books because it is a friendly as opposed to a first-class match.
But at least they're getting some overs under their belt in prep for the test.
Yeah, and I think from a New Zealand point of view, that's exactly what they want to do. Now, there is a change in the field, and Bracewell is suggesting that he goes to second slip instead of leg slip. Patel is going a little squarer. Sorry, the short leg fielder going a little squarer. Patel is in bowls, and Ibrahim leaves eventually outside the off stump. I think he was in two minds whether to play that or not, was Daniel Ibrahim. Eventually he decides against it. He remains on 5. Patel in again, bowls, drives back to the bowler, does Daniel Ibrahim. And there is no run. 4 dot balls in a row. 169 for 5. Patel bowls, gives that plenty of air. Ibrahim attempts to sweep and does sweep, gets the ball down to fine leg and picks up a couple of runs. Does Daniel Ibrahim? Just make sure they are runs and not leg byes. Indeed they are runs, signalled by umpire Paul Baldwin. And Ibrahim goes to 7 at the end of that Patel over, who's now bowled 14 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 49. Sussex are 171 for 5. We've got another 15 minutes to go until tea. I did offer to make a cup of tea, but I think perhaps we'll wait those 15 minutes until tea. And
I can do with a cuppa. I'm looking forward to that cuppa.
Yeah, we're looking forward to the cakes coming from Jamie as well.
Jamie, are you listening?
He was.
Hint.
Yeah, he was yesterday. And we got a fine selection of cakes, but there's only, I think, three
of us.
3 people in the media box today. So we'll have to see what cakes arrive. They'll be gratefully received, whatever they are. But it's going to be Duffy who's going to carry on to see you through the next over. From this, the C end of the ground is going to be Nikki Chowdhury.
Just doing some adjustments to his field. Duffy at the top of his mark, making his way. Carter's on strike. He bowls the ball. Carter played that off his legs, played that down to deep square leg. Fine legs coming around to cover the ball. They've managed to take 2. Carter on 20. Got 3 slips, a gully, point, extra cover. Mid-wicket, a 45 sort of, and a fine leg. Duffy through the crease, short ball that is flown. Taken quite a bit of height, but Blundell does a good job to jump up and take it. Definitely an effort ball, that one, wasn't it, Adrian?
Sorry, I was just distracted by just looking at a couple of tweets that had come in.
Duffy to Carter. Carter's on the front foot, defends, plays
Very
it
good
to
defence,
point.
hasn't he, Ollie Carter? He's very solidly in behind everything, which is good to see.
Looking to get forward, which is good.
Yeah.
Always looking to get forward. I think that's quite important as well when you're playing an attack like this. A seam attack like this of New Zealand.
Certainly Carl Jameson and Matt Henry have been running in very hard together with...
Very hard. As is Duffy now as he storms through the crease. Down the leg side, Blundell takes it, no run. Duffy making his way uphill. And again down the leg side, Blundell takes...
Hasn't quite got his line right,
yeah,
has he?
he hasn't, has he? He's going a bit weary off down the leg side. Had a few of those. Keeping Blundell in business. Keeping him busy. Having a look at the ball now, Duffy. Giving it a shine.
That was the sound of the door going. That could be.
You know what that means?
Yeah, that might be.
Duffy at the top of his mark, through the crease. And Carter comes forward, defends, plays it to square leg.
Better delivery, wasn't it?
That was a much better delivery, better line.
Jacob Duffy making Ollie Carter play. Those that have come all have been treated to wonderful cricket watching weather, haven't it? It's a lovely afternoon.
Duffy through to Carter. Carter tries to flick that off the legs. I think that's come off his pads.
Yeah, I think
that might be a leg by. They've managed to scamper two. Some good running.
Yeah, ouch. That throw came in. It was a hard throw.
It was a hard throw for the distance that he was only covering. Yeah, it was quite a hard throw.
It was Tom Latham who stopped the ball and he's wringing his fingers. I hope he's okay. In a friendly match, the last thing you want is your skipper to have hurt his hand.
Yep, not ideal.
No, I think he's okay.
That was the end of the over, though. That is Duffy's 11th over, 4 maidens, 17 runs, 2 wickets. Sussex currently 176 for 5 off the 58th over. And we're going to see A. Patel continuing at the Cromwell Road end.
We are elsewhere in the county championship, just to reiterate. A win for Nottinghamshire by 10 wickets against Derbyshire at Trent Bridge. It looks as I would imagine the Middlesex are going to beat Durham at Lords. Durham all out for 188 in their second innings. So Middlesex will need 116 to win after tea, which you'd have thought they ought to achieve. Slower, lower order resistance, Ben Rain making 39 for Durham, which may have delayed the inevitable. We shall see. We'll keep an eye on that one as in comes Patel from the Cromwell Road end. He's in on bowls, and Ibrahim plays that nicely through the covers, picks up a single. He goes to 8, so that's to 177 for 5.
Played that quite softly.
He did.
Didn't play it too hard, so you can scamper the single.
Good placement.
Yeah, I've just seen some news that due to the expected poor weather, though, tomorrow the entry to the county ground here at Hove will be free of charge, so you can watch the 4th and final day against New Zealand. So if you are free,
come along.
Come along. You don't even have to pay.
Patel in bowls, Carter drives into the covers. There is no run. In the first division today, Essex beaten Lancashire by an innings of 56 runs. Again at Wantage Road, a fairly dull draw. Kent 91 without loss in their second innings, leading by 180, but that looks like a fairly flat track at Northampton. Patel in the bowls. Carter sweeps, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot.
Lovely shot.
Carter.
Nice, clear.
Swept away through square leg. Nice looking shot. He goes to 24. And Sussex to 181 for 5. It looks like Warwickshire, the county champions, are batting out the day at Headingley because they are 220 for 3, having at one stage been 25 for 3. So a partnership of 196 between Sam Hames, who's on 90, and Will Rhodes on 98. Looks like it's going to rescue Warwickshire and save the draw. Patel bowls, Carter forward plays the offside. There is no run.
So yeah, if you're working from home tomorrow, you could be working from the county ground down at Hove.
Why not? Yeah, why not?
All the flexibility nowadays.
In comes Patel bowls. Carter steps away to the leg side and makes room and plays the ball back down the track. There is no run. Yeah, I don't know what the boss would make of that, though, if he was sort of sitting at the bottom and says, right, how's it going? And you go, yeah, it's fine, and then there's a round of applause. He says, well, where on earth are you? Well, I'm working, but I'm at the cricket. And, yeah, right. 2 slips and a backward short leg as in comes Patel bowls to Carter. Carter forward plays into the offside. There is no run. Another over slips by.
Maybe you shouldn't take my advice then.
181 for 5. Carter on 24. Ibrahim is on 8. Patel's figures, 15 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 54. We've got another 31 overs to be left to be bowled today. We will go on until 6 o'clock. Be certain. Well, I don't know. If you get to the 90 overs, maybe that'll be it for the day, because that's the rules that we're playing by test match overs. If you see what I mean, test matches on 90 overs in a day, but it is going to be Jacob Duffy who's going to bowl this next over from the C end of the ground. And these two have consolidated, Carter and Sussex, because at one stage they were 139 for 5, now 181 for 5. So this partnership is now worth, Nikki, what, 42? Is that right?
Around 42, yes.
Yeah. So good recovery by these two.
Good recovery. We've got Duffy starting at the top of his mark, running into the breeze. Bowls the ball, and it is left outside Ibrahim's off stump into the gloves of Blundell. And the ball is slowly making its way around the field.
Yeah.
And it should greet Duffy at the top of his run-up. Here we go, Duffy storming in for his next delivery. And
Bit of fielding.
that has been played to second slip. No run.
Yeah, good stop by Tom
Good
Latham,
stop.
that wasn't it?
That was quite sharp, actually.
Yes,
Came
it
off the
was.
bat pretty
Yeah.
quickly. I can see to my right Finn Hudson Prentice going for a little wander around the ground.
Oh yes, there he is. He's walking around with it. Looks like who's there with?
Duffy in through the crease, and Ibrahim is forward with a lovely, lovely defence. Ball's played straight back to Duffy. I can hear some sort of car alarm going off.
Yes, it's annoying, isn't it? It looks a bit to me like Will Beer that he's wandering around the outfield with. I might be wrong.
I don't...
Is it? No, he's with Grant Flower.
I think it's Grant Flower.
Yeah.
Duffy bowls and down the leg side.
Well taken.
Ibrahim looks to pull it.
I'd better take over.
Yep.
If that's okay.
All yours.
$181 for 5. Comes Duffy and bowls. Played into the offside. Yes, on the verge of tea here, Johnny. Sussex 181 for 5. Ollie Carter on 24. Daniel Ibrahim on 8. These two have added 42 now for the Sussex 6th wicket. Earlier on the day, Ali Orr making 59 and Tom Haynes making 41. Sussex 181 for 5. And just a couple of overs to go until tea. Thank you, Henry, producer.
And that's the end of the over here at Hove. Sussex currently 181 for 5. With Carter on 24, Ibrahim on 8. And we've got 30 overs roughly remaining for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and I think we'll get how many more overs until tea, Nikki? I reckon one more over until tea.
One more over. There might be a bit of faffing in this over, though.
Oh, now, is this going to be Ravindra who's come?
Yes, it is. It's a change of bowler. We've got Rachin Ravindra coming in from the Cromwell Road end.
Fairly certain that New Zealand will want this to be the last over for tea as well. There'll then be 29 left to bowl, so I think we're pretty much set for a finish on course at 6 o'clock this evening. It's going to be Ravindra who's going to bowl with a slip and a short leg. Left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Ollie Carter. He's in and bowls. Oh, that's a horrible delivery.
That is a drag down.
Yeah, that is a drag down and a half, isn't it?
I was about to say.
That probably should have gone out the ground.
That should have been in the stands,
yeah,
if I'm honest.
That should have been in the stands.
That should have been.
That was awful. That gets the award for the worst ball of the match. That was a shocker, wasn't it? Halfway down the wicket. I'm sure he won't do that in a test match.
Let's hope not. He's got his second ball coming.
Carter gets 2. He goes to 26. Ravindra in. That's short as well. Some Carter says, thanks very much. He's punched that. That has gone for 4 runs. That was a long hop down the leg side, and Carter just cut from inside the line and pulled it away for 4. So not the greatest start for Rasheen Ravindra.
I don't think that's the type of delivery Carter or Ibrahim were both expecting,
No.
let's be honest.
No, I think even with my limited cricket ability, I think I might have hit that for 4, you know.
If you had a bat in your hand, it might have.
Yeah. Well, Carter gratefully received. He goes to 30, 187 for 5. Honing in on the 50 partnership, these two. Ravindra, that's a better delivery.
That's a better delivery.
Carter glides that back to the square on the leg side. Picks up a single. He goes to 31, 188 for 5. Partnership worth 49. You can see Rob Andrew, the Sussex chief executive, is chatting away to Grant Flower on the boundary edge, and Finn Hudson Prentice there as well. Round the wicket. I'm sure this will be the last over before tea. He's in a bowl. Where's a full toss? Oh, he's bowling.
Oh my God.
How about that? A full toss, and Daniel Ibrahim, looking to sweep, is bowled on the stroke of tea, and that will be the last action before tea. I'm fairly certain about that, as Carter and Ibrahim make their way off a partnership of 49, but Daniel Ibrahim is bowled round his legs. It looks to me like a full toss. Bowled by Ravindra.
Looked like he went to paddle that. Huh?
Yeah. Well, perhaps he was a little too confident, having seen what Ollie Carter had received with the first 2 deliveries. So,
he was expecting the same.
so Dan Ibrahim is out for 8. A partnership of 49 between Carter and Ibrahim.
Sussex are 188 for 6.
They are.
Time.
They are. Good afternoon, welcome back to Hove for the final session on this third day. 29.2 overs to be bowled. A wicket on the stroke of tea when Rasheen Ravindra bowled Jandal Ibrahim off what looked like a full toss for 10. The new batsman is Delray Rawlins, who doesn't like to take on the spinner, so this could be entertaining in the next few moments. Let's see what happens. It's going to be Ravindra who's going to come in left arm over the wicket bowls to Rawlins. That's short down the leg side, and I think had Rawlins had his eye in, he might well have decided to club that away for 4 runs. Was that given a little wide? No, it's given as it was a dot ball. I thought for a minute the umpire had signalled a wide. Ravindra is in. Bowls, and Rawlins does put. Oh my word! Ooh. Well, I thought that was going to. It was short. It was clubbed away, and it's hit the fielder at short leg flush on the helmet, and that would have been painful.
Ouch!
That would have been really painful, and the umpires are fairly urgently calling on the medical teams here. He's up on his feet. I think that's Will Young under the helmet there. Let's have a. Is it Young? Not too sure. Rawlins says, "I'm sorry. You can't blame Delray Rawlins because." The ball was clubbed away.
It was there to be hit.
Did you hear the clunk?
Yes, I did hear the clunk, and you can't be bowling that length with men round the bat either.
No,
it's not,
you really can't.
It is not the length and line you want to be bowling if you've got men round the bat.
I think it's Will Young who's been hit. So the previous delivery, I did say, had Rawlins had his eye in, I think he'd have tried to hit that one for 6. Well, the second one was exactly the same. It was a horrible delivery, wasn't it? It was a long hop. And immediately... you heard the clunk as the ball hit the helmet. It was
not a nice noise, was it?
No, and I would imagine that Young will probably go off here because there's no point staying on the field. Perhaps he's going to have a sit down. But that was a nasty blow. It was short, and Rawlins just looked to pull the ball away onto the leg side. So we'll have to wait and see what the outcome of that is. Up on his feet is the good news. Sure, again, we were talking about concussion protocols a little earlier on, Nikki.
I think.
But that was some clunk, wasn't it?
Yes, it was quite the clunk. I think physio's on the pitch.
I suspect he's going to go off. Yeah, and he punches hands there with Delray Rawlins. I mean, there just seems no point staying on, really. He's taking his helmet off and he's going off the field of play. And that's... unfortunate for Will Young. I'm sure he doesn't want to go off, but by the same token, yeah, he's taking off the pads. He's going to go and have a little breather.
Would be the best thing to do, probably. Yeah. That was quite the clunk.
Yeah, I mean, there's no malice intended. It's certainly not Delray Rawlins' fault. I mean, he's fully entitled to hit the ball. It was there to be hit, and that's what he decided to do. But it's the sort of thing that can, especially in a friendly game, no one wants to see this sort of thing happen. I think he's staying on, actually. Having said he's going off, I think he's staying on.
It's the end of the over, though, so looks like...
Or is he going off? He's taken off the pad, so he's not going to field at short leg anymore, and I don't blame him. But he's staying on. Well, that's good news. I'm delighted about that, and I'm sure Delray Rawlins is as well. But it was a horrible delivery, Nicky, wasn't it? It was asking to be hit sort of, into the sea,
It was a hit-me ball. It was what you call a hit-me ball, wasn't it?
Oh, hit me for 6 ball, yeah, dreadful.
And looks like we've got a change in bowling from the C end. Post tee looks like Matt Henry is going to be coming in from the C end.
Yes.
This is going to be the 62nd over. Going to be Henry to Carter. Henry's steaming in, approaching the crease. Bowls. And that takes Carter's off stump.
Well, we said he's a quality bowler, Matt Henry, didn't we?
Yep. And Carter's going to be making his way back to the pavilion.
Well, since tea, we've had 3 balls. We've had 1 ball that was a horrible ball down the leg side that Rawlins thought he was hitting for 6. Then he did try to hit it, and it hit Will Young on the head. With the next ball, we've had Ollie Carter's off middle stump removed. So
it's all happening down here at Hove, isn't
happening.
it? Post tee, it's all happening.
So Carter has been bowled. By Henry for 31. with the score on the same score that it was at tea, I think. Yes, so it's now 188-7. So we might see New Zealand batting tonight, for a
Yes,
few
I
overs.
think so. I was discussing it with, I bumped into somebody I knew whilst I was grabbing coffee during tea. And they're like, we'll probably get to see New Zealand bat a bit later, which they're very keen on watching, so...
It's coming out now. It's not Ollie Robinson. It is George Burrows.
Someone very tall is making their way.
I'm fairly certain it's not Ollie Robinson. Is it Jamie Atkins? It's Jamie Atkins.
And Jamie Atkins is going to be on
So I
strike.
can only assume, therefore, that Ollie Robinson isn't going to bat. Generally, Ollie Robinson will come in before Jamie Atkins, who's very much a tail ender. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's still 2 more batsmen to come. So Sean Hunt will be one of those. And maybe George Burrows, we shall see.
We shall find out soon.
But I think there's a very, very good chance that we'll see New Zealand batting tonight.
Might get to see a bit of Latham back at the crease a bit later.
So, over to you, Nikki.
Yep, we've got Henry running in to Atkins. And Atkins just played that off
shot.
his legs through to square leg. And they're going to get 2 for that. Nice and quickly off the mark for Jamie Atkins.
Nice looking shot, wasn't it, by Jamie
Nice
Atkins?
looking shot.
I did him a disservice.
Nice to get off the mark first ball as well. Looking at the field, we've got 3 slips, a gully, point, extra cover, and Henry's coming in. Bowls.
Whoa.
Atkins drives that. Nice hand there by Patel, who manages to stop it going through the gap, so there's no run. Jameson down at flying leg, stretching
Yes.
his hip flexors on the floor. Maybe he's going to be coming back.
Yeah.
Henry running uphill. And Atkins is forward, defends straight back to Henry, who's now walking back to the top of his mark with the ball. So yeah, going back to the field, we've got 3 slips, a gully, point, extra cover, mid-on, a square leg who's quite in front, and a fine leg.
And we've had an email in from Sebastian Grammer.
Hello, Sebastian.
He says, good afternoon from Blackpool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Henry's in. It is driven by Atkins straight into the hands of extra cover.
Nice looking shot.
Nice looking shot.
He says, I've been following the performances of the recently announced England batters for the Black Cap series, with Alex Lees out for 1, Joe Root for 8, and Captain Stokes dismissed for a duck. I fear the Kiwis might enjoy considerably their stay in England. Much appreciated for our work in the commentary box. That's a rather depressing stat, Sebastian, I have to
It's
say.
really depressing as Henry's running
But
into
true.
Atkins. Atkins defends that into the hands of extra cover. Yeah, that's...
And actually, end of Matt Henry's over, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 36, 190 for 7 are Sussex. Atkins on 2, Rawlins yet to score. And in fact, Nicky, earlier on today, I said that Hasib Hamid warming up for the test match. Well, he's in the squad, is he? So that was a mistake by me.
He's not even in the squad.
No.
And there are some other squad news, which I had, obviously, Pujara's been in the runs, and India have announced their test squad just very, very recently today.
For the game against England.
For their one-off test against England, which is on the 1st of July.
Yes.
And Pujara has made it.
He has.
He is in the squad. They're going to be taking on England in that one-off test because they didn't get played last summer. I think due to COVID cases in this team. That's going to be at Edgbaston.
Yeah.
From the 1st to the 5th of July.
Yes, I'm actually going on the Friday to see that.
Going as a spectator.
Yes.
Nice.
Spectator.
Very nice.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
I'm off to the one day at Lord's.
Right.
And I think the Oval. It's a good day out, those ones.
Well, I wonder whether we are going to see New Zealand back. I think there's a very good chance because there's still 28 overs to be bowled today.
And Jameson's coming in from the Cromwell Road end, so there's been a change in bowler.
I always think it's a bit unkind when you've got the tail enders in. I mean, Doro Rollins is anything but a tail ender, but this would be a pretty stern examination from Carl Jameson. 2 slips and a gully as Jameson comes running down the hill. Around the wicket bowls to Rawlins. Rawlins looks to flick that down the legs like crumbs. That was a loosener, wasn't it?
It was a loosener. Was that a loosener, or was Ravindra's first ball a loosener?
Yeah. Ravindra's first ball was an absolute shocker, wasn't it? But then he got a wicket in the over.
Yeah, he did.
Strange how it works out. But thank you very much for getting in touch, Sebastian. And I mean, I think you're right, aren't you, that runs haven't been plentiful for those 3 batsmen. In comes Jameson short. Rawlins ducks underneath that short delivery. The ball goes through to Blundell, and again there is no run.
And if you're like Sebastian and you want to get in touch with us, you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport, or you can email in sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Yes.
Let us know where you are listening from. And it would be great to hear from you.
Yeah, certainly would. In comes Jameson. Around the wicket bowls to Rawlins, who solidly full bowl, good length. Lays it down. Offside, there is no run. A gorgeous afternoon here. I imagine now in New Zealand, it's the early hours of the morning. Perhaps, there might be some early people getting up, but perhaps if you're on an early shift somewhere, maybe someone tuning in their car or whatever, was wondering how New Zealand are getting on. Well, the answer is pretty well.
I think it's 11-hour time difference, I think.
Yeah, so it's probably about 3:10 in the morning as in comes Jameson bowls, and that was a well-disguised, slightly slower delivery right up in the block hole, and Rawlins does well to dig that out. I wonder what will happen here if New Zealand do bat tonight. I wonder whether 1 or 2 of those who didn't make runs, nearly everybody did make runs yesterday, apart from Cam Fletcher, who was out for a first baller. Hamish Rutherford, he made 31. I wonder whether perhaps he might open, or they might just juggle the order a little bit in order to give everyone a decent knock as in comes Jameson. Down the hill, bowls, and Rawlins drives through the covers. Lovely looking shot. I don't think that's going to go for 4. The fielder in hot pursuit. It's going to be. Yes, it has gone for 4.
He's going to make it.
It just drew. It didn't quite time it, and you can tell that because Rawlins is looking at his bat as if to say, and he's wringing his hand as well. You were talking, Nikki, about the ball hitting the bottom of the bat, and sometimes how it hurts the hands.
Yeah, it jars a bit sometimes.
Yeah, it does jar.
It jars a bit. It's not a nice feeling.
No.
And you always look at your bat thinking, God, has the toe gone?
Yes. Rawlins is on his way, 194 for 7.
Prize possession, a bat.
It is indeed. Jameson again. In and bowls at Rawlins. I got a bit more oomph about that from Carl Jameson. Didn't like being hit for 4.
There was indeed. I believe that's the end of the over. 63 overs gone. Sussex are 194 for 7, and that was Jameson's 11th over. He's bowled 1 maiden, gone for 31 runs. We're seeing Duffy or Henry. Duffy's making his way over. What's it going to be? And Henry's going to be continuing from the C end. Handing over his cap to the umpire. No change in field here at the moment. Sticking to the 6-3 offside field. In comes Henry. And Atkins is on the front foot, defends it straight back to the bowler, covering his line. Henry running in and playing a miss from Atkins. A rather full delivery there.
Yeah, he's...
Kind of came up from that as Atkins went to drive it, came off the shot a bit, gone straight through to Blundell, and Henry's making his way back to the top of his mark.
Yeah, I think Jamie Atkins will do very well to survive this Matt Henry over.
Henry into Atkins, short ball, Atkins ducks, ball sways down a bit to the leg side, Blundell takes the ball. 3 dots so far in the over.
Yeah, we'll just probe away here, won't he, Matt Henry?
Yes, he will.
I think he always looks so impressive.
Got very smooth action through the crease. Very smooth action. He's making his way through the crease now, and Atkins is forward, plays it to Patel, who is in cover, no run.
Referring to Jamie Atkins, he's getting into line, isn't he?
He's getting into line.
And he's getting into the front foot as well.
Yeah, he's looking to come forward, covering his stumps. Thing is, if you're going to be playing against this attack, it's something you're going to need to do, isn't it,
yep.
Adrian? As Henry comes in from the sea and running away from us, and Atkins is forward, plays that across to mid-on, no run.
Nothing wrong with that, was there? That was a little punch into the leg side.
Mm-hmm. Running away from us, Henry's in, bowls, and Atkins is...
Well, he has survived the over.
Yeah, just survived the over. It's got him on the thigh pad as he's looking to play it across to the onside. That's the end of the over. As a maiden over, Sussex 194 for 7, Atkins on 2, Rawlins on 4. We've got 26 overs remaining for the day.
And listening to live cricket, BBC Radio Sussex, Adrian Harms, Nikki Chowdhury on commentary here. Elsewhere around the country, in the first division of the Championship, Essex beating Lancashire by an innings of 56 runs earlier on today. It's going to finish in a draw. Northampton, a pretty miserable draw as well. Kent 125 without loss in their second innings, leading by 214. Only 20 wickets going down in the entire match there. It looks like Warwickshire are going to bat out for a draw at Headingley. They're 226 for 3, now leading Yorkshire by 21 runs, with Will Rhodes on 99, Sam Hain on 97, as in comes Jameson bowls, and Rawlins with a lovely shot.
Lovely shot.
That's one of the shots of the day.
That is definitely one of the shots of the day.
Yeah, beautifully played. Over-pitched by Carl Jameson, and Delray Rawlins, who can be such a fine player, plays timed beautifully through the covers for 4. That was a lovely shot by Delray. He goes to 8, 198 for 7. In the second division, Middlesex 47 for 1, needing another 70 to beat Durham. Sam Robson, the man out. Notts beating Derbyshire by 10 wickets earlier on today. So we'll let you know how those results leave the county championship. These games have finished as in comes Jameson down the hill, comes in and bowls. That's short. That was predictably a quicker one, and I think Delray Rawlins was expecting a quicker one as well, and he just bent at the knees and let the ball whistle past the end of his nose through into the gloves of keeper, who has the keeper changed, or is it still Tim Blundell? I think he's changed keeper. Is that Fletcher who's keeping wicket now? Certainly not. Tom Blundell.
I'm trying to read the name on the back of the shirt, but the sun is...
In comes Jameson, played by Rawlins into the offside, and there is no run. New Zealand squad numbers, which we haven't had the luxury of here in the press box.
Jameson slowly making his way back to the top of his mark.
Yeah. bowls and covering up his Rawlings plays down the leg side, and there is no run. Trying to see who that is keeping wicket now, because it certainly isn't. Tom Blundell, unless he's changed his shirt, of course. Tells Jameson, bowls. Well, that kept a bit low.
That kept low. It didn't take much height, that one.
Offside, and there is no run. I'm just going to see if I can see who that is keeping wicket.
Adrian's on the pursuit to figure out who the new keeper is. But Jameson at the top of his mark, coming in from the Cromwell Road end, coming in downhill. Slightly back of the length deliveries. Rawlings is left, that's gone straight into the hands of the keeper, who is, Adrian?
Cam Fletcher.
Cam Fletcher, there we go. And it is the end of the over as well. Jameson's bowled 12 overs, 1 maiden, 35 runs. Sussex are 198 for 7.
Yeah, so Tom Blundell's having a bit of a breather. Things changing around. Everybody's sort of getting a game. Cam Fletcher was out first ball yesterday. He was caught by Tomblesop off of the bowling of Delray Rawlings. So, as Nicky says, 198 for 7, 25 overs left in the day to be bowled. I don't know whether we go beyond 6 o'clock. I'm not quite sure about what the rules and regulations will be. But I think what will happen is that New Zealand will just bowl their 90 overs in the day, I suspect. Matt Henry is going to bowl the first of those from the C end of the ground. He's bowling with 3 slips and a gully. He runs away from us.
Running uphill. And it's got him on the thigh pad by the looks of things. Atkins looking to play that across onto the onside. Looking to access that onside. Clearly see why, there's a big gap. Currently bowling with a 6-3 offside field. Henry is making his way through the crease, and Atkins plays that to cover. No run. In strides Henry. Short ball. Atkins ducked out the way of that. It looked very close to hitting him, though. Very close.
It did. He's a tall man, isn't he,
Yeah.
Jamie Atkins? Just needs to be a little bit careful.
Very close. He managed to sway his head out the way just in time.
It was close. Not a lively pace, though, isn't he, Matt Henry?
Henry's working some magic onto the ball. Through he comes. Bowls. Atkins is forward, drives straight to extra cover, no run. Walking off to square leg and shadowing his drive, Jamie Atkins.
Getting forward.
Yeah, he is getting forward. Henry into Atkins. Atkins looking to drive that again straight to extra cover. Didn't really get the right timing on that one. Came off the ball a bit, and Henry's on his way back. Ball's being passed around. This should greet Henry at the top of his mark, and it has done so. And still just retaking his guard. In comes Henry. Atkins plays that to gully. That was a very quick piece of fielding. That all happened very quickly.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Nikki, that the quality of the fielding, the ground fielding, is really high at this level, isn't it? I mean, that was hit firmly by Jamie Atkins.
Very firmly. It's very sharp.
But there was no question that wasn't going to go for any runs at all. So.
And I think that's what it is about the men's game, especially just the pace of the game is so quick.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And I think that's also keeps it very entertaining and lively because it's just everything happens at a much faster speed.
Well, certainly, that was a really good bit of fielding. Well, Carl Jamieson's going to carry on. He's bowling this. He's had a lot of overs today. He's coming up for his 13th over, which I say is a lot of overs. I mean, in a day's cricket, it's not a huge amount, but he's been given quite a long bowl here by.
He has, hasn't he?
By Tom Latham, and he's had the.
I think they're telling him to get used to it, aren't they?
The advantage of bowling down the hill. He's coming in now to bowl to the left-handed Delray Rawlings. New Zealand bowls, and Rawlings plays that, fielded in the gully. Again, throw comes in, missed the stumps by very much. And that's what I mean about these Test cricketers. It was played into the gully. The throw came in. It only just missed Rawlings' stumps, and I suspect that Delray might have been out of his ground. 198 for 7, Rawlings on 8. Atkins on 2.
Yes, it all happens very quickly. It'd be interesting to see, actually, if you timed it, how quickly it's...
Well, that was really quick,
You make contact, it goes to the fielder, and it's boom, done.
Yeah.
Very, very quick.
Comes Jamieson, bowls. Oh, he took his hand off the bat. As that one makes his way down to fine leg. Is he okay, Rawlings? I think he is. Throw comes in from Duffy. Well, taken by Fletcher, and there is no run.
Took his bottom hand off the bat there, just allowing him to control the ball a bit more.
He took his hand off the bat, didn't he? It was a pacey delivery from Carl Jamieson.
Yeah. When it takes a bit of height, I think sometimes it helps taking that bottom hand with the bat just so you can control.
Jamieson over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that was quick.
That was quick.
Yeah, that was quick. Atkins did well to avoid that, actually. Jamieson gave him a look. Well, I wouldn't have fancied facing that. That was a quick delivery.
I think we've got the best view out here, Adrian. We don't need to be down there. We've got the best view.
I agree.
We're at third man. It's a great view from here.
Jameson again, bowls. Atkins does well. He's played that well, actually, because he's bowling with good pace here, is Carl Jamieson. One thing Jamie Atkins is doing, and I admire his bravery, because he's watching the ball, Nikki. He's not turning his head.
You're going to have to watch the ball if you're going to get balls at this speed, aren't you?
Yeah, he's absolutely watching every ball, which is good.
Can't afford to take your eyes off it, not even for a split second.
No. Absolutely. Bowls. Atkins is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. He's defending resolutely here, is Jamie Atkins. He's faced 20 deliveries for his 2 runs, but he's not flinched, which is really good to see.
Yeah, Rawlings faced 16 deliveries for his 9.
Yeah. He's on his way down the hill, bowls. Atkins drives into the offside, picks up a single, not with any real timing, but nonetheless it's a single. And Jamieson's annoyed about that. He's taking it very seriously today, is Carl Jamieson. And that single brings up the 200 for Sussex.
Giving a few glares to Jamie Atkins.
He was, yeah, and I think he was a bit annoyed with the field that had been set. I think he didn't think that really deserved a single. He was getting a pat on the back from Cam Fletcher, who's saying, well, don't worry about it. But James looks a bit grumpy as he wanders down to his fielding position. 200 for 7, Atkins on 3, Rawlings on 9. Live cricket on the BBC. Sussex losing 7 wickets today. All for 59, Haynes 41, Allsop and Clark without scoring, Hudson Prentice for 33, Carter for 31, Ibrahim for 8. We've got another 23 overs left to be bowled in the day. We will finish at 6 o'clock. I think once we've got through the overs, that may be it, or we may play until 6. We shall see.
Got Henry running uphill into Atkins, who's just played and missed that. It's gone straight into the hands of Fletcher.
Yeah.
Honestly, if I was Jamieson and there was a single there, but there shouldn't have been a single, I'm not going to exactly be very impressed, am I?
I
Steaming in 20
agree.
yards, doing all that effort, and then
Yeah, no, I completely agree with
it's
you.
all just thrown away. Henry's through his run up, approaching the crease, bowls. Nice full delivery. Atkins plays straight back to him, and Henry fields off his own bowling.
You know, international cricketers make it look so easy, don't they?
They do, don't they?
I mean, that was drilled back by Atkins. And
Just
Henry
casually just
did.
takes it to his left.
I thought that was a really good stop, but he just made it look ridiculously easy. Really
I think
did.
maybe when you're so good at something, then things just become,
Well,
you
mate,
make it look easy
well,
then.
Maybe that's it.
Henry running away from us. He's bowled it to Atkins. Atkins just plays that off the back foot, covering his off stump. No run.
And he really. What I also like about Matt Henry, he marches back. Look how fast
Look,
he's walking.
yeah,
back.
he's
You
like,
know,
I want to get there.
I want to get through this over. I want a good over rate, not hanging around. Now I've got the ball back immediately, and I'm on my way again. I really like that. Another cricketer who reminds me is Ed Barnard, who plays for Worcestershire. You probably know Ed Barnard, and he does exactly the same. Gets through his overs rapidly.
As has Henry, as Atkins has come forward and played it to mid-on for no run.
Just doesn't hang around.
He
Just
doesn't hang
marches
around,
back. There's so many bowlers, Nicky, that seem to deliver the ball, and then they wait and they watch, and then they turn and then they trudge back. But no, get
He
on
just
with
wants
it.
to get back to it. But what's interesting is actually that Atkins is allowing Henry to actually control that the momentum in which he has to
Yes.
turn around and get ready, set for the next ball. So it's kind of playing to Henry's tune at the moment as Henry's running uphill. Atkins has tried to flick that onto the onside, but played that to Ajaz Patel at cover for no run. Didn't exactly get the right timing that he intended. And now he goes back towards square leg and shadows a defence. Maybe he's thinking he should have just gone with that. And Henry's in, bowls to Atkins, who's forward and plays it straight to cover. That is the end of the over. Sussex 200 for 7. That's a maiden over by Henry, who's currently bowled 14 overs for 5 maidens, 36 runs and 2 wickets. And it was interesting. Henry's making it very clear that he just wants to get back to the top of his run-up and just wants to bowl the next delivery.
No, he does. I think it's great to see.
And Atkins is playing to his little tune.
So, as Nicky says, end of the over, 200 for 7, 9 to Rawlings, 3 to Jamie Atkins. There's a light aircraft makes its way somewhere across the ground.
Can't see
where
it.
that
I'm
comes
trying.
from.
I think it's right behind us.
Yeah, it's making a bit of a racket, isn't he, as he disappears across the ground. It's going to be Carl Jamieson who's going to carry on this spell from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. 2 slips and a gully still in place. Ray Rawlings is on 9. Waits for Jamieson, who's steaming down the hill, comes in and bowls, and Rawlings lets that one go through to keeper Fletcher. There is no run. Nice crowd, really, considering there's football on at the Amex this afternoon, and
What time does that start, Adrian?
it started at 4 o'clock, and it is a friendly fixture. The game, there's, in terms of going into the annals or the first-class records, it won't count to that. So it's a friendly game, but nonetheless, on a glorious afternoon at Hove.
Currently 0-0.
In comes Jamieson bowls, let go by Rawlings outside of the off-stump. Perhaps people should have stayed and watched the cricket.
Currently 0-0.
Yeah. 2 slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg, the clock showing just after 4:30. 1 overs left to be bowled after this. You'd have thought that Could well see New Zealand batting again tonight.
It would be nice to watch a bit of New Zealand batting
Yeah, it
again.
would. Yeah, it would.
Especially after yesterday's batting performance.
In comes Jameson bowls. Let go outside the off stump by Delray Rawlins. And again, there is no runner. Just down below us, I can see Jacob Duffy. Just got his looking thoughtful, isn't he? He's got his hand to his chin as if he's deep in thought about something or another. 27 on his back. He's got the shades on, as I think pretty much most of the New Zealand fielders probably have.
You're going to need shades today with the sun
definitely.
shining.
No, absolutely. You can borrow one of yours.
Yes, I've got plenty.
In comes Jameson, bowls short, and Rawlins needed to duck and take evasive action. That was a quick delivery by Carl Jameson, and Rawlins very quickly ducked underneath it, and the ball rattled through into the gloves of Fletcher, and there is no run.
Plenty of sunglasses. I can lend 50 of them out.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
I've put a ban on myself, though. I'm not allowed to buy any more until someone...
Right. I think that's a good
I
ban.
think that's quite reasonable, isn't it? No more sunglasses.
Jameson his way, bowls, and Rawlins is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by Jameson, and Rawlins looks straight back down the track, but there is no run.
But you never know when a different star's going to come back, and then you're going to need it. So
Yes. Well,
I'm all
what
prepared.
if you say so?
I'm all prepared. And to be fair, as I mentioned, I went to this wedding in India a few weeks ago,
Yes.
and I had a different sunglass for each of the events,
Wow.
the day events.
Did
So-
people notice?
Yes, people did notice.
Did I'm dreadful at that sort of thing. I wouldn't have a clue. Jameson turned. So Jameson's got a little milky at the moment as Jameson in down the hill, bowls to Rawlins. Rawlins
Ooh,
again.
that didn't take much height.
Yeah, no, that was
could've-
it was a quick delivery, and again Rawlins ducked under it. I don't think he was actually looking at the ball there, Delray. The
Didn't
ball whistled
look like
past
he
him,
was.
goes through to keeper Fletcher. There is no run. That was a quick delivery by Carl Jameson. End of the over. 21 overs left in the day's play. Sussex are 200 for 7. Atkins on 3. Rawlins is on 9. Just a reminder, yesterday New Zealand making 342 with Tom Latham, Will Young, Michael Bracewell and Tom Blundell all scoring half centuries before they retired. For Sussex today, the first man out, Tom Haynes, he was out for 41, then the scores on 56. Tom Alsop followed shortly afterwards. He was out for a duck, caught by Blundell off the bowling of Duffy without scoring. Tom Clark followed soon after, also for a duck. Sussex at that stage 65 for 3. Ali Orr then made 59, including 3 big sixes straight down the ground. He was dropped on a couple of occasions as well. Finn Hudson-Prentice making 33, Ollie Carter 31, Daniel Ibrahim 8. That was on the stroke of tea. No further wickets.
And we have a change in bowling from the CN. We've got Bracewell coming back into the attack with a bit of spin.
Sorry, I should say Daniel Ibrahim out on the stroke of tea, then since tea, Ollie Carter out for 31. So we're going to get some spin, and it will hasten the over 8 along even more, I think.
21 overs remaining.
Yeah. Now, Delray Rawlins does like to take the spinners on, so it could be entertaining. As Michael Bracewell is going to bowl the next over. Now, is this your over or mine?
This
Keith?
is my over, I
Right,
believe.
Okay, yeah. Allows me to have a slurp of coffee.
Enjoy. Just currently fixing the field, Bracewell. He's waiting for, I believe, his short leg to come into position. They're getting all kitted up. So Bracewell's in from the sea end to Atkins, who goes back and leaves it on the back foot. We're looking at a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, wide-ish mid-wicket, a short leg, and a fine leg as well. So we've got Bracewell in, bowls to Atkins, who's gone on the back foot to play that misses into the gloves of Fletcher. Speed up the over rate with having a bit of spin from the sea end here at Hove today. Bracewell in, Atkins drives to mid-on. No run. Looking to take that single, but they decided against it. Hit that quite straight of mid-on, like Jamie Atkins. Henry covering good ground. As Bracewell's in again, bowls, Atkins drives into the hands of cover. Jazz Patel gets a good hand on it to stop it reaching the boundary, and he manages to scamper a single there. We've got Rawlins on strike. Atkins is currently batting on 4. Bracewell's going to come round the wicket to Rawlins. Got a slip in play as well. Bracewell bowls. Rawlins drives that. Not a very clean drive, but he still manages to get a single into the hands of mid-off, which is Henry, who covered some ground to his right, which allowed him to field the ball. It looks like Ajaz Patel is warming up at point. Bracewell in, Atkins on the back foot, defends that to Ajaz Patel. Disrupts his warm-up a bit. And that is the end of the over. Sussex 202 for 7. Bracewell's 4th over. He's currently gone for 13 runs. Rawlins on 10, Atkins on 4. And I believe we're going to see some more spin from the other side. Perhaps. They're still wondering.
Wasn't the only overs Ravindra bowled? Was it just...
I think he just bowled 2.
Right. Just after...
He just bowled 2, and I think after the clunk on the helmet, he got taken off.
Yeah. Right.
And we are going to have some spin. Jazz Patel is coming back.
Yes, he is.
From the Cromwell Road end.
15 overs, 2 maidens. So he did 54 runs as Ajaz Patel. And he's going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Delray Rawlins. There's a slip, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg, the deep backward square. As Patel comes in, bowls to Rawlins, and Rawlins drives to mid-off. There is no run. I think there's a fair chance, Nikki, that Delray Rawlins will dance down the pitch and try to hit a 6 straight back over the bowler's head.
He does look like that's the way he wants to go, doesn't he?
It's the way that he does play. In comes Patel bowls, Rawlins waits, lets that one pass by outside the off-stump. Cam Fletcher whips off the bails, and there is no run. There's a long on in case he does decide to do that, but it's a relatively short, straight boundary. So in comes Patel bowls. Oh, Rawlins with reverse sweep, and the ball balloons over the wicketkeeper's head and lands with first slip. But
Fletcher goes up, but you all right, Adrian?
Yeah, a little bit of fruitcake, I think. In comes Patel bowls. Rawlins forward. Oh, he's got behind. And Delray Rawlins goes, prodding up one outside of the off stump. Cam Fletcher tidies up well. I think Delray Rawlins may well wish he'd come charging down the wicket.
Sulking on his way back to the dressing room.
And the 8th wicket goes down. Sussex 202 for 7.
Rawlins making his way back to the dressing room very slowly. Drooping his head. He's not happy with that. Some drinks being run on for the New Zealand boys. What do you think is going to be coming in next, Adrian?
Well, it looks to me like Ollie Robinson. Unusual to see Ollie Robinson batting this far down, but I'm fairly certain that's Ollie Robinson making his way out. We'll just wait for confirmation. Yeah, I'm fairly certain it is.
Yes, it is. It's already on the scoreboard.
Do you mind just commentating for a moment, Nikki?
Sure. New Zealand players slowly making their way back into their fielding positions. Drinks are being run off. Robinson at the crease, tapping the wicket, doing a bit of gardening, now coming in to take his guard. 4 balls gone, 2 balls left of the over. It's going to be Patel to Robinson from the Cromwell Road end. That was at the top of his mark. In he comes, off 3 full steps, bowls, and Robinson defends. Fletcher chases, and there is no run. We've got a slip, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Patel back in, bowls. Bit more flight on that ball, and Robinson politely defends the ball, and that is the end of the over. Sussex are currently 202 for 8. Atkins on 4 of 32 deliveries, and Robinson yet to get off the mark. That was bowled 16 overs for 3 maidens, 54 runs and 1 wicket. And we're going to continue with a bit of spin from the sea end with Bracewell. Atkins is on strike. The sun is making an appearance back here, just round the corner. I can't see it. I think it's behind the media box, but I can't see it. I can see it.
It has got quite milky, the sun, hasn't it? There's just been a sort of high-level cloud now. We'll probably have an update for the football, I suspect, at some stage, but we'll see how we get on. Michael Bracewell is going to bowl the next over from the sea end. Comes in to bowl to Jamie Atkins, who plays that away at the offside. And there is no run. Fruitcake. And I think,
Are you okay, Adrian?
Yeah, I think it's nestled in the back of my throat, which isn't great. Bracewell again. In bowls, Atkins just hit on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out on the offside.
Just looking to work that into the onside mid-wicket, Atkins.
Yeah. Bracewell again. Bowls, Atkins steers that one away into the offside. Again, there is no run. Well, with a slip and a short leg, goes into bowl to Jamie Atkins, and Atkins plays that one from the crease, not desperately elegantly, but to backward point. There is no run.
Yeah, it kept very low as well.
No, it did. Well in bowls, Atkins steers that to backward point. Again, there is no run.
Looking to play on the back foot against Bracewell here, Atkins is.
Yeah, he is.
Trying to work it off the back foot, even though that was a rather full delivery. Well watched by him.
Bracewell again. The sun has gone in now, momentarily. Bowls, Atkins plays that into the offside. He's faced 38 balls for his 4 runs as Jamie Atkins.
I clearly jinxed the sun, didn't I?
You did. Oh, you definitely did.
Oops. Apologies.
202 for 8, so we've got 18 overs left in the day. I would imagine that if a wicket, or if Sussex do lose 10 wickets, that we'll probably lose a couple of overs off of that for the changeover, or it may well be that New Zealand want to use all of these overs. We'll see. It's difficult to know exactly what's going to happen because we're not playing by first-class rules.
It's a bit hard to tell at the moment, but Ajaz Patel is continuing from the Cromwell Road end. And he comes to Robinson, who defends it respectfully back down the track. For no run. Nice short run up from Patel, making his way through the crease again. Down the wicket, Robinson, and
he
he's
might
just
do that.
played that over the head of wideish mid-on. It's gone down to the boundary, raced down to the boundary. He can save his legs, and that's 4.
Yeah.
Sussex on 206. In again to Robinson, again down the track, repeat of the last shot over the head of wideish mid-on.
4 more.
And 4 more. Looking to come down and take him on here, by the looks of things. Helps with his long levers as well, to be honest, doesn't it, Adrian?
No, it definitely does.
Patel in again. Slightly flatter delivery, Robinson looking to sweep.
Yeah. He's got his eyes on that short leg side boundary.
He has, hasn't he? But did not connect that one. It's a dot ball. A slightly flatter delivery from Patel. Not giving Robinson the flight there. And in he comes again. Robinson down the track, played it down through mid-wicket.
It's entertaining, isn't it?
And that's another 4. 12, Robinson's on. That was a quick 12 from Ollie Robinson. Off 7 balls. Sussex 214 for 8.
12 off 7 balls. A little cameo from Ollie Robinson.
A little cameo. Wonder what Patel's going to do next ball. In he comes from the Cromwell Road end. Bit more flight. Robinson's down the track again. Slashed at that. It's gone to cover. They've managed to nick a single. And that is the over. Patel's over, 17th over, 3 maidens, 67 runs. That's gone for 3 fours. Sussex at 215 for 8. Robinson on a very quick 13. Atkins on 4. And it is next over. We're going to see Bracewell from the C end.
Well, I think you might see a bit more of Ollie Robinson dancing down the wicket. I remember I've seen some great moments with Ollie Robinson bowling, but one of the best moments with him batting, I'm scoring at 100 on his debut at Durham. For Sussex, and then a game at Colwyn Bay a few years ago against Glamorgan where Sussex were 9 wickets down and Ollie came down the wicket and hit a big 6 to win the match. Yeah, so he's more than capable. He does like to get down the track against the spinners.
I think they're clearly expecting it because we've got a long off here, a long on here as well.
Yeah, Matt Henry literally down below us. We can almost reach out of the commentary box and touch him on the back. In comes Bracewell, bowls to Ollie Robinson, who plays a defensive shot on this occasion down the ground.
I think there'll be a few health and safety concerns with that, Adrian.
Yeah.
Hanging out the comms box.
Yeah, we can't.
You were on the roof earlier this morning.
We're sealed in here. In comes Bracewell bowls. There he goes. Ollie Robinson drives down the ground and he picks up a single. Good bit of fielding by Duffy, actually, diving away to his right at mid-off. A checked drive by Ollie Robinson, who goes to 14 at 216 for 8.
You were on the roof early this morning.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, that's why we have our effects
Climbing
microphone.
over.
But it's not working for some reason, so there's no dangling out the window away to our right-hand side. Bracewell again, bowls to Atkins, clips that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 38 balls for his, 39 balls now for his 4 runs from Jamie Atkins. The sun, as I say, behind this sort of high-level cloud that's drifting in as Bracewell in bowls, and that's a big hit by Jamie Atkins. That's got a long way.
Running behind him, Henry.
But it's not. Henry chases back towards the boundary. Didn't get all of it. I thought for a minute, because Matt Henry had gone up to an orthodox long on, and now they're saying, well, he might as well stay back, Matt, which he is going to do. So Atkins goes to 5, 217 for 8. Robinson waits. I wonder what Ollie Robinson will do this time. Do you reckon they're dancing down the wicket?
I think so.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Bracewell in bowls. Quicker delivery, and Ollie Robinson steps away to the offside and clips that one to backball point, and there is no run.
Created some space for him there, but straight into the hands of
He's a fine batsman, Ollie Robinson. He's very much started life as a batsman. So he's more than capable. As in comes Bracewell bowls, and Robinson strokes that elegantly to mid off. There is no run. End of the over. Bracewell has now bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15. Sussex 217 for 8 with Robinson on 14. Jamie Atkins is on 5. 217 for 8. And what's that, 16 overs left in the day?
Yep, 16 overs left in the day. I think we've got roughly another hour to play.
Yeah.
Patel continuing from the Cromwell Road end. Patel to Atkins. Bowls the ball. Atkins plays off that back foot into the hands of cover. No run.
Waiting to see if there's going to be an update on the radio, but nothing so far. So.
Through his run up, bowls the ball. Atkins forward and defends the ball straight back to Patel.
You rather think that the excitement's going to come here from Ollie Robinson, don't you?
Patel in. Atkins plays the ball to mid-on. No run.
You keep going, Nikki, because I think we're going to be a little while until we...
Okie dokie. Patel at top of his mark, making his way through. Atkins defends the ball into the hands of extra cover. No run.
You're dog barking.
Very loudly.
He is barking. Sounds very excited.
Yeah, he does. Patel in to Atkins, bowled.
Oh,
Atkins gone
bowled
to
him.
sweep, and he's been bowled.
Well, hit all across the line there, didn't he, Jamie
All
Atkins?
across the line. He was looking into the stands as he was trying to make contact with that
well,
one, Atkins.
I think his eyes lit up.
Eyes lit up, and he was looking at where he was imagining it to go. Sussex currently 217 for 9. Jamie Atkins makes his way back to the dressing room. Still got Ollie Robinson at the crease.
Yeah, so who's going to be the last man in for Sussex?
Atkins goes
could be
5.
Could be Henry Crocombe. Could be Sean Hunt. Or on the other hand, I wonder whether Sussex is going to have 13 batsmen. That looks like Sean Hunt making his way down the steps as Jamie Atkins makes his way off.
There might be a chance of us seeing some New Zealand batting.
Well, there could well be. So we're going to go. I'll just take over for a minute, Nikki, if that's
All
okay.
yours, Adrian, all yours.
Let's see who's coming out to bat. I think it is Sean Hunt. Let's just wait and see. 217 for 9. Robinson on 14. Sean Hunt? Yes, it is. Ollie Robinson goes across and has a word to Sean Hunt. He's probably saying, let me get on strike, Sean. Because he probably fancies having another dart down the wicket.
Despite the result of today, for all the fans and the players, how many players playing on that?
So, Ajaz Patel. Yes, thanks, Andrew. 15 overs left to be bowled in the day, and Sussex 217 for 9. Ollie Robinson is 14 not out of just 12 deliveries from Ollie Robinson. But earlier on in the day, Alistair Raw top scored. He made 59. Tom Haynes made 41, and Ollie Carter 31. Yesterday, New Zealand making 342 for 3. It's all been about practice for the New Zealanders, really, Andrew. This is a friendly match, not a first-class match. Nonetheless, a couple of New Zealanders have really bent their backs this afternoon. Carl Jamieson bowling a very fast spell down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Matt Henry looking impressive as well. As I say, 15 overs to go in the day, 217 for 9 of Sussex. We might well see New Zealand batting again tonight. It's going to be Michael Bracewell who's going to bowl to Ollie Robinson. This could be exciting. You do this over.
Sure. We've got Bracewell coming in from the C end. And Ollie Robinson has sent that over to the wide-ish mid-on boundary.
Yeah, he's looking at his bat as if to say, I didn't quite get that, Ollie
So I'm
Robinson.
not happy. That wasn't as clean as I wanted to hit it.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, it is a boundary for Sussex. That brings them to 221. Bracewell in. Robinson reverse sweeps that. It's going down.
This is cheeky.
Down towards the third man boundary. They're only going to get 2 for that. Patel cuts that off nicely.
Yeah.
Oh, he's really stepping on his gears now, isn't
No,
he?
he is. He definitely is. He's just enjoying himself, I think, to be honest. Ollie Robinson.
Might as well. Bracewell in. Robinson plays that on the back foot. Down to long on. Henry comes in chasing the single here. New Zealand currently have 3 men out. We've got Patel on a deep point. Henry's on the long on boundary, and we have a deep backward square leg who's roughly 4 or 5 paces off the boundary. That's on the leg side, which is quite a big boundary down here at Hove in comparison to the offside boundary. Speaking of which, they've just brought deep square leg in.
Yes, they have.
Bracewell in to Robinson. To Hunt, sorry. Hunt defends it straight back to extra cover.
Yeah, I think Ollie would be quite keen to get on strike if he can.
And very similar physiques, Robinson and Hunt.
Yeah. Very tall men, aren't they?
Bracewell in to Hunt. Plays it straight back to the bowler. Hunt receives the ball and is walking back to the top of his mark.
Yeah.
They brought men on the boundary back in for Hunt. As Bracewell comes in, bowls, and Hunt
Ooh, good bit of Ollie.
goes for a defence, but plays and misses, and that is the end of the over. Bracewell's 7th over, 1 maiden, 22 runs. Sussex currently 224 for 9, with Ollie Robinson on a very quick fire 21 of 15 balls.
Yeah, just 14 overs left to be bowled today. Play due to finish at 6 o'clock as the digital clock ticks round to 17:01 on the scoreboard way to our right hand side. We're going to get some more spin from Ajaz Patel. 18 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 67 here on BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and Nikki Chowdhury here on commentary. As here comes Patel, left arm around the wicket, bowls to Robinson, who paddles that one around the corner down towards fine leg. I think it's going to go for 4 runs. A long chase here. I don't think he'll catch it up, not down the hill. Oh, be careful. Well, he slides towards the boundary. I've seen that on many occasions here at Hove, where players go hurtling down the hill and career into these advertising hoardings. Once the ball's beaten the fielder here, Nikki, it's very, very difficult to stop the ball going for 4 runs.
Funny you mentioned that. We were playing a game a couple of weeks ago, and one of the girls was chasing a ball on the boundary. We were sat off, we were batting, and she's completely head-butted the fence off. It was not pleasant to watch.
No. In comes Patel, bowls, and Robinson clips that too long on. They're going to think about taking 2. They've taken 1. Are they going to come back for the second? Oh, they're going to be a run out here. Oh, comedy of errors. Oh, well, I'm not sure who was out and who's in. I think they're both in.
What's going on
That
here?
was ridiculous. That was an absolute comedy of errors. I can't even begin to explain what happened there. Ollie Robinson clipped the ball to long on. He was looking for 2.
Definitely, he was
Sean Hunt sent him back. And then at one stage they were both in the middle of the wicket. Then they both scampered back to their respective ends. The throw, I think, came into the wrong end. Robinson was home. Then the ball was thrown to keeper Fletcher. He whipped the bails off and Sean Hunt dived in. The scorebook will never ever show you that was 1 run to Robinson, but all the drama associated with that was crazy. Anyway.
You made it sound simple.
229 for 9. He comes Patel, bowls to Hunt, and Hunt clips that. Now this time I think they're just going to take a single. I'm sure someone in the crowd's going to shout out, look for 2, but they don't. So Hunt is on his way, 230 for 9. I think Ollie Robinson, we're going to see him dancing down the wicket here. I don't think he's in the mood to hang around. 26 off 17 deliveries. There's Robinson, he surveys that leg side field. Patel is in. Bowl short and hammered away by Robinson, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Ollie Robinson, wide outside the off stump. And he cracks the ball away for another boundary. He goes to 30 off just 18 deliveries. This has been worth waiting for, Nikki.
Yes, it has, hasn't it?
Some lovely shots from Ollie Robinson, who's just enjoying himself here.
Seems to be enjoying himself.
Well, someone's shouting out down below us.
They're getting involved as well down in the
They are getting
hospitality.
In comes Patel around the wicket, bowls, and Robinson hammers that one to backward point, fielded by Duffy. Didn't quite time that as well as I thought, to be honest. Nonetheless, it's a dot ball. I wonder whether Tom Latham may decide to call on his seamers. Now the field is coming up. They're going to stop Robinson taking the single off the last ball of the over. I think he'll have his eyes on that leg side boundary, Ollie Robinson.
They've just sent short leg to 45.
Here comes Patel around the wicket, bowls, and Robinson plays that casually through the square leg, picks up a single, so he does pinch the strike.
Didn't really get what they wanted from that, did they?
Robinson, 11 off the over. Ollie Robinson goes to 31, and Sussex are 235 for 9. We've got 13 overs remaining in the day. I don't know if we're going to get a bit more of Michael Brace. Well, yes, we are. And the field is disappearing to all quarters because I think Ollie Robinson has made his intentions.
It's created some panic by the looks of it.
Clear.
Sending the fielders out onto the boundary. We're looking like we're going to get a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket.
Yeah.
And a long on.
Yeah.
Right in front of us.
Yeah, Matt Henry, I think it is, coming right down in front of us
right
here.
in front of us.
He's got some impressive shades.
Very impressive shades. Might have to brace all in. Robinson's gone to reverse, sweep
cheeky.
it. Cheeky. And that is Patel's chased that down by third man.
Good bit of fielding, that, wasn't it?
That was.
Little reverse sweep by Ollie Robinson. Well, I can see Matt Henry's warming up. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think that New Zealand will only want so much of this from Ollie Robinson before they say enough's enough. It's clouded over quite a bit now, Nikki.
It has, hasn't it?
Yeah, the sun has pretty much disappeared.
I can hear a helicopter by the sounds of it. Don't know where it is. I can't see it.
Yeah, up here somewhere, isn't he?
Bracewell in to Hunt, who defends it. No run. Defends that off the front foot. Leaning into it, no run. Bracewell quickly back to the top of his mark. New Zealand are going to hope they can get this done and dusted pretty imminently right now. Bracewell in, Hunt down the track, drives to the hands of mid-off, no run. Firm and drive, but a good solid long barrier from mid-off.
Good stop, long barrier, I like that.
It was a long barrier. Haven't seen that in a while, have we?
Yeah, proper bit of fielding.
Proper textbook long barrier.
Yeah, like that.
Bracewell in. Hunt is down track, looking to work it onto the onside, but
If New Zealand were to bat now, I mean, I'm not sure they're going to want to come out with sort of just 10 overs to go tonight, but we shall see.
Henry's definitely warming up, stretching his hamstrings. Bracewell in. Hunt
good
lofted
shot.
that. Mid-off's chasing it over their head. They're going to just take the one by the looks of it. Yep, they've settled for the one.
There's only one more ball left in the over. I think perhaps Ollie Robinson has seen Matt Henry warming up and thinks, oh.
Do I fancy this?
Yeah, I'd rather face the spinner than someone like Matt Henry racing in.
Bracewell in. Bowls Robinson, who's down the track, over the head of long on. Henry's jumped in pursuit, but the ball's made its way to the boundary, and that is the end of the over. Sussex 241 for 9. Robinson on 36 of 22 deliveries. I wonder if we're going to see a change in bowling from the Cromwell Road end.
I think we might.
I don't think so.
No, don't we? I know it's going to be Patel.
Patel's going to continue.
Yeah, he's having a chat to Tom Latham, isn't he? Ollie Robinson's enjoying himself, and the crowd are enjoying this as well.
He's having a nice little go at it. I don't think New Zealand are going to fancy seeing this for too long, are they?
No, I agree.
They want to...
Matt Henry was warming up.
I think they'll want to change things around pretty soon. As Patel can work some magic this over. In he comes. Has tried to play that on the back foot, played and missed.
Yeah, I thought for a minute that ball had carried to the first slip fielder. There was a an appeal of sorts. There was an inquiry, wasn't there, from the slips, but I don't think it was really it. In comes Patel bowls, and Hunt hammers that away on the leg side. More runs it for Sean Hunt. I don't think it's going to go for 4. Matt Henry is running from one end of the ground to the other at the minute. He fields, comes back for a second run. Does Sean Hunt? He goes to 2. Sussex 241 for 9. It brings Hunt back on to strike. He's now got 4. The tail is wagging for Sussex. Comes Patel again. Hunt plays pleasantly enough to mid-off. There is no run. These two come together when the score's on 217. So what have they added? Nikki, how good's your maths?
Round 27, 26.
Patel again bowls to Hunt short, and Sean Hunt, I thought, had been bowled. The ball ended up in the hands of short leg. I'm not entirely sure how, but it did.
I think he inside edged it and it just...
Perhaps it bounced up into the hands of short leg. Getting a bit rowdy, aren't they, down the way to our left-hand side?
Oh, they are.
Comes Patel again, and Hunt drives. Lovely looking shot by Sean Hunt. That's going to go for 4 runs.
Nice looking shot. Straight
It's a nice looking shot, straight down the ground. Hunt goes to 8, and Sussex to 247 for 9. Latham is just saying to his long off, I'd like you to stay back there, and his long on's going back as well. Still the slip and the short leg are in place. Patel round the wicket in the moles, and hammers that down the ground. He's going to be caught. No, he's not. He just bounces in front of Matt Henry. But long on, Ollie Robinson says, no, stay there. And he says, still stay. There could have been an overthrow, but Ollie Robinson
declined the run.
He did decline the run. He wants the strike at the start of the next. He may get a surprise if it's not Michael Bracewell.
Rightly so.
We should say 79 overs. Of course, one thing I hadn't noticed, a new ball will be available after one more over, Nikki. So maybe Matt Henry is warming up because New Zealand will presumably take the new ball as soon as it's available, and indeed Matt Henry is warming up.
I think he's ready for that new ball, isn't he?
So I think this is the last over when Sussex can get a chance to really attack the spinners. And he does like attacking the spinners, does Ollie Robinson. So this could be quite an interesting over. I think you may have...
Yeah, we've got an interesting field, which I will read out after this delivery. Bracewell in, down the track from Robinson. He's lofted that in. Is it to the hands of mid-off?
Yes.
Yes, long off has taken a comfortable catch. A lot of time in the air, that ball.
Caught by Duffy.
Caught by Duffy. Sussex 247. All out. Robinson finishes on 36. Hunt on 8. Quick cameo from Robinson. That was a 36 of 23 deliveries. I'm sure New Zealand are delighted that is over. And I guess we're going to see a bit of Latham and Young, hopefully, back at the crease shortly.
Well, we thought it may not last too long, but some late entertainment from Ollie Robinson. So we are going to get New Zealand batting again tonight. I wonder if they'll juggle their batting order around, maybe to give a bit of practice to some of those who didn't have much of a knock yesterday. Cam Fletcher, for example, he was out for a duck. So we'll have to see in the remaining overs that we've got tonight what New Zealand will do. The crowd is certainly drifting in here at Hove, but I think we're going to be all right for the last few overs of the day. So Nikki and I are going to have a little breather, have a quick cup of tea, and be back with you shortly. Welcome back to Hove, the final 8 overs of the day. Sussex bowled out for 247, trailing New Zealand by 95 on the first innings. The New Zealand openers are making their way out onto the field. We'll have to see who does open the innings for New Zealand. I just wonder whether they might juggle the batting order around a little bit and give some of those who didn't get much of a knock in the first innings playing. What I can tell you is that Sussex have got, looks like Ali Orr. Is that Ali Orr who's keeping wicket? Let's just see. It's certainly not Ollie Carter. Not sure that is Alistair Orr, you know. No, it's not. It's Tom Alsop who's keeping wicket for Sussex.
And we've got Carter in the slips by the looks of it.
Yeah, Jamie Atkins is going to open the bowling. Tom Haynes isn't on the field, so it looks like Ollie Robinson is captaining. It is going to be Tom Latham and it is going to be Will Young. So New Zealand taking it seriously. They're wanting to play their opening pairing from the first innings again. So no thoughts of juggling the batting order around just yet. And it's going to be Jamie Atkins who's going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's coming running into bowl to the left-handed Tom Latham. He's in the bowls, and Latham straight away on his way picks up a single as he plays onto the onside, and there is no run. So cricket around the country has finished for the day. And in the second division, Middlesex beat Durham by 6 wickets, Notts beat Derbyshire by 10 wickets. Northamptonshire and Kent drew, as did Yorkshire and Warwickshire. So in terms of the table, the county championship table, after 6 rounds of matches, Surrey topped by 3 points from Hampshire, then a further 12 points to Yorkshire, and then another 3 to Lancashire. Gloucestershire, bottom of the pile. They haven't won a game yet. Neither have Kent, neither have Northamptonshire, but Northamptonshire have picked up plenty of bonus points for draws in the second division, which is what Sussex are interested in. 2 sides have played 7 matches, Durham and Leicestershire. Leicestershire's still without a win all season. As Atkins is on his way down the hill, bowls to Young, who plays out to the offside, and there is no run. Middlesex top of the pile, they're on 116 points. They've won 4 games, as have Nottinghamshire, who are 9 points behind. Then Worcestershire, Durham, Derbyshire, Glamorgan, Sussex, second bottom with 53 points. So in terms of from the top 6 places are separated by 35 points. Sussex and Leicestershire rather stuck at the bottom, neither of those counties without a win. In comes Atkins, down the hill, bowls to Young, who plays this down to fine leg. That's going to be 4 runs.
Braced away for 4.
Yeah, erring down the leg side was Jamie Atkins. And Will Young wasn't going to miss out on that. He picks up a boundary. New Zealand 5 without loss. Atkins down the hill, bowls and
What a lovely shot.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? I'm not sure it's going to get to the boundary. Ibrahim is in hot pursuit. Don't dive, Daniel Ibrahim. No, I'm glad he didn't dive on that. The ball did win.
Lovely shot by Young off the back foot. He played that on the right. It's gone straight down to the deep cover boundary for 4.
Lovely shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, I've got a funny message here on Twitter from someone called Cheesy Beaver.
Okay.
Cheesy Beaver says, thanks for the commentary, Adrian and Nikki. It's awesome to see coverage streamed on YouTube. Kyle Jameson is a monster.
Well, he bowled quickly today, didn't he?
He did bowl quickly today. Thanks, Cheesy Beaver. I'm guessing that's not your real name, though, so...
Here comes Atkins. Bowls. Short pulled away by Young. That's pulled away for 6 runs.
That has been
look
dispatched.
at that. Yeah, I mean, that was too short from Jamie Atkins. So this over, the opening over of this reply has gone 1.446. So Jamie Atkins' opening over has gone for 15. First over with the New Zealand innings. No messing around. In fact, the umpires will have a look at the ball and make sure it's not damaged. Come on, it's a new ball. You can't change it. And these balls are expensive. That would be ridiculous.
Not the length Atkins wants to be bowling right now to Young.
No, definitely not.
comfortably pulled away into the stands, I hope. It didn't break anything. I think it went straight into the glass. It's a ricocheted and come back.
Yeah. Comes Atkins over the wicket, bowls. Young is forward. That's a dot ball from Jamie Atkins.
And a much better length than line.
Yeah, so New Zealand are 15 without loss after 1 over of the reply. Tom Latham on 1. Will Young is on 14.
I think they've taken inspo from Ollie Robinson's innings.
Well, we're not going to see Ollie Robinson bowl by the looks of it. I don't quite know why, but he's not going to bowl. It looks like it's going to be George Burrows who's going to bowl the next over from the C end of the ground. You can see as he sort of takes his jumper off. They all wear these monitors now, Nikki, don't they? That shows.
Yeah, I was just about to ask. I was like,
how far they've run.
I was like, what are those?
I think it's one of these readers that tells you how far you've run and what your heart rate is and all sorts of information.
Do they all wear them then?
I think.
Just
Well,
gives
I don't know whether it's just the fast bowlers or whatever, but it's all all to do with
Monitoring.
monitoring and fitness levels and all the rest of it. However,
We've got Burrows from the C end.
yeah,
He's going to be running into Latham. Just currently rolling his arm over to mid-on. Starting off with 3 slips, a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a wideish deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Burrows at the top of his mark, making his way away from us to Latham. Latham leaves that outside his off stump, straight into the hands of the keeper, who is
Tom Alsop.
Tom Alsop.
Yeah. So Tom Haynes not on the field. We understand that he'd have a slight niggle, Tom Haynes, who doesn't want to do too much running around. So Ollie Robinson is captaining Sussex. We'll have to just see how much play we get tomorrow. As I say, the weather forecast seems to be changing quite a lot. And quite often on the coast, you never quite know. Sometimes we get away with it here, other times we catch it. But it does look as if there is going to be certainly some rain around tomorrow. So we'll have to see how much play we get.
A bit of pitter-patter. Burrows making his way into Latham, who again leaves it outside the off stump. Nice length there.
2 people sitting in the stand there, Nikki, directly opposite us in those blue seats. They look like they've got yellow on. I like them.
Right opposite us.
Yeah.
I think they've got binoculars as well.
Yeah, they have.
I think they're looking straight at us.
Yeah.
I wonder if they...
But it's just their yellow that is standing out, isn't
Yes.
it? In the sort of halfway, or would you say more of a lemony colour? There's a seagull just fluttering around that stand. They've got white hats on as well.
More of a lemony colour. White hats.
We haven't got binoculars here.
Yeah, Burrows in to Latham, who again leaves outside the off stump. Not much carry there. Alsop had to crouch down a bit to take that one. They've got binoculars, they've got nice little white hats, yellow jumpers, or t-shirts. Can't really tell from here, they're quite far away. Interested by this cheesy beaver Twitter handle. What their name is. Burrows running away from us into Latham, bowls the ball. Latham looks to drive inside exit, no run. Clearly not where he intended to play that shot. Latham and Young having a bit of a natter, walking over to each other. Burrows making his way back to the top of his mark. Been greeted with the little cherry. Turns and he's making his way down. Through his run-up, approaching the crease, bowls the ball. And Latham leaves it again outside the off stump. Not much carry going on here at the moment.
They did get quite low.
They did get quite low. There are a few of them like that.
Slips. Castrol standing quite a lot forward of the other 2, isn't he? I know that's more of an adjustment. It looked like he was a good yard. In fact, I think he's still probably a yard ahead of the other slip fielders at third slip.
Yeah, he is. Burrows making his way last ball of the over to Latham. And he goes, nice full delivery, lovely shot through the offside, laning into that beautifully, and ball's raced away to the boundary. That's 4 for Latham. That brings us to the end of Burrows' over. New Zealand on 19 for no loss, with Latham on 5, Young on 14, and I think Jamie Atkins is going to be continuing from the Cromwell Road end, even after his first over, which went for 15.
I think he is. I think they're going to give him another go. So we'll have to see how that pans out, but I'm sure Ollie Robinson will want to give him at least one more over.
Hoping he doesn't go for another 15.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Ollie Robinson's going to bowl. He's never quite sure whether Ollie's bowling load is really England's call or whether it's Sussex's call, but he's certainly not bowling at the minute. It's going to be Jamie Atkins who's going to bowl the third over. The New Zealand innings, New Zealand 19 without loss. He's coming in down the hill to bowl to Will Young. He's in on bowls, and Young lets that one pass by outside the off stump, taken by Allsop, and there is no run. Without loss, Adrian Harms and Nikki Chowdhury here on commentary from Hove. We're pretty much the only cricket that's going on now. All the other county championship matches have finished for the day. And we've got another 5 overs left after this one. Let's just hope the weather forecast is wrong for tomorrow, Nikki.
I hope so too. You might just miss it.
In comes Atkins, steaming down the hill, bowls to Young, who lifts the bat high out of the way. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Tom Allsop, and there is no run. And there's a light aircraft, Nikki, just going across the ground.
I see that, and I can see a commercial flight flying away from us as well.
Where's that?
Over there.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah.
It's past the floodlights to my right.
We've got a light aircraft and a jet zipping off somewhere sunny. And it's been pretty sunny here on the south coast today. It's been the most gorgeous day. And from the New Zealanders, it's been ideal preparation. The bowlers getting a good run out ahead of the next game of their tour. It comes at Chelmsford next week. Atkins in, bowls to Will Young, who plays it onto the onside and picks up a single, fielded by Ollie Robinson. One more to Young, who goes to 15. New Zealand 20 without loss. If you're just joining us, the news that Sussex were bowled out for 247 a little earlier on. Ali Orr top scoring with 59. Tom Haynes 41. Finn Hudson-Prentice 33 and Ollie Carter 31. The main contributors before Ollie Robinson with a very quick fire 36 at the end of the innings. A lead of 95 for New Zealand. Have extended that by 20 as in comes Atkins, bowls to Tom Latham, who's back on his stumps, plays into the offside. There is no run. But New Zealand, a cheer around the ground. That could be for any number of reasons, and possibly because I know a lot of people will be keeping an eye on the football, which is going on. Brighton playing at the Amex today, and a lot of people were here this morning.
They seem to have disappeared.
They come to the cricket and then go to watch the football down the A27 at Falmer. In comes Atkins around the wicket, bowls. And Latham just surprised as he plays that one onto the onside. But he picks up a single nonetheless. That is the end of Jamie Atkins' over. He's now bowled 2 overs. No, not got one more ball to go. I do apologise. One more ball to go.
They're all moving around as though it was the end of the over.
I thought for a moment it was the end of the over, but it wasn't. I was mistaken. My apologies.
It's changing them. Their fielding positions around. Left hand, right hand combo. Got us confused.
Atkins bowling with 2 slips and a backward point. Cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary. Atkins in bowls, and Young is just happy to watch that one sail past outside of the off stump. It is the end of Jamie Atkins over. 2 overs for 17. New Zealand 21 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex. You may be watching via the Sussex live stream if you are. A very good afternoon, or indeed a very good morning if you're waking up in New Zealand and wondering how the Black Caps are getting on. Well, they've had a good day. Bowling Sussex out for 247. All the bowlers getting a workout. Jacob Duffy picking up a couple of wickets. Matt Henry picking up a couple as well. Ijaz Patel took a bit of hammer at the end from
Ollie Robinson, didn't he?
But he bowled nicely enough, and it's all about New Zealand getting overs in. We've got a final warm-up match next week at Chelmsford against a county select 11 before the first test match at Lord's.
On the 2nd of June.
Yeah, Nikki and I were looking at the weather forecast for the next week or so, and I think after a bit of unsettled weather early this week, certainly in the south of England, that will include the London area, the long-range forecast I think looks pretty good.
It looks absolutely delightful.
Yeah, right up to the Jubilee weekend, so that'll be good news.
Nice high temperatures of 18 to 20 degrees and sunshine.
Yeah.
We've got Burrows continuing from the sea end now. He's making his way through his run up to Latham. Bowls the ball. Latham drives a beautiful drive through the offside again. Nice quick hands. That ball has chased away right down to the boundary.
Lovely shot, wasn't it?
There was no need to run for that.
No.
That was a stand and deliver shot from Latham. That takes New Zealand to 25 for no loss. Raced away to the boundary. All the fielders just turned and watched it as well.
Shot was it? Looks a quality player, doesn't he, Tom Latham, which we know he is.
Lovely player. Burrows now coming over round the wicket to Latham. Changing up his angle a bit. In he comes. Bowls. And Latham defends that. Coming forward. Defends it dead. Burrows is not interested in picking it up and walks straight back to his run-up.
Yeah, George Burrows was given a short-term contract here at Hove. He was released by Lancashire last year, or the end of last season, Nicky, so he's looking for a county. And Sussex, with all the injuries to the fast bowlers, happy to give him a short-term contract. And he'll be very keen to make an impression. So there's plenty of players out here who have got much to play for. The other good news is the sun is reappearing.
It's been playing hide and seek this afternoon, hasn't it?
It has.
Burrows into Latham round the wicket, bowls. Latham looks to defend. Got 3 fielders running in to collect that ball.
Yeah. Free entry for anybody tomorrow here at Hove. So if you're in the area, you think, well, I fancy watching some cricket. The weather forecast is not the best, but, you know, the weather forecast can be wrong, can't it?
You never know, it might change.
Yeah, so keep an eye.
Might just blow away and then we'll get a lovely days of cricket.
Yeah.
Let's watch New Zealand bat, like Latham is. Burrows into Latham right now. Latham drives again.
Shot.
Nice drive down to the deep cover boundary. Finn Hudson Prentice covers some good ground. They take 2 there. New Zealand currently 27 for no loss. Burrows at the top of his mark. Round the wicket, coming in from the sea end to Latham, who's still on strike. Bowls the ball. Latham plays the shot down to backward point. It's making Finn Hudson Prentice run a bit. Another 2 for Latham. New Zealand currently on 29 for no loss. Good running with this pair, Latham and Young. Nice bit of running between the wickets.
No, absolutely. Our effects microphone. I think the people nattering away down there, aren't they? I think they're in the corporate hospitality
You
area.
can hear them. They're pretty close, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Last ball of the over. Burrows making his way. Just going uphill, away from us, into Latham. Slightly back of length ball. Latham plays that off the back foot. Scampers a single as mid-wicket runs in to collect the ball. That is the end of the over. New Zealand are 30 for no loss. We've got 4 overs remaining. And Burrows has bowled 2 overs, has gone for 13 runs, and we're looking like Jamie Atkins is going to resume and continue from the Cromwell end.
Yes, we are.
End.
It's going to be Jamie Atkins. Umpire Paul Baldwin wanders from one end of the wicket to the other. We've had a replacement umpire today. We ought to mention again Graham Lloyd, and we hope, Graham, that you're okay, taken ill overnight, we understand. Trevor Cox is the stand-in umpire. He's been standing doing the duties at square leg for most of the, for the entire day, in fact, and Paul Baldwin has been doing the honours at either end of the ground. So, 2 slips in place. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and 2 men back on the leg side. There's a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. And it's going to be Jamie Atkins who's going to come in. Running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, he's in and bowls to Latham, and a good tumbling save by Tom Alsop, who's taken the wicket-keeping gloves from Ollie Carter for this session. There is no run. New Zealand 30 without loss in their second innings. You could add 95 to that and you get the New Zealand lead, which is 125. Comes Atkins around the wicket, bowls and nudged by Latham. I think that came off the glove. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. And they did indeed. 4 runs down the leg side. Tom Latham goes to 19.
Tickled away to the boundary.
Yeah, and New Zealand 34 without loss. Someone's shouting. I can only imagine there's a lot of excitement for the football.
That's what I was about to say. I think maybe someone's got the football up and they're watching. Maybe there's been a goal.
Yeah, I think people are watching the football. As in comes Atkins, bowls, and covering up his Latham into the offside. So I think there's a lot of excitement in the Premier League. And a lot of shouting, and I reckon it might be that Liverpool have scored. I'm only guessing. We shall see. No, Manchester City have. They were 2-0 down, they're now winning 3-2, apparently.
Oh, a comeback.
Yeah, what a comeback. Here's Mark. Here's Atkins. Runs in, bowls again down the leg. So it's a poor delivery by Jamie Atkins, really, taken by Tom Alsop. And again, it is a dot ball. So someone was getting very excited. You must have a television on in there in the corporate hospitality area away to our right-hand side. There's a bird making the noise in our effects microphone, Nikki.
Where are they? Chirping away.
Yeah, they are. Comes Atkins around the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Latham, plays straight down the ground to mid-on. There is no run. So the next cricket will be tomorrow here at Hove, hopefully, if the weather forecast is wrong. Thereafter, coverage of the T20 will begin with Sussex's first game here on Thursday night against Glamorgan. Then a trip to Bristol on Friday. Both of those games you can hear on DAB radio on BBC Radio Sussex and online as well, as in comes Atkins around the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a horrid delivery, isn't it? Down the leg side.
Wide
Taken
down the
by
right
Alsop.
side,
Yeah.
very wide.
He just hasn't looked himself at all the last few weeks, Jamie Atkins. That's not a great delivery, and Tom Latham having absolutely nothing to do with it. Alistair Orr is going trotting off. Is that Tom Haynes who's coming running on? Quite, or might even be Archie Lenham.
I think it's Archie Lenham.
He's coming on. So fielders coming and going in this friendly fixture. New Zealand 34 without loss. 3 overs remaining in the day. And the first of those is going to be bowled by George Burrows. From this C end of the ground.
Archie Lenham's come down to field the last 3 overs, presumably.
Yes, absolutely.
Burrows continuing from the C end. Archie Lenham's come down to point. We've got 2 slips, a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Trying to find some of the plays. They've blended in with the boarding. Got Burrows making his way uphill into Young. Possible Young plays it off his hips on the front foot down into mid-wicket. They've scampered a single there. Mostly just closing the face of the bat so you can angle it and take that single. There's a nice gap in that mid-wicket region. Easy single for them. Got Latham on strike now, change to the field. Fielder's just swapping over.
Birds are getting excited, aren't they, Nikki?
They're getting very excited.
You hear them around the ground.
And This is Burrows as he makes his way through to Latham. Latham just plays it off the back foot to point. Plays it pretty late, so managed to time it so you can take a single. Played it pretty softly to point so they can get a quick single down.
Got pigeons, haven't we, rather than seagulls, to be honest?
Got pigeons. They always come around this time,
they
don't
do.
they?
No, they do. They arrive. Yeah, I don't know why. It's
like pigeon o'clock. It's pigeon o'clock.
Set your clock by it, really.
Burrows running away from us into Young. Young defends that no run.
He's got a nice spell here, George Burrows, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
His
Nice.
third over.
At the moment, only gone for 15
Yeah,
runs.
he's trying to make an impression, isn't he? I'm quite surprised Ollie Robertson hasn't bowled, but as I say, we're never quite sure with Ollie whether his workload is controlled more by England than by Sussex. He's out there directing matters, so he's fielding at mid-off.
He's doing some pointing. He's telling people where to go.
Yeah, he's telling Finn Hudson Prentice
To come in.
Yeah.
Finn's been brought in from the boundary on the leg side. Burrows running in to Young. Young has defended that respectfully down the wicket into the hands of Burrows, who picks it up and flicks it back to Hunt by the looks of it.
Yes.
They look ever so similar, Hunt and Robinson.
Well, they're similar build, aren't they?
Yeah, very similar build.
Sean Hunt has worked incredibly hard, Nikki, during the winter on his fitness, because for a long time he was, by his own admission, carrying too much weight. And he's spoken very candidly about that as well, that the need to just get in the gym and get and work very hard in the winter, which he's done. So he deserves, massive credit for that.
Burrows in to Young. Young defends. Ball's gone to the gully region. No run. We have 2 more overs left for today's play.
2 more overs after this.
Very long run up for Burrows.
He has, hasn't he?
He's got a very long run up. Burrows making his way uphill. Last delivery of the over. Young is forward, defends the ball. Nice solid defence, and that is the end of the over. New Zealand currently 36 for no loss, with Latham on 20, Young on 16. Good bit of running between this top pair.
Yes.
A good rotation of strike, and that has Burrows bowled his third over for 15 runs. And I think we're going to see a bit more of Jamie Atkins from the other side.
Yeah, I think we are. Hasn't quite got his range right, really, has he, Jamie Atkins? So 2 overs left in the day. Umpire Paul Baldwin is having a chatter to some of the Sussex players. I'm not quite sure what the delay is. Ollie Robinson, Tom Clark and Finn Hudson. So not sure what's happening out there.
They're all huddling, crowding together. What's going on?
Well, I'm not sure whether... Well, I don't know. There seemed to be some sort of a dispute out in the middle there, but otherwise, anyway, it all seems to be resolved. It looks like it is going to be Jamie Atkins who's going to bowl the penultimate over of the day's play from the Cromwell Road in 36 without loss. And I suspect we are just going to get 2 overs. I think Sussex are just using up a bit of time here, because...
I think they are. They're doing the same tactics as New Zealand were using.
Yeah, it's 10 to 6, and I don't think they'll bowl more than 2 overs in these 10 minutes or so.
Bit of faffing.
Yeah, a bit of faffing. In comes Atkins, bowls to Latham. Latham is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. Really lots of cheers from the Amex down the road, because Brighton are beating West Ham 3-1 in the Premier League. So
Well, 0-0 last time I checked.
yeah, so lots of goals.
Lots of goals. Goals galore.
Goals galore, as they say. It's been an exciting day in the Premier League. 2 slips. There's a gully, or almost backward point, really. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg as Atkins is running in down the hill, comes in and bowls wide outside the off stump, taken by Tom Alsop. And there is no run. Sun has pretty much disappeared, hasn't it, Nikki? It's lots of high-level cloud around
Lots
Hove
of
at the
high-level
moment.
cloud.
And
Nothing heavy.
What a shame that the first day was washed out.
I know, such a shame.
Yeah, it was a shame.
It
but,
really did pour it down, though.
it did. But since then, we've had uninterrupted players. In comes Atkins and bowls, and Latham up on his toes. Better from Jamie Atkins.
Better line and length, that one.
Yeah, much better, wasn't it?
Much more contained.
Yeah, played into the offside
Come on then.
by Hudson Prentice.
Burrow's having a chat with someone in the hospitality box down on our right.
Yeah. Maybe he's a football fan, I don't know.
Maybe he is.
Maybe he's wanting to be sort of kept informed of what's going on. Who knows?
He's definitely asking a question.
He is, yeah.
Might be saying, what's the score?
Well, he's from Wigan, so it could well be he's a supporter of either Liverpool or maybe Manchester City. We shall see. Here comes Atkins, running in bowls. Latham lets they go. Jamie Atkins, and he falls over as he delivered that ball.
He did, didn't he?
Ball goes through to keeper Allsop. And there is no run. So well, we've got 2 more balls left in this over, and then 1 over after that. Sussex don't seem in any hurry to bowl more than the amount of overs that they're meant to be bowling. Yeah, Ollie Robinson is now changing the field. This is sort of blatantly using up time, isn't it? Atkins waits for the ball to be returned to him.
It's taking a rather long time to get this ball passed round.
Really, to be honest, I thought they might as well, just bowl the overs, and if they bowl 1 more over than they need to, well, does it really matter? Anyway, in comes Atkins, bowls. Oh, that's a horrid delivery, isn't it? Down the leg side, he's really annoyed with himself. Jamie Atkins and Tom Latham. I think he's probably. Well, I think he'd have struggled to have reached it anyway. To be perfectly
Yeah, it
honest.
was quite wide down the leg side, wasn't it? Out of his reach.
Yeah. Taken by Tom Allsop, and there's no run. 36 without loss. New Zealand. Seeing if there's any more emails coming. I think there have been. Most of our emails this week have come in from listeners in New Zealand who are probably just waking up, I expect. Will they be waking up, Nikki? No, it's still sort of
Quite early,
Yeah,
unless
it is,
they've got
yeah.
an early shift at
yeah,
work.
Yeah. In comes Atkins, bowls outside of the off stump, taken well by Allsop. Not a great over from Jamie Atkins, in truth. It'll go down as a maiden over, but Tom Allsop really couldn't reach half of the deliveries. End of the over, 1 more over to go tonight. The clock says 17:54. So I'd imagine Sussex won't be in any particular hurry to bowl this over.
They're all walking extremely slowly.
They are. They are.
Like a turtle across the pitch. They're making their way across very slowly.
Someone's making rather a lot of noise away to our right-hand side in the hospitality area, and I think probably perhaps the football has finished and the players maybe can concentrate on the cricket. We shall see.
The Sussex boys are not going to want to bowl another over.
Yes.
Any extra overs.
Yeah.
They're all having a bit of a discussion, hands on hips in the teapot position. New Zealand batsmen also doing a bit of guarding, having a bit of chit-chat.
Yes. So I think the cheer was because Manchester City have won the Premier League. So they've beaten Aston Villa, having been 2-0 down at one stage in that match. So Sussex are taking an age to bowl this over, which I think is all a bit silly, really. There's 5 minutes to go. They might as well bowl an extra over. I'm not sure that it really matters, Nicky, to be honest. But nonetheless, it's been an entertaining day's cricket, hasn't it? Sussex making 247, all 59. Haynes 41, Hudson Prentice 33, and Carter 31. Quick cameo from Ollie Robinson, 36 at the end of the innings.
Yes, we've seen some lovely shots today, especially. We've got Burrows running in from the sea end into Young, who defends solidly to point, no run. Lovely display of batting, some excellent shots. Tom Haynes looked good. He looked in good nick.
Oh, he did look in good nick.
I'm sure he's probably disappointed with the way he got dismissed today. Some nice batting from Ali Orr as well, which was great to see.
Yeah, and some terrific sixes by Leo, wasn't they? 3 lovely sixes straight down the ground.
Straight down the ground, and I'm guessing Hudson Prentice is happy that he got some time at the wicket as well, given that this was his first game. So. A lot of chit-chat going on here. This ball is having some extra shining. Anything to make it 6 o'clock quicker.
Yes, that's pretty ludicrous.
In goes Burrows to Young. Bowls the ball, Young defends to mid-on. I have a feeling this ball's going to do a complete 360.
No, I think you're absolutely right.
It's going to go to every single player on this field.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah. Getting a bit of shining done down by first slip. Being passed on to second slip. More shining.
Yeah, more shining.
It'll be like glitter by the time it gets back to Burrows.
Yes, it is.
According to the digital clock, it is 17:57.
Yes, they're in no hurry, are they, to use these last few overs, or last few balls, I should say. Sussex.
17:58 now, according to the clock, as Burrows makes his way away from us into Young. Bowls the ball, Young leaves outside the off stump into the hands of Fletcher. And there's some more shining going on at first slip.
Yeah, so there's still another 3 balls to go. They've taken a long time to bowl the first 3 balls.
Might as well pigeon step back to his run-up if that's what the tactic
No,
is.
I couldn't agree more.
I think you should just pigeon step back.
I couldn't agree more. Oh, now they're shining the ball again. Oh, I think this is all a bit silly, really. I mean, it's a friendly game. They might as well just bowl another over, mightn't they? But obviously don't want to.
Right, Burrows making his way in now. Up the hill. Bowls the ball, and Young is forward, defends into the hands of cover. He comes running in and throws the ball back to Fletcher with the gloves. And that ball's going to make another way round the circle. Making his way around slowly. Slowly. Now with cover. Talk about stalling, Adrian?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure now it will just.
I think this will be the
last.
I think this is the last one now. Burrows on his way, bowls the ball, and a lovely on drive from Young.
What a lovely way to finish the day.
What a beautiful
That's 4
on drive. That is 4.
Yeah. No, it's a good chase by Sean Hunt, but what a lovely finish to the day. That was a beautiful shot, wasn't it?
Very beautiful shot, well timed, lovely straight face of the bat.
Probably my shot of the day, actually.
It was beautiful.
Wasn't it, Doust? Beautifully played.
Hunt trying his best. But the ball wins. That takes New Zealand to 40 for no loss. Young's currently on 20. Latham also on 20. And this should be the last ball of the over. Last ball of play today, hopefully. Burrows in, bowls the ball, and Young defends solidly back to mid-on. That is the end of the over. New Zealand finished today on 44 no loss with Latham and Young both on 20. That over from Burrows has bowled 4 overs, 19 runs. And with Atkins bowling 4 overs, 1 maiden for 21 runs. That is the end of today's play down here at Hove. And hopefully the forecast isn't too bad and we're back here tomorrow and see some more cricket.
Well, let's hope so, because it's been a good day's play. Sussex making 247. New Zealand leading by 95 as we go into the final day. The forecast isn't great for tomorrow, but you never know. One thing that is for sure, that Nikki and I will be here. I'd like to thank you again, Nikki.
Thank you for having
Nikki
me, Adrian.
Chowdhury,
I've
for
had a
all-
great time.
For all her efforts today. There's a lot of overs to negotiate our way through. And we've had lots of emails and tweets. So thank you everybody who's got in touch throughout the day. It's been very kind of you during this friendly game to keep us going through these overs. So the end of the day's plan, a glorious evening at Hove. Let's hope the weather forecast is wrong and we do get some play tomorrow as the players leave the field over on the far side of the ground. Nikki, thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
You too, Adrian.
We'll see you tomorrow morning and we'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully the forecast is wrong and we get some cricket tomorrow. But from myself, Adrian Harms, from Nikki Chowdhury as well, thank you very much and we'll see you again tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow.